Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. There's one left inside, Bella came over and said. Not killed? She's taken a child as a hostage, so the skeleton didn't make a move, Bella explained. Wu Hang followed her into a room on the side. There he saw a ghost hag in a black tattered robe with curved ram horns on her head and a string of baby-sized skeleton heads on her belt. She held a dagger lightly in her hand, pressed against the chest of a swaddled infant. Upon seeing Wu Hang enter, she giggled creepily. Are you from London City? I know you've been investigating me, but why bother? We're no threat to your city, the ghost hag's voice was shrill. Wu Hang didn't reply, just kept watching her. The ghost hag continued, let me leave this place, and I swear I'll leave and stay away from London City. Wu Hang didn't take up her offer but said instead, don't delay, kill her. The moment he spoke, the ghost hag's body suddenly stiffened, the dagger moving from the infant's chest to her own. Ghost. Stop your ghosts, I am willing to submit to you. The ghost hag's expression became panicked. Thump. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard as the dagger plunged straight into her heart. The ghost hag didn't die instantly, struggling to regain control of her body, all the while shouting, you are a necromancer, I can do the killing for you if you hesitate, you need a servant. Thump. A second stab into the chest, and the third blade went straight into her throat. The words behind were stifled back as she vomited blood profusely, splattering around. Then, with eyes full of unwillingness and hatred, she collapsed backward, turning into a corpse. Wu Hang walked over to the ghost hag's location. He looked down and noticed 3 baskets under the table, each holding an infant. He placed all the baskets on the table, covering it completely. The infants, wide awake, stared at Wu Hang with big eyes, not crying or fussing, though their eyes lacked some brightness. Are they all right? Zhao appeared above, making a face down at them. The infants still showed no reaction. Wu Hang quickly checked over them and said, they're fine, they must have been given some elixir to keep them quiet for now. What should we do? Uncle, are you going to adopt them? Zhao asked curiously. After we get back, let Wen Mancha investigate their families, if they were stolen, we'll send them back, Wu Hang replied. Right, they have their own moms and dads, Zhao nodded. The infants were left there. Wu Hang then said to the skeletons, gather up the corpses, strip them of any valuable or useful items. The 2 skeletons got to work. All the ghost hags were laid out in a row in the middle of the clearing along with several men's corpses that had been drained to death. They began to sort through the spoils on the bodies. Pouches full of coins were arranged to one side, followed by armor, weapons, and some household items. These held little appeal for Wu Hang, his gaze landed on 2 items set aside on their own. The first was a stone shimmering with black light. Its surface was smooth as if it had been polished by an old man for many years. Stove stone, special item, effect. Touch the stove stone to enter soul state, side effect, a sense of discomfort for living beings, description, a stone nurtured continuously by a ghost hag, now possessing special abilities, to enter the state of a soul. It seemed to be a nice special item. A soul holds advantages that living beings do not possess, such as being immune to physical attacks, the ability to phase through walls, and flight in the state of a soul. Each of these abilities was incredibly useful. Even if not used for attacking or fighting, they could be employed for escape. It was quite good indeed. Wu Hang wondered why these ghost hags hadn't used it to flee, but in his hands, even with this item, escape was not possible. With 3 ghosts monitoring the scene and capable of phasing through walls, how could he possibly let her escape? His gaze moved to the second item, an old-fashioned oil lamp. A bronze frame with a crudely made glass cover. Nightmare oil lamp, special item, effect, use the organs and body tissues of a living being as a medium to afflict the target with a relentless nightmare, Chapter 658. Dark Sister Gathering, side effects, consumes a drop of lifeblood, description, an oil lamp surrounded by curses, those who touch it will be entangled by malevolent spirits, a cursed oil lamp. Such items or artifacts that impose negative states on targets through a medium all belong to the category of curses. Moreover, these things are quite rare and difficult to guard against. Curses are hard to detect, and even if detected without knowing which artifact it is, it's hard to determine the identity of a cursing reliever. It's something used for underhanded tricks in the dark. Wu Hang was rather satisfied with his loot and didn't expect to kill a group of lower-level ghost hags along the way and obtain 2 special items. It was an unexpected delight. Wu Hang packed the special items alongside the money pouch and valuable goods. Nearby, 3 ghosts floated above 4 babies, chatting softly. Wow! Suddenly, a baby cried out loudly, and the remaining 3 also burst into tears. Wu Hang quickly walked over. Why are they crying? Don't know, they just started all of a sudden, probably because the ghost hag's method to prevent crying vanished, Glenda said. Wu Hang glanced at the babies, then walked back to the bodies and released, Battleground of Remains. One by one, skeletons stood up from the ground. Wu Hang ordered, those of you who can soothe children, go and soothe them. 4 ghost hag skeletons stepped forward, picked up the babies, and began to gently rock them. Clearly, the children had no concept of skeletons. As they were gently rocked, their crying softened. Wu Hang continued to open, mansion skill, pointing to an empty area next to various parts. You go in first, stand over there, those holding children too, ensure the children's safety. All the skeletons entered the mansion skill. After closing it, Wu Hang, accompanied by the skeletons and ghosts, walked straight out of the building. The men who had fled earlier were nowhere to be seen, none had stayed to help, all had run cleanly away. He took out a motorbike from the space ring, sat on it, and towed Kaizayu and Karim behind him. He drove toward London City. Inside a mansion in London City, 2 figures sat at the dining table enjoying a lavish dinner. One had graying hair and wore a magician's robe, with a wooden staff leaning against the table. The other, dressed in leather armor, was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The magician wiped his mouth and asked softly, "Tell me about Wen Mancha and the success rate you think." The middle-aged man also put down his utensils, looking serious. There were rumors before, about her being pregnant, probably why the association moved Wu Hang out. "Tell me something useful, not these things." The middle-aged man said, "This is useful, she's likely to give birth soon, doesn't have the time or energy to manage the city. If you're assertive now, you might succeed." The magician's eyebrows rose. Might succeed? You think London City is a place you can't take over with just a few words? If it were that easy, it wouldn't be your turn, the middle-aged man said with a laugh. The magician was taken aback but didn't get angry. What can a woman from the underworld have in terms of courage? The middle-aged man shrugged, saying nothing more. The magician continued, "I'm going back now, tomorrow I will visit that gang leader." After Wu Hang entered the city, he hurried to the city lord's mansion. The guarding skeletons opened the gate. Wu Hang walked straight in and removed his human skin mask. The approaching butler's eyes brightened. "My lord, you've returned." "Where's Wen Mancha?" Wu Hang asked. "The lady is in her room," the butler said. Then, leading the way, he took him into a resting room. Upon entering, Wu Hang saw Wen Mancha sitting on a wooden couch, nursing a baby in her arms. Seeing the butler and Wu Hang behind him, Wen Mancha's eyes lit up with surprise, and she stood up exclaiming, "Master!" Chapter 659, It's too long and it's broken. Seeing Wen Mancha, Wu Hang quickened his pace, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and sat down beside the chair. "You've worked hard." "Not at all," Wen Mancha said coquettishly, leaning her head against his shoulder. Wu Hang's gaze shifted to the child drinking milk in his arms, who was also staring back at him with big eyes. Big eyes, skin so white and tender. "She looks like you." "Really?" Wen Mancha gently bounced the baby. "Daddy's came to see you." The child continued to suckle, with milk dribbling from the corner of her mouth. She had no reaction to their conversation whatsoever. "Now you know, don't you?" Wu Hang laughed, his finger gently touching her cheek. The baby girl paused in her sucking, let go of the nipple with a burp of milk, and stared at him with big eyes. Then she let out a wah and burst into tears. The sudden crying startled Wu Hang, leaving him somewhat at a loss. He looked at Wen Mancha for an explanation. I didn't do anything. It's okay, she's full and probably just tired." Wen Mancha handed the child to a female housekeeper beside her. "Take her back to her room to rest." The housekeeper took the baby, softly comforting her as she went upstairs to the bedroom. With only the 2 of them left in the room, Wen Mancha looked up tenderly. "Master." "Good girl." Wu Hang cradled her face and kissed her on the lips. Wen Mancha also revealed a smile. Wu Hang then said, "Let's talk about serious matters first. Has something happened?" Wen Mancha asked with a curious look. "Outside London City, I encountered a gathering held by ghost hags. After killing those ghost hags, I rescued 4 infants. Arrange for someone to find their families to see if they were lost or have been sold." As Wu Hang spoke, he opened the mansion skill and ordered the skeletons inside. "The 4 of you, come out." 4 ghost hags holding babies walked out from inside. All the children were asleep and seemed unharmed. Wen Mancha stood up to take a look, and perhaps due to recently becoming a mother herself, a look of anger crossed her face at the idea of children being sold. "All right," Wen Mancha continued, I'll take these children upstairs to rest. Wu Hang took out a baby bottle and a can of powdered milk. This is powdered milk. If those children get hungry, mix it with water and give it to them, not too hot. When Mancha picked up a bottle and gently touched the teat, it really does look like it. Like what? Wu Hang embraced her from behind. Don't you think it looks very much like it? When Mancha said smilingly, picking up a bottle and the milk powder and going upstairs. I'll get the children settled first and then come back down to accompany you. She finished speaking and, along with a few ghost hags, took the children upstairs and arranged them in a bedroom. After a short while, she came back down with the female housekeeper. She delegated the task of investigating the infants. After dinner, when Mancha fed the baby and returned after opening the door, she sat in front of the dressing table and made a quick adjustment. Lifting the thin blanket, she slid in and nestled gently against his chest. They're all asleep now. The investigation into the children's families has begun. It won't be long before we receive some news. That's for the best. The matter of buying and selling infants in the city needs to be strictly controlled. Wu Hang said. I know, Master. It was my oversight. I'll be more careful from now on, Wen Mancha said softly. You can't blame yourself for this kind of thing, Wu Hang said with a smile. One side of Wen Mancha's robe slipped down, and Wu Hang pressed against her chest, helping to deal with the excess milk. Wen Mancha gently held his head, saying, Master, the baby still doesn't have a name. Let's give her one. Wu Hang moved his head back slightly and casually pulled out a piece of paper with a few pre-thought names. See which one you like. Actually, it doesn't matter. As long as she can be healthy and happy, that's good. When Mancha unfolded the paper and glanced at the names. Wu Mancha is too cheesy, she'll be able to see that when she grows up. This Wu Kan seems pretty good, it signifies deep in the heart. Then let's call her that. It also contains meanings of being spirited, bright, and fortunate. Wu Hang murmured in explanation, nuzzling against her. Master's choice is definitely not wrong, Wen Mancha said softly. Wu Hang continued, has there been any news from Slither? Wen Mancha shook her head. Hueco Kingdom has a strict blockade at the boundary, and the association's letters have been intercepted outside. No news has come back from Steward Slither either. Hueco Kingdom, who knows what they're up to? Such a long time and still no results. Wu Hang had arranged an 18th level skeleton for Slither's protection. As long as he didn't take any risks, an 18th level professional in Blackstone Town was the top powerhouse. There shouldn't be a problem. When he left London City, he would go and take a look at Blackstone Town himself. How's the newspaper selling? Wu Hang continued to ask. The effect is quite good, and the sales are not bad either. In the room next door, a small bed lay a tender baby, guarded by a skeleton on the side. 3 ghosts floated above, slowly revealing their forms. Is this Uncle's child? So pink and chubby. All babies are like that, they have softer skin. Does he look like Wu Hang? There's a bit of resemblance in the brow. Zhao moved a bit closer. It does seem like it, much cuter than Uncle. Maybe, your uncle was also very cute when he was young, not so much when he grew up. Glenda said. Hee. Uncle has grown naughty. Bella said with a laugh, I wonder what the name they'll give to the two of them. While they were talking, the sleeping baby opened its eyes, frowning at the 3 drifting ghosts in the sky. Wah! A cry resounded. The skeleton immediately picked up the baby, and the housekeeper also woke up from the side. Hugging the baby, she gently rocked it. The next morning, at dawn, after feeding the baby, Lord Wen Mancha went downstairs to deal with the affairs of the city. Wu Hang watched the child fall asleep, then entered the study and opened the boundary door to the zombie world. Stepping out of the boundary door, he opened the windows in the dormitory and looked outside. Inside the base, survivors were using steam spray to fumigate the sewer, exterminating pests. Wu Hang took out the walkie-talkie and called out, Is Chi Hang Kai there? I'm here, go ahead, Chi Hang Kai's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Come to the meeting room. Roger that. Sitting in the meeting room for a while, Chi Hang Kai came in through the door, smiling. Wu Hang said, all the bases are okay? No problems. The military factory has started the production line for machine cannon shells. It might not be long before we see results, Chi Hang Kai replied. This was good news. If machine cannon shells could be mass-produced, it would be a significant enhancement for his side. No need to count and use them sparingly. Make sure to praise Jiao Rong and the others for me when the time comes. Will do, Chi Hang Kai nodded. Wu Hang then asked, any progress with the Russian scientific researchers? Chi Hang Kai thought for a moment and said, it seems they've already started trials with electric-powered vehicles. Wu Hang didn't say much, continuing to listen. And 2 technicians from South Korea. The male technician has started naval ship practices, and the female technician has been able to lay out cables for connections. The only problem is the coastal port and our side are separated by sea, making it difficult to connect the cables, said Chi Hankai. Let her think it through when the time comes, Wu Hang said. They didn't have much of a solution on their own, but these were professionals. They should have some methods. I'll talk to her about it, Chi Hankai stated. Wu Hang continued, get the motor team ready, we are going to clean up zombies. Chi Hankai picked up the walkie-talkie and relayed the tasks directly. Before long, the vehicle team was prepared. The two went downstairs, got into a truck, and left the base. In London City, at the City Lord's mansion. The housekeeper led the way with an old man, a magician wearing a long robe and with white hair at his temples, following behind her. My lady, Mr. Robin is here. The magician did not shy away from glancing at Wenmansha's belly, smiling and bowing. Representative of the Hueco Kingdom, Robin greets Lord Wenmansha. You are as beautiful and charming as the rumors say. Chapter 660. The wealthy city lord Lord Wenmansha also revealed a smile and gestured with her hand. Please take a seat, Mr. Robin. The magician sat down opposite her. A maid brought over some refreshments and placed them in front of the guest. The magician turned his hand and took out a pair of exquisitely carved jade ornaments from the space ring, placing them on the table. Lord, this is a gift I chanced upon. It should be quite rare in London City, and I hope you will like it. In his words, there was a hint of showing off. It was as if he were implying that London City was a backwater place, where even its city lord would not have seen many such things from outside. Wenmansha glanced down at the gift and smiled slightly. Thank you, Hartel. My lady. The housekeeper stepped forward. Store the gift, and place it above the fireplace, next to the elf race carving, Wenmansha instructed. Yes, my lady. The magician was slightly startled. An elf race carving? He could also acquire items from the elf race? As the housekeeper took away the jade stone and placed it atop the fireplace, the magician's brows furrowed. When he had first come in, he focused his attention on the lord's belly, suspecting a body double since the rumored pregnancy was not at all evident. Now looking around, there were decorations of various styles, each of them luxurious and valuable. Carvings, vibrant tapestries, fine oil paintings. He also came from a noble family and had an eye for such things. From the elements displayed by the variety of items, it truly was an elf race carving. Not only that, there were works from dwarves, dwarfs, and also the human race. The magician's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Was this London City? Or was it some prince mansion? Wenmansha was pleased with his expression and waved her hand casually. Do you like them, Robin? If so, feel free to choose one. No need, just curious. The magician immediately regained his composure, saying offhand. He had come this time to persuade the other party to give up the city. If he appeared naive and inexperienced, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Wenmansha said no more. If he had come a day earlier, she would not have had these things, but his timing was just right. She had just become wealthy, and there he was. If he really chose one, she would also be reluctant to part with it. It was said that on Gold and Silver Island, these items were only used by the elite of the big trade federations. Mr. Robin, what brings you here this time? Wenmansha didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. The magician steadied his heart and spoke softly. This time, I've come to discuss a beneficial matter with Lord Wenmansha, one that is of great benefit to both you and London City. Wenmansha's eyes narrowed slightly. She had guessed a part of it. Still curious, she asked, what is the matter? The magician seriously said, the Hueco Kingdom plans to incorporate London City into its territory, while preserving your status as city lord, with succession through generations. In due time, the kingdom will also support this city by providing a steady supply of resources. You will have a powerful supporter, and anyone who covets this city must consider whether they have the strength to oppose a kingdom. In his words, the magician's tone gradually became more excited. As though he had offered London City a great benefit. Wenmansha picked up her tea and took a light sip. The content was the same as she had surmised, someone had already came to probe into the matter before. Seeing no change in her expression, the magician's excitement also waned slightly and he asked, how do you feel about it, City Lord? Wenmansha inquired, whom do you represent? The Crown Prince, Your Highness. Wenmansha pondered for a moment before whispering, has the Crown Prince already ascended the throne? The strife within the Hueco Kingdom had always been a topic of outside discussion. Many were guessing who would become the new king, or whether the princes, in their struggle, would both come to harm and leave room for someone else to take the throne. The magician's brow raised slightly, he stuttered for a moment, then said, the Crown Prince has already taken control of most of the army. Ascending the throne is only a matter of time. I also support the Crown Prince, Wenmansha nodded. The magician's eyes brightened. You agree then? That's not what I mean. When Mangekyō immediately shook her head and carefully chose her words. Thank you for the Crown Prince's consideration. The residents of London City include both humans and beastmen. If it were truly incorporated into Hueco Kingdom's territory, the city would surely fall into chaos. The beastmen might rebel, and the entire city would be in danger. The magician's frown deepened, but he still said, how to deal with the beastmen will be a matter for the higher-ups. All you need to do is agree to join us. The Hueco Kingdom will provide you with resources and support. What could be bad about that? You will become a kingdom's city lord, revered by thousands. You do not understand the situation in London City. Beastmen make up half the population. It's not as simple as just saying it, when Mangekyō still said. You need not worry about that, city lord. The Hueco Kingdom has nearly 10,000 troops assembled at the border. By agreeing, you not only avoid war but also ensure the protection of the entire city, the magician said again. When Mangekyō's brows instantly furrowed, and she looked at him with cold eyes. Carrot and stick tactics were all being employed. First, he promised benefits, and seeing that she had no such intentions, he then revealed the news of the nearly 10,000 troops assembled. He was implying that if she didn't agree, the city would be attacked directly. Quite a bold claim. She stared at him intently before once again revealing a smile. I will not consider this matter. If the Crown Prince truly ascends the throne, I will send a congratulatory gift. Won't you consider it? My terms offer no downside to you, he pressed. I'm a bit tired, so I won't keep you for dinner, said Mangekyō as usual. Lord Mangekyō, you see. The housekeeper stepped forward. Sir, the lady needs to rest, you should leave now. The magician frowned, eyeing the skeleton bearing a sword that followed along. He stood up and said, all right, I'll stay at the Wind-Drooping Grass Tavern in the city for a few days. If you change your mind, you can come find me at any time. It's a matter of mutual benefit, and no one wants to see it go sour. Please, the housekeeper gestured again. The magician turned and walked away. He left the island lord's mansion directly. On the ride back, the magician closed his eyes, reflecting on the recent events. The outside world's rumors about this lady city lord were significantly off the mark. With her current appearance, it wasn't clear if she was pregnant, not ruling out the possibility that she had already given birth. The second point was that this lady city lord was extremely wealthy. The items displayed in her residence weren't something ordinary nobility could afford, some couldn't even be bought with money. They represented the friendship of an entire race. Not simple at all. Moreover, this person had a commanding presence, not something a small gang leader could achieve. After mentioning the Crown Prince and Hueco Kingdom, the other party showed no difference in her demeanor, as if they were just two titles. After returning, I must send the information back, he thought. Zombie world. A group of survivors, holding their national flag, rushed out of a side alley. The survivors armed with strong crossbows and long spears checked over their weapons. Chi Hankai went over, followed by her Korean translator Sing. Who is the leader? Chi Hankai asked. Sing translated. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said, I am. How many people do you have? A total of 11, we are all residents from nearby, the man answered. After Sing translated, Chi Hankai nodded and continued, tell them we're from the Shanfu Port Rescue Team. They can come back to base with us, but they have to follow our instructions afterwards. Those who don't want to can leave, and they will be given 3 days' worth of rations. Sing translated again. The people on the other side knelt down in a flurry. Sing said, Sister Chi, they all want to join us, please don't leave them behind. Fine, assign them ranks and have them follow the convoy, she replied. Sing conveyed the message. Everyone nodded. At the Skull Team's location, the corpses were transformed into skeletons, and the corpse core was collected into the space ring. All of this was handled. Wu Heng walked into a maternity and baby store on the side and glanced at the products inside the shop. The items inside were very well preserved, basically brand new in sealed bags. He casually collected strollers and baby cribs into his space ring. Once everything was taken care of, he led the army back to base. In London City, at the Island Lord's mansion. When Mangekyō was downstairs, assigning tasks to her subordinates. While upstairs in the bedroom, Wu Heng was holding the child, gently rocking and softly calling out the name. Different from their first meeting yesterday. The infant no longer seemed so scared and did not cry. Instead, the baby looked at Wu Heng and giggled. Zhao floated in midair, quickly, let me have a turn. Wu Heng spoke irritably, mind your words, what do you mean have a turn? Just put her down on the bed, I'll rock her to sleep, Zhao continued. Wu Heng placed the child in the baby crib. Using her abilities, Zhao gently rocked the crib. The baby on the bed giggled along. Chapter 661, Length of Alliance. What's the name? Glenda and Bella also flew over. Wu-kin. A bit peculiar, but it fits with the naming conventions from your side, Glenda repeated twice, then continued, next time there's a good theme, I'll include your daughter in it. Then you, great author, must show some mercy and write a good character, Wu Hang said with a smile. The protagonist of a book is also the foundation for future fame. It's not just about setting up a character. It's a good thing, too. All right, Glenda agreed, nodding. Footsteps came from the entrance. The ghosts vanished, and Zhao also stopped playing with the baby and disappeared. Immediately after, the door opened, and when Mancha walked in with her housekeeper. Looking at the child with a smile on its face, she gently picked him up. It's time to go to sleep. Speaking, she handed the child to the housekeeper and led them out of the room. When Mancha continued, the parents of the few children have been found. 2 were taken away by their father and have not yet returned, likely dead at the hands of the ghost hag. The remaining 2 were claimed to have been stolen. The children were sent back, and we will arrange for someone to follow up and investigate thoroughly. The efficiency is quite high, Wu Hang remarked. Intelligence work is our strong suit, plus this sort of thing is easily investigated, Wen Mancha said, sitting down beside him, then continued, this morning, a messenger from the Crown Prince of the Hueco Kingdom came by. What for? Wu Hang asked curiously. He wants London City to join the Hueco Kingdom, promising I'll remain the city lord and offering some resource support. Also, he mentioned tens of thousands of troops arranged at the border, hinting that if we disagree, they will directly attack and seize this place, Wen Mancha said, her tone growing serious. Wu Hang's brow furrowed. This Hueco Kingdom really had its sights set on this place. The last time he returned, the enemies he killed were linked to the Hueco Kingdom, and they had still not given up. Always trying to drag him into their internal affairs they couldn't even sort out on their own. After pondering, he asked, do you know where this person is? He's staying at the Wind Drooping Grass Tavern, named Robin, a tall, thin man around his 50s dressed as a magician, Wen Mancha recalled, describing his appearance and adding, but don't kill him just yet, these messengers are numerous, and it's overwhelming to kill them all. It could also impact London City's reputation. Wu Hang glanced aside, and an invisible ghost directly flew out. Wen Mancha then went on to discuss the city's situations. Such incidents often occur, explorations within the Hueco Kingdom, enticing some sects and forces. Owning a city made such matters hard to avoid. Wen Mancha had gotten somewhat used to it. Moreover, the skeletal military force within the city had never truly been threatened by anyone up to this point. After chatting for a while, Wen Mancha went downstairs again to handle affairs. Only Wu Hang remained upstairs, sitting in the study, casually flipping through the city's account books. After a while, the ghost returned from the outside. Seeing that the room was empty, Glenda spoke, found that person, he's in the tavern drinking with someone, indeed, he's the Crown Prince's man, and he has also recounted his conversation with Wen Mancha, sent out through a letter. Bella added from the side, after they finished eating, I tracked another person, having a residence in the city but dressed somewhat like a mercenary. Zhao nodded along. There aren't any troops near the city, are there? No. If there were, we would notice right away, Glenda said. The effect of spirit vision allows seeing level columns. Army troops appear as dense columns of light and are easily detected. Should be no problem, Wu Hang nodded. Glenda thought for a moment, do you need me to kill him? Disguising it as suicide is an option. No need, he poses no threat to the city, and his death might actually lead to complications. Just have Wen Mancha assign someone to watch him closely. Wu Hang replied. The real threat to London City was still the army mentioned by the other party. Killing him would not change anything. As you say. Glenda nodded. They sat in the study for a while. Then, from downstairs came the call for dinner, and Wu Hang went down to eat. It was Wu Hang's 5th day in London City. During these days, he had reduced his visits to Zombie World, spent more time with Wen Mancha and her daughter, and arranged for ghosts to monitor the situation in the city. Besides the news of the military buildup on the border mentioned by the messenger the other time, no other news about the army had come back. Wu Hang had even taken the Phantom train there once. The atmosphere in the city was rather tense, yet there were no signs of the supposed tens of thousands of troops. It seemed more like something Wen Mancha came up with on the spot to bolster her own position after rejecting the other party's proposal. My lord, the Ikar shaman has arrived, the housekeeper said softly as she came upstairs. I'll come down now. Wu Hang put his things away and headed downstairs. As he reached the first floor hall, he saw an elderly beastman shaman standing in front of a painting, looking up at it. Hearing Wu Hang's footsteps, he turned around, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. Vice Executive Wu Hang. Mr. Ikar, it's been a long time, Wu Hang greeted. The other, still smiling, showed his imposing beastman features, not really that long. Please, Have a seat. Wu Hang gestured. The beastman sat across from him, and a maid brought over tea and pastries. Is there something you need, Mr. Rykar? Wu Hang asked directly. The straightforward beastman began. I heard that a messenger from the Hueco Kingdom came, proposing that London City be incorporated into Hueco Kingdom's territory. Indeed, that is the case, Wu Hang confirmed with a nod. The beastman's eyes widened slightly as he continued. What are your thoughts on this, you and Lord Wenmansha? Wu Hang pondered momentarily and then spoke. Of course, we don't believe their words. The beastman took a sip from his water glass, his large tusks making the glass seem much smaller. Putting the glass down, he continued, in the past few days, several tribes have met with me, expressing their support for London City and respect for Lord Wenmansha. If there is truly a danger, the Beastman tribe will offer its support to London City. Wu Hang, surprised, then asked, how many tribes in total? The news about the Hueco Kingdom was something Wu Hang had let out himself. Out of all others, the city's beastmen would be the least willing for London City to join Hueco Kingdom. Half of the beastmen depended on this city for survival. People from tribes like the Malayout tribe and Blackstone tribe all relied on this city. As expected, after releasing the news, this beastman shaman came straight over. Currently, there are 5 tribes, and no matter what, we could muster up a few thousand people, the old beastman said directly. Wu Hang contemplated for a moment, then spoke. Wenmansha and I have the same view. We trust our beastmen brothers more, and the city has also provided many jobs and conveniences to the beastmen recently. I am aware of that, and it is why we are willing to help London City, the old beastman said earnestly. Wu Hang continued, the plans of Hueco Kingdom might not be implemented any time soon, and they might try to stir up our relationships prematurely, or break us one by one. The old beastman's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you suggest? It was actually thanks to your suggestion, Mr. Rykar, that I came up with this idea on the spot. Please listen to it first before deciding whether it's feasible or not. The old beastman nodded. What if we establish a Lintham alliance? Wu Hang continued, whether for resisting external enemies in the future, trading resources, or other cooperative endeavors, joining forces can make these processes much easier. Chapter 662, Island Master, do you want a flying dragon? The old beastman's eyes lit up. Can you help the tribes with building houses? Theirs are too backward. Of course, Wu Hang nodded with a smile. The old beastman also became interested. Tell me more about it, I think it's a good idea. Unlike the nations of humans, the beastman tribes outside London City exist in the form of a federation. Each tribe exists independently, yet they belong to the same race. They fight each other, besides facing common enemies. However, the beastmen internally have abundant resources and a considerable population, all of which are what Wu Hang valued. He wanted to use the pressure brought by the Hueco Kingdom to link the beastmen with London City. Wu Hang shared his ideas with the other party. The old beastman nodded frequently. After finishing, the old beastman continued, I will discuss it with the other tribes and get back to you as soon as possible. Good. The old beastman drained the tea in his cup in one gulp, stood up, and left. Wu Hang escorted her out of the city lord's mansion and watched her depart. As night fell, Wu Hang repeated his conversation with the beastman shamans to Wenmansha. Are you worried that we won't be able to hold off against the Hueco Kingdom's attack? Wenmansha asked curiously. No, the troops I've arranged are enough to fend off the Hueco Kingdom, but when we're directly confronting them, we also have to consider the beastmen. If any of them not thinking straight, like the Hammer Party, wanted to seize the city, that would be troublesome. Wenmansha nodded, makes sense. Secondly, I want to use this opportunity to increase London City's influence among the beastmen, and make use of their resources and population, Wu Hang explained. Alright, I understand. The discussion about the beastmen was concluded. Wu Hang looked at Wenmansha and said softly, I'll take you to Gold and Silver Island. Let Harut take care of things here for a while, and I'll bring you back after some time. Wenmansha smiled and shook her head, I like it here. Let's go after the baby is a bit older. Just come back to see us often. Seeing her seriousness, Wu Hang didn't say anything more. He took out 2 special items from the space ring. Here are 3 special items, left for you to use. Picking them up one by one, he introduced them. This is an illusion veil. After putting it on, your appearance can change. Professionals below level 15 definitely won't notice, and those above level 15 might spot some flaws. The side effect is that it unintentionally makes you make coquettish glances at men, so be careful. The second is called the Nightmare Oil Lamp. If you don't like someone, you can collect their hair or skin flakes and make them have nightmares. The side effect is that it requires the first drop of blood from a living being each time you use it. Just find some animals for this. The third is for our daughter, named the Veil of the Skilled Dancer. Wearing it will allow her to exhibit superb dancing skills. The side effect is that once worn, she has to dance for 2 hours straight. If she likes it, she can wear it and practice, if not, then put it away. When Mangekyō looked at the 3 items, it seems none of them are of use. Keep them just in case you might need them one day. Tomorrow, I will arrange some high-level skeletons for you, Wu Hang said. He had originally wanted to leave the church's untainted holy radiance for when Mangekyō, but since she came from the underworld, he was afraid the side effects might cause problems. Better leave it. Alright then, thank you, Master, when Mangekyō said sweetly. As the sky grew darker, he had the housekeeper carry the sleeping child to the next room, and the 2 of them went to bed. The next day, Wu Hang opened the boundary door through the warehouse's gate. At his command, a large number of skeletons stepped out. Each skeleton was above level 10, dressed in blue anti-stab vests, with tactical helmets on their heads and rifles on their backs. It was like a modernized army. Behind the troops was a skeleton wearing a colorful long skirt and a sun hat. Once everyone was out, Wu Hang shut the boundary door and led all the skeletons to the front yard. When Mangekyō also came over with the child in her arms, Wu Hang said, "This is Bone Demon number 2, an 18-level skeleton warrior, who can remotely control all skeletons from a distance. From now on, it will be responsible for your protection, and you can discuss any plans with it." Then, he continued to introduce her to the skeletons. "This is when Mangekyō. You are to ensure her safety from now on and also obey her commands." Bone Demon number 2 stepped up to Wen Mangekyō's side. Wen Mangekyō nodded and said with a smile, "Please take good care of me from now on." After everything was settled, Wu Hang and Wen Mangekyō whispered a few words to each other. Then he put on the train captain's hat, boarded the train, and waved goodbye. The train passed through the border of the Hueco kingdom. Wu Hang still got off the train to check around, releasing all 3 ghosts to scout out the city and the station troops. There was indeed a certain number of troops at the border, but still not enough to attack London City. Either the plan had been postponed or it had simply been smoke and mirrors. After confirming there were no issues, Wu Hang continued on the train towards Blackstone Town. In the steward's office, he saw Slither, Yuli, and an 18-level skeleton attendant assigned to accompany them. Feeling reassured, he didn't stay long this time. They had dinner together. After advising them to be careful, he put on the hat again and returned to Gold and Silver Island. Gold and Silver Island, outside the association entrance. The association has such courses? Why haven't I heard of them before? A young dwarf with a backpack squeezed through the crowd. His companion said, "I heard that the island master secured them for us as a condition for joining the Hongwen Alliance. He's a necromancer, why would he do that? I'm somewhat skeptical. I see it differently from you. I may not trust others, but I do believe that Island Lord Wu Hang is capable of doing such things." In the midst of their conversation, another person joined in. "Today is the open course for alchemists, and there will also be performances by mechanists and bards later on. All free of charge. Where else can you find such benefits? Gold and Silver Island has changed so much. In the days since my departure, the teaching sessions promised by the Hongwen Alliance were all arranged. In classrooms organized by the association, various types of public courses were held. No fees, all for free. But you had to sign up in advance, and once it was full, you had to wait for the next opportunity. When this news was announced, it caused quite a stir on the island, hardly less significant than an exhibition or auction. After all, such free courses. It was clear who stood to benefit. The nobility and wealthy merchants looked down on these, while the common residents benefited the most. Although it was known that Island Lord Wu Hang and Steward Zai Ligui were very kind to the ordinary people on the island, no one expected them to go this far. There were even rumors that Island Lord Wu Hang was forced into joining the Hongwen Alliance in exchange for these courses. Such a good man. To do so much for the people of the island. The people from the Hongwen Alliance are also despicable, using such things to threaten others. Pretending to be scholars of the association. Despite these thoughts, the courses still needed to be attended. After all, everyone was working hard to improve themselves. "Master, you're back." As I entered the gate, the housemaids came out to greet me. "I'm back. Is everything alright at home?" Wu Hang asked as he shed his coat. Minnie said, "Nothing's wrong. The teaching schedule from the Hongwen Alliance is set, and today is the second day of the alchemy course. We went to listen too. The only downside is that we have to buy our own materials. The material stores are making a fortune." Wu Hang chuckled, "The courses are free, so of course you have to prepare your own materials. We can't expect the association to cover everything." "True, and all these opportunities were secured by the master," Minnie said, following up with another question. "Is Wen Mangekyō's sister doing well? Is the child cute?" "Cute. The baby's name is Wu Qin. I'll take you to see them when I get the chance." Great, does the child have black hair or red hair? Still too young, no hair yet. Oh. I sat in the living room, chatting with Minnie. The knocking on the front door once more broke the silence. The Catwoman Roby ran to answer it, asked a few questions, then came running back. Master, there's someone at the door who said they've been to the city hall before and want to discuss a cooperative matter with you. They came straight to the Island Lord's mansion? This was indeed a first. How many people? Just one. Let him in, said Wu Heng. Roby nodded and quickly went out. Wu Heng sat in the living room and waited for a while. Roby returned with a strongly built man in brown leather armor trailing behind her. His hair was messy, and he sported a thick beard. This appearance did not resemble a merchant coming to discuss cooperation in the slightest. As the man entered the hall, he quickly surveyed everyone before his gaze settled on Wu Heng, to whom he bowed and said in a coarse voice, Dragon Trafficking Team, Gregor, at your service, Lord Island Master. Dragon Trafficking Team? Wu Heng frowned slightly. Had the incident where I had killed their fleet been uncovered? Unlikely, not a single survivor was left. Even the flying dragons, only 3 were alive, kept in the backyard. Have a seat. You mentioned coming to discuss a cooperation? Wu Heng inquired. The man sat across from him and stated directly, Lord Island Master, our business involves the sale of flying dragons, which you may know were previously used for escorting ships in the Emerald Sea. It seemed he was here to sell flying dragons to me. Wu Heng nodded. Flying dragons, yes. But currently, the island has no plans to purchase any. No, that's not it. My apologies for not making myself clear. The man immediately waved his hand and continued to explain. Our leader was wondering if you'd be interested in buying flying dragon skeletons. We have a number of dragon corpses on hand. Chapter 663, Hello, can you hear me? Flying dragon skeletons for sale? I hadn't thought of that. In the association as well as some nations and races, there are protective laws for bodies and skeletons. But these don't include magical beasts and wild beasts. Among the finely carved ornaments sent by those merchants, there are decorative items made of animal bones. Whether flying dragon corpses are included, actually, it's still hard to say. If they really are included, they should not fall under the body protection laws, perhaps, they should be categorized under the Necromancer restriction laws. The Dragon Trafficking Team, they're quite interesting. Recently, with the popularity of Gold and Silver Island in the surrounding areas rising, they even took the initiative to do business with me, an undead mage. Such a flexible mind, they can definitely make money. Wu Heng became interested and asked, how many flying dragon corpses do you have? A lot. If you need a large quantity, we can even dig up all the bodies we've buried before, the man said excitedly. With the pirates in the Emerald Sea gone, the Dragon Trafficking Team's business has been affected. If they could get a line with Gold and Silver Island, it would definitely be a good business route. Being able to sell the flying dragons normally, and also being able to sell the bodies again is like gaining an extra revenue. Wu Heng nodded and looked at the man. Can you make a decision on this? I have the authority to make decisions. Lord Island Master can rest assured, the man earnestly said. Good, let's talk about the price. Adult flying dragons, capable of reaching level 13, possess the ability to fly, and have very robust bodies, posing a certain deterrence. The man described the features of the flying dragons and then held up 3 fingers, 700 silver each for every corpse, 500 silver for those not reaching level 10. Hearing this price, Wu Heng frowned slightly. He remembered, last time he had purchased a batch of corpses from Retili of the Snake Badge Consortium. It wasn't an order from the consortium, it was just that the transport team that tried to rob the consortium's convoy was wiped out afterward. Back then, the most expensive level 15 corpses were only 600 silver coins. Of course, Retili had traded with him privately, giving him a friendly price. But the price given by the Dragon Trafficking Team was still a bit high. He took a sip from his teacup and Wu Heng said indifferently, too expensive. How could it be too expensive? Sir, if you convert them into skeletons, you can absolutely dominate the sky. Imagine it, the sky filled with flying dragons. It's also a form of security for Gold and Silver Island, the man immediately said. Wu Heng's tone remained neutral. Killing a level 10 fugitive in the association fetches around 500 in reward. Your corpse, without having to take any risk, costs 600 silver coins. Tell me if that is expensive or not. Sir, you can't calculate it that way. A flying dragon can fly, they possess high value in your hands. Wu Heng looked up at the man and said directly, 300 silver coins for corpses above level 10, 100 silver coins for those below level 10. That's the price I can accept. The man's face showed difficulty. That's too low. That's the price I can accept. If you can't decide, you can go back and consult with your leader, Wu Heng said. After a long silence and thought, the man suddenly looked up and said, "We have another condition." "Let's hear it." "You must purchase all of our corpses, and in the future, you must also purchase any new ones we have," the man said seriously. It seems this was also a condition given by their leader. Wu Heng nodded. "All right, with that price, I can agree to your terms. And I want to receive some deposit." "That's not possible. When the goods arrive, I will settle with you based on the amount. Gold and Silver Island isn't going anywhere, but I don't know where you guys will be." "That works too. I want to sign an agreement," the man said. Wu Heng glanced at his side. "Mini, draft an agreement ensuring the flying dragon corpses are adult, the bodies are intact, and they can be converted into undead soldiers." The man immediately added, "When the time comes, we want full payment, and we don't accept any equivalent substitutes. Gold coins or silver coins are both fine." Mini looked to Wu Heng, who nodded. "Include his terms in the agreement as well." "Yes, master." Mini headed upstairs to draft the agreement. The agreement in the city hall was ready, it just needed the particulars such as the name of the goods, quantity, and price filled in. And any additional clauses didn't need to be rewritten from scratch. In the hall, the man took a sip from his teacup, then smacked his lips. He leaned forward and said, "Lord Island Master, did anything concerning our fleet occur in the Emerald Sea around 2 months ago? One of our merchant fleets went missing in the Emerald Sea." "Oh? A merchant fleet?" Wu Heng asked curiously. A merchant fleet." Wu Heng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. "I haven't heard of such a merchant fleet. If they never returned, they might have run into some danger." Not a trace of news came back. "Well, describe the features of the merchant fleet to me, and I will help you investigate and see what I can find." "Many thanks, Lord Island Master." Wu Heng continued. "Annette, take down the features of the fleet." The lop-eared rabbit Annette pulled out a piece of paper and started to record while the man described the types of ships, flag patterns, and other characteristics. Annette recorded everything. It wasn't long before Minnie brought down the agreement from upstairs, allowed the man to confirm it, and without anything needing to be changed, he immediately signed his name. Wu Heng continued to inquire, "When can you deliver them?" "After I go back, I'll immediately arrange for a fleet to deliver them to you. It will take about 2 weeks," the man said. "All right, then prepare as quickly as possible," Wu Heng said. The man drained his cup in one gulp, stood up, and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer, sir. I will go back and arrange for this matter right now." Chapter 663, "Hello, can you hear me?" "Good." Wu Heng escorted him to the door. Outside the courtyard gate, there were still a few people waiting for the other party. Seeing him come out, they conferred in low voices as they walked away. After seeing off the visitors, Wu Heng sat in the living room, sipping tea once again. The arrival of the dragon trafficking team to sell flying dragon skeletons had been beyond his expectations. But for him, it was a good thing. Especially in zombie world. It was very likely that official bases of various countries possessed airplanes. As his own side expanded, they should eventually encounter them. Having air superiority was very important in the modern power struggle. Especially since skeleton flying dragons also had a deterrence factor, they were quite useful. Some magic beasts' bones are not restricted by the laws, so I could directly purchase them myself. Apart from flying dragons, there doesn't seem to be anything else I particularly need. Wu Heng pondered. "Master, would you like some pastries?" Minnie asked. "No, I'm going upstairs." "Go to the radio room and tell Win Manshaw that I've returned safely," Wu Heng said as he stood and walked away. "Yes, master." Minnie smiled and agreed, leading the other two to the radio room to chat with Win Manshaw. Back in the study, Wu Heng opened the boundary door and went to zombie world. Stepping out of the boundary door, he had a skeleton clean the room for him, then took out the walkie-talkie to call Chi Hengkai to the meeting room. After waiting in the meeting room for a bit, Chi Hengkai entered, wearing an owl on her head. When she had sat down, Wu Heng asked, "Nothing happened at the base, right?" "No, everything is normal," Chi Hengkai answered. "What about the 2 technicians? Any progress?" Wu Heng asked directly. There had been noticeable progress at the military factory, however, those attending classes here always seemed to make little progress. Chi Hengkai said, "Communication technology has already produced a batch of skeletons trained to lay lines." Wu Heng's eyebrows raised, then he continued, "According to what the female technician said, how many people are usually needed to control the equipment and connect the lines in a certain area?" "About 5 people should be enough for one area." "Then leave 5 skeletons here, send the rest to Jiaorong and Liaong." Chi Hengkai nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange for a ship to send the skeletons over later." Had the new skeletons been added in yet? "They've been supplemented and have already started their classes." Wu Heng then asked, "What about the male technician?" The male technician has been conducting equipment adjustments on the ship. He said that in a few days, they could be arranged to go to work, Chi Hankai continued. Tell him to expedite the process. Alright. Chi Hankai agreed, reaching out to pet the owl on the desk. Wu Heng's gaze also turned to the owl. He asked, been training lately? Following the training with the skeleton you arranged for me. Wu Heng flipped his hand, took out a crystal stone that could check levels, passed it to her. Hold it, try to sense it, let's see if you've been slacking off. Chi Hankai looked puzzledly at him, still took the crystal stone in her hand, and tried to sense it. As she did so, the crystal stone slowly began to light up. It didn't glow much before it stopped. Level 3. It was a bit low, but Chi Hankai hadn't been at this for long. Still, wearing a stern face, Wu Heng said, and you say you haven't been lazy? All this time has passed, and you're only level 3. Chi Hankai frowned at the crystal stone in her hand. Is this thing accurate? Make sure you train every morning and evening, and notify Li Yong about it, Wu Heng said seriously. Alright, don't get angry, we will work harder from now on, Chi Hankai coaxed softly. Wu Heng chatted with Chi Hankai for a while. When Zhao returned from outside with her mother, Wu Heng, with the graduated skeletons, stepped into the boundary door, heading towards Gold and Silver Island. Dinner. Wu Heng sat on one side of the dining table, opposite to Andre Willow, who was eating and reporting. Master, after you left, we released a new issue of the newspaper. The response was still quite good, and for the next few days, it became a hot topic on the island. The association had commenced their classes. It was the second session today, and it attracted a large number of students to enlist. The patrol guards significantly increased their presence to maintain order at the scene. Also, the selling of houses has been successful, and the spots for the new buildings have already been sold out. After having learned of everything, Wu Heng nodded. There were no special circumstances on the island, and everything was progressing according to previous arrangements. The only unexpected development was that the association's open classes had been scheduled so quickly. He had been somewhat taken aback when he returned to the island. After eavesdropping on some conversations, he understood what was going on. Have the lines been laid out all right? Andre Willow said, the lines have been laid. I'll arrange for skeletons to test the phones tomorrow morning, have them prepared. Yes, Master. After dinner, while chatting in the living room, the maids went to train, and Wu Heng began assembling the electromagnetic cannon. As dusk fell, everyone retired to their own rooms to rest. Association, Steward's office. In the morning, as soon as Zai Ligui had walked into the office, she paused in her steps. She noticed a skeleton wearing a yellow vest, busy at the office desk. On the back of the yellow vest was written the words Communication Maintenance. It looked like a technical skeleton in charge of some aspect of maintenance. Zai Ligui, puzzled, turned to Xiali, who had arrived earlier, and asked, what's this about? Why is there a skeleton fixing something here first thing in the morning? Xiali shrugged. Wu Heng arranged it. He said something about installing a device. It's been busy since early morning, working on things I've never seen before. It's probably some new device again. Chapter 663, Hello, can you hear me? Zai Ligui glanced at the skeleton again and walked to the desk, saying, Go busy yourself over there. After speaking, she sat down on the chair and took out a pile of documents from the space ring. The skeleton was sent off to one corner, squatting on the ground to continue working. Xiali moved a chair for the skeleton. Be careful or Wu Heng will complain about you bullying his skeleton. Who's bullying his skeleton? I'm still working, Zai Ligui said offhandedly. Before long, the telephone was assembled. It was placed directly on Zai Ligui's desk, and the skeleton turned its head and left. Zai Ligui frowned and looked at it, and then, what's it for? You're just going to leave? She muttered to herself without clear articulation. Dingling. The object on the desk suddenly rang. The two sisters were startled, both revealing speculation in their eyes. Zai Ligui still picked up the handset, mimicking Philippa's use of it on the ship, and held it to her ear. Immediately, a familiar voice came from the phone. Hello. Can you hear me? Wu Heng? Zai Ligui exclaimed in surprise. Xiali also hurried over, and the two sisters' cheeks touched as they listened to the voice coming from the phone. This is a telephone I've installed for both of you. From now on you can just call if there's anything. It's very convenient, Wu Heng said. Zai Ligui looked at the phone's face and asked, So, I can contact you just by picking it up? You need to dial. See the row of numbers there? The phone is also connected to the city hall and patrol guard. Write down the numbers, and whenever you want to reach them, just dial, Wu Heng explained. Xiali wrote down the numbers for several places on the side and personally tried them out, successfully contacting both the city hall and patrol guard. After hanging up the phone, The two sat in their respective seats and fell into silence. It took a good while. Shi Yali said, "Do you think Wu Heng might really be some old monster, revived in a new body?" Zai Ligui glanced at the steel pen and telephone on the table. "I get what you mean, but his personality doesn't seem like any old monster at all. When he first came to the island, he asked me so many things, as if he had just left some small place. Then he is too impressive," Shi Yali said. "Maybe all these are things from his old home, he just knows them and brought them over directly to use," Zai Ligui speculated. "Sister. What? Now we can't let him get away, we must capture him." Zai Ligui gave her a look, "Talking about this again, and also, why did you kiss him last time? I've explained to you, it wasn't intentional, why are you always jealous?" "Who's jealous?" "In the cabin." The cabin was dim, and the illuminating stone that hung emitted a weak light. A man with pale skin and shoulder-length hair, wearing a black robe, sat at the dining table, gently swirling a goblet filled with a red liquid. Knock knock. The sound of knocking arose. "Come in." The door opened, and a figure came in swiftly, closing the door tightly behind them. After respectfully bowing, a deep voice said, "My lord, news from Gold and Silver Island has come back. Now, the island has gathered the surrounding wealthy merchants and nobles, and through steel pens and watches, a large amount of money has been gathered." The man's gaze narrowed slightly, with flickers of red light in his pupils. He continued to sway the goblet in his hand as if pondering something. "Are there any high-level professionals on the island?" The subordinate, smelling the faint scent of blood in the air, swallowed and said, "We haven't found out about any strong presence. The steward is Zai Ligui, around level 15. Recently, the Hongwen Alliance has also arranged for classes on the island, but we have yet to investigate if there are high-level professionals." The man brooded for a moment, then drained the goblet of blood wine in one gulp. "Continue to gather information. The Hongwen Alliance has arranged lessons, there will be high-level professionals accompanying them. Find out how many people there are, and I want information on that Wu Heng," the man ordered. "Yes, my lord," the subordinate replied respectfully, then withdrew from the room. The man sat in the room in thought for a while. He left his cabin and proceeded to the next, much larger cargo hold. As the door to the hold opened, pairs of blood-red eyes looked directly at him. In Zombie World. After arranging the phone in the morning, Wu Heng headed for Zombie World. Descending from the dormitory building, he saw a male technician passing in front of him. "Leader." The male technician staggered, immediately saluting. Wu Heng nodded and asked, "How well have the students been taught?" The male technician's expression was serious. "They've been taught quite well, capable of normal equipment installation and regulation." Chapter 664, Can it distort in bulk? "Have the ship's equipment been adjusted?" Wu Heng asked. The male technician immediately replied, "The ships at the port location have been equipped with close defense guns, and the electromagnetic waves of the anti-air missiles have been adjusted to detect the mutated flying creatures you mentioned." Wu Heng then asked, "Can those skeletons also independently adjust and install these?" "Yes, all the skeleton trainees can complete these tasks independently, but the installation of large equipment requires mechanical assistance," the male technician explained. "Good, I understand. Continue with your class," Wu Heng said. "Yes, leader." The male technician bowed respectfully and quickly walked toward the office building of the classroom. Wu Heng watched him leave, then headed to the location of the vehicle fleet near the main gate. He opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and the skeleton attendant also got into the back of the vehicle. "Let's go, it's getting late," Wu Heng said. Chi Hengkai picked up the walkie-talkie and issued the command to set out, and the convoy left the base, heading into the distance. Inside the truck. After traveling for a while, Chi Hengkai casually switched to another channel on the vehicle's radio. As the static noise faded, a song began to play from the radio. "Zhao Yanqiu?" Wu Heng listened carefully and confirmed that the singer was indeed Zhao Yanqiu, Zhao's mother. Chi Hengkai smiled and said, "We discussed and chose a specific frequency for the base's main radio station, with Zhao Yanqiu responsible for the afternoon and evening broadcasts. She primarily talks about the base's development direction, sings songs, or hosts live chats." "How effective is it?" Wu Heng asked. "Quite effective, she's quickly becoming a star here, very popular," Chi Hengkai said casually. "She had this talent?" "I hadn't noticed before," Wu Heng expressed his surprise. Chi Hengkai glanced over and asked, "Weren't you the one who gave her the professional scroll?" Wu Heng didn't deny it, "I did give her a scroll." "No wonder there's such a big change," Chi Hengkai looked convinced. "A scroll can't directly change a person, it must be some inherent talent in her that, with the help of the scroll, enhanced further," Wu Heng contemplated aloud. "The professional scroll is certainly important, but it just determined a growth direction. Zhao Yanqiu's popularity on the radio is largely due to her own talent, plus the bard's enhancement of her voice and other aspects, achieving this effect. Chi Hengkai murmured, I wish I had chosen this profession too. Wu Heng stretched out his hand and pinched her cheek. Each profession has its advantages, how could I give you a bad one? Chi Hengkai nodded, it's just that the training is a bit exhausting. The higher the level, the better it is for your figure and constitution, Wu Heng added. It improved the figure too? Chi Hengkai instinctively straightened her chest. Yes. Keep at it. Wu Heng encouraged. Suddenly, I feel motivated, Chi Hengkai laughed as they spoke casually while driving. In terms of Zhao Yanqiu's transformation, some aspects were still beyond Wu Heng's expectations. It was Zhao who understood her mother, choosing a fitting professional scroll for her. The subsequent leveling up shouldn't be too slow, either. Soon, the convoy turned off the main road and onto a more secluded path. The convoy stopped, and from a distance, wandering zombies could be seen. Wu Heng got out of the car to lead the skeletons in confronting the horde. The mutated dog ran quickly, drawing their attention before turning to flee. The dense crowd of zombies started to charge towards them. Thud, thud, thud. A loud, heavy running sound filled the air. As the running horde of zombies suddenly scattered, herds of mutated black pigs charged out of a side alley, knocking over a large number of zombies. The black pigs, each as robust as a strong bull. The surrounding walls and wooden fences were all smashed to smithereens. Such power and momentum could probably smash open the skeleton spear array directly. Uncle, there's a wild boar herd coming this way, Zhao pointed out from a distance. I see it. What levels are these wild boars? Wu Heng asked. There are both level 7 and level 8 ones, Zhao replied. Being below level 10, the problem wasn't too big. Wu Heng said to Big Head Skull, have the skeleton flying dragons bomb them. Whoosh whoosh. As his words fell, a series of swooshing sounds ensued as skeleton flying dragons swiftly flew overhead. Flying above the horde, a barrage of iron bombs rained down like a downpour along the path. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions filled the air, and the leading black pigs were instantly knocked down in large numbers. Then, a second wave of bombings fell, covering both the herd of black pigs and a zombie horde, splattering tainted blood and shattered limbs everywhere. After 2 rounds, the remaining black pigs and zombie horde directly collided with a spear array. A fierce melee ensued. Wisps of remnant souls once again drifted into the sky, and Glenda flew up to start devouring the scattered remnant souls. It had been several days since Glenda alone was upgraded. But so far, there were still no signs of upgrading. Reaching level 20 seemed to have higher demands than the previous levels. Having zombies world to provide remnant souls, ordinary ghosts would find it even more difficult to reach level 20. No wonder only professionals are heard of becoming heroes. Ghosts also had levels, but there were no records of any having reached level 20, let alone a title associated with reaching that level. Soon, the zombies below had been killed or wounded, and the remnant souls in the sky had been absorbed. One after another, mutated black pigs were dragged into the open space in front of him, occupying a large area. Corpse battlefield was released. Skeleton boars stood up and wobbled toward the side. Pick out all the corpse cores, Wu Heng ordered. Skeletons went in, picked out all the corpse cores, and threw them into the plastic bag in Wu Heng's hand. Once all the corpse cores had been collected, Wu Heng continued along the road, releasing corpse battlefield, and a large number of skeletons stood up and joined the skeleton ranks. Then, Chi Hengkai came over with the convoy to scavenge. After the scavenging was completed and they got back on the vehicles, they began their return to the base, escorted by skeletons. When they returned, the convoy was flanked by over 300 robust skeleton pigs. Their wobbly motion drew attention. It wasn't long before the convoy reached the base. The matters there were handed over to Chi Hengkai, while Wu Heng headed to the port, letting skeletons steer the escort ships towards Shanfu port. They went through the gate built earlier and delivered to Gold and Silver Island dockyards. Gold and Silver Island, the port. Wu Heng stood at the port, looking at the 2 massive escort ships moored beside him. The modern world's escort ships were not the largest ships, but in this world, they were extravagantly majestic. They made all other warships pale in comparison. The first ship had already been given to Philippa for use. The ship's body was cleaned thoroughly, showing it was well cared for, but the special decorations made it look a bit odd. The ship's ropes were adorned with flags of various colors, and the sides of the ship hung with a row of different style shields. The waves caused the ship to sway, making the shields clink together. He waited at the port for a while. Philippa walked over flamboyantly, a parrot perching on her shoulder and a skeleton attendant following behind her, saying, "Looking for me?" Just after she spoke, her gaze caught the sight of another new escort ship and she exclaimed, "Holy smokes, there's another one?" Wu Heng said, "This one has more complete features. Now we have 2 escort ships." "Wow, that's so cool." Philippa cheered and ran towards it. Wu Hang hadn't finished speaking but followed her on to the second escort ship. Philippa looked around everywhere, and even though it wasn't much different from the first one, her eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, her gaze rested on the shipboard close defense guns. Machine cannons, quite handsome, Philippa remarked, patting the close defense gun. These are called close defense guns. They can target aerial objects, Wu Hang explained. Philippa pouted. Forget it, last time your anti-air was of no use. This time it will work. When there's an aerial unit, just directly command the skeletons, Wu Hang said. Seeing his serious tone, Philippa nodded. Well, we'll try it the next time we have aerial targets. It's rare to encounter them over the Emerald Sea. It's best if we don't encounter any. True. Philippa looked around the ship for a while longer, loving the vessel intensely. It was like a race car driver getting an incredible new car. Let's go, you can take it out on patrol when you get the chance, but let's head back for dinner first, Wu Hang said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and heading below. He also arranged for a large number of skeletons to guard the place. Although he wasn't worried it could be stolen, it was still better to be cautious. Leaving the port, they called a carriage and returned together to the island lord's mansion. After dinner, Wu Hang returned to the study. He glanced at the three ghosts busying themselves with their tasks and sat down beside them. He couldn't help but think about the herd of black pigs they had encountered that day. These mutated black pigs were clearly from a nearby pig farm. While Chi Hangkai and others were scavenging and inspecting, there were also many bodies of ordinary pigs within the pig farm, in even greater numbers. However, the transformation rate of mutated beasts was much higher than that of humans. It was nearly 50-50. This gave Wu Hang an idea. What if beasts or poultry could be used for mass transforming into mutated zombies? If I could produce them in bulk myself, level 1 corpse cores wouldn't be a problem anymore, nor would strengthening potions run out, Wu Hang thought. It might actually work. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed worth a try. He'd see which type of beast or magic beast was suitable later. He would take them to the zombie world for an experiment. As he mused, the sky gradually darkened. Wu Hang stood up and said, I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night. See you, Uncle. Zhao, spend some time learning characters instead of always watching cartoons. Got it, Uncle, Zhao agreed. After Wu Hang left, she stuck her tongue out at the door and said, Crunchy humans, they still need to sleep. Chapter 665, The Docked Ships Central District, Association. Early in the morning, a long queue had formed in front of the association. The attendees, carrying their backpacks and some holding breakfast bought from the roadside, nibbled as they waited in line. For ordinary professionals, without a teacher to guide them and relying only on their own exploration, it was very difficult to progress. Thus, these courses offered by the association became extremely important. I wonder if today's lecture will cover watches. I've disassembled over 20 of them and can't put them back together. If I delay any longer, the trade association will have my head. It'd be even better if they could talk about some principles and operational patterns, perhaps then I could draw up the blueprints. A few people chatted softly. A dwarf came closer and scoffed, You all are the mechanists from the trade association. The group glanced down at him briefly, saw his shabby clothes, and a bulging backpack, then deliberately ignored him and looked away. The dwarf said outright, What are you thinking? Never mind if the lecturer knows about watches or not, these are public lectures meant for newcomers and low-level mechanists. How could they possibly discuss something like watches? Opera house. With melodious music starting, the huge stage curtain slowly opened. Behind the curtain, the scene depicted a noisy tavern, where patrons chatted and drank, and a maid in a blue long dress busily moved between tables, serving filled drinks. Her voice was clear and ethereal, attracting everyone's attention amid the chaotic scene. Squeak. The sound effect of a door opening played. A figure in a black cloak appeared, scanned the surroundings, and walked to a corner of the scene to sit down slowly. The maid quickly approached. Sir, what can I get you? The man casually pulled out 2 silver coins and tossed them onto the maid's tray. I'll have a cocktail, and another drink for you, whatever you'd like. Thank you, sir. The maid smiled and quickly left to prepare. Audience area. It starts from the tavern, Minnie said softly. Roby added, it was previously just an introduction to Miss Penny, not something that could be acted out. Right, Minnie nodded. Annette then said, the lady playing the owner seems really serious with every line and motion. But she acts quite well, just seems a bit shorter than the owner. Minnie tilted her head to look. Wu Hang turned his head subtly, keep it down, it's not good if others hear. Oh, right. Association members, watching from their spots. Shi Yali watched the performance. Is the 5th princess playing Wu Hang? Yes, I had someone look into it, She has been rehearsing for the stage drama on the island and has been well behaved. Considering her young age, she's quite pitiful. Xyligui looked over at her. What we on Gold and Silver Island can do, is ensure her safety here on the island. We won't drag Gold and Silver Island into political strife because of her plight. I know. Shiali's gaze returned to the stage. I must say, she's performing quite well. How come she mimics Wu Heng so accurately? Let's not talk now, it's a crucial moment. The performance on stage continued relentlessly. And as the plot progressed, everyone stopped talking and watched the unfolding story attentively. A raging fire blazed fiercely. The actress playing Benny stood quietly at the front, dressed simply, her gaze resolute without a hint of fear. Looking at the black-robed followers of the evil cult, she revealed a mocking smile and said loudly, Wu Heng will come back to avenge me, to avenge the dead villagers. After speaking, without waiting for the cult followers to approach, she walked straight into the fire and was engulfed by the flames. A few sighs were heard from the audience area too. Even though the story was familiar, it still evoked regret at this point. Following that, the character playing Wu Heng appeared on stage, now wearing an even more magnificent mage robe, with tall and imposing attendants behind him. He found Benny's body and revived her. Then he took revenge on those from the evil cult, killing all the villains in the story. The story, being a short one, finished in just 30 minutes. The actors bowed in thanks, and the curtain fell. The performance ended. The maid who had initially approached Wu Heng to discuss adapting the story, hurried over from the stage. She bowed and said, Lord Island Master, ladies. Wu Heng nodded with a smile. The performance was very good, you all have a talent for this. Although not like those real bards, the fact that a group of tavern maids could perform to this extent was already commendable. The woman looked somewhat excited. Thank you, my lord. Minnie, Wu Heng spoke to someone beside him. Minnie pulled out several bard scrolls and handed them over. Lord Island Master has prepared these for you, hoping you will continue to work hard. The maid took them instinctively. Thank you, my lord. Wu Heng left with his people, while behind them arose cheers and sobs from the women. In the afternoon, at the Golden Sail Tavern, Bard Sabin finished reading the latest issue of the Great Detective story and gently sipped his tea. The adaptation of the Great Detective play had greatly enhanced their reputation on the island. Moreover, they had reached a partnership with the Opera House to perform the Great Detective play there every 3 days. This arrangement provided them, too, with a hefty income. Yet, on regular days, they would still read newspapers and chat with others in the tavern. Not only did the tavern provide him this job during his difficult times, it was also to maintain his popularity and keep up with the latest Great Detective stories for future adaptations. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow the Alliance has a class for mechanists, and those interested shouldn't forget to register. It's an opportunity Lord Island Master has secured for everyone. The audience nodded. I heard it's a requirement to join the Hongwen Alliance. I heard about that too. They even want the Island Master to hand over the elixir formula. That's too much. It's little different from robbery. Lord Island Master is such a good man. It's always that writer who cuts corners. Don't let me find out who he is. Indeed, better for him to keep hiding. Just then, someone walked into the tavern and whispered a few words to Sabin. Sabin nodded, and after the person left, he announced, here's some recent news to share with everyone. The crowd went silent, all eyes on him. Sabin continued, the play Blushing Maid Benny adapted by the maids has been approved by Lord Island Master and will be performed at the Opera House in a few days. I hope everyone will attend and support. They really succeeded. Previously, they asked me to perform as part of the evil cult. If only I had agreed. I wanted to perform, too. Returning to the island lord's mansion, Wu Heng entered his study and turned on the air conditioning. He glanced at Benny beside him. How do you like your story? Are you satisfied? The ghosts also watched the play, only that they were invisible and didn't show themselves. Moreover, today's story was adapted from Benny's experiences. The protagonist herself was floating nearby. Hearing Wu Heng's words, Benny said with a smile, it's all thanks to Lady Glinda's great storytelling, and I'm not really that great. I was terrified at the time. Any person would normally be scared, but you were very brave, said Wu Heng. Lady Glinda added, yes, braver than many higher-level professionals. Exactly, I also think Sister Benny is so brave, like a hero, Zhao chimed in. Thank you, everyone. Benny thanked them and then flew closer to Wu Heng. Thank you, Wu Heng, for taking me out of Blackstone Town. And thank you for trusting me so much. Zhao shivered, you two are so mushy. I can't stand to watch this either, said Glenda. Embarrassed, Benny drifted to one side. Thud, thud, thud. There was a knock at the door, and Minnie's voice came through. Master, Mrs. McIntosh has called and said she needs to speak with you. Wu Heng went downstairs and to the phone. He picked up the receiver. "Hello. Lord Island Master, this is Macintosh. There's important intelligence I need to report to you," said a deep woman's voice from the other end. "What is it?" Wu Heng asked. The voice on the other end said straight away, "We have intelligence that at the port location, a cargo ship delivers tons of food every day, enough for nearly 100 people. We suspect something might be off." Chapter 666, Leave the Human Head Behind. Start from the beginning, Wu Heng said, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Across from him, Macintosh replied, "After receiving suspicious information about this ship, we began to gather some intelligence. The vessel had been docked at the harbor for 4 days. Other than the first day it docked, when a large amount of cargo was unloaded, it has just been sitting there. But every day, many supplies have been brought on board, and after some investigation, we found out they were regular deliveries of food and fresh water. Based on just that, we can conclude there are still many people on the ship who did not disembark. They are unlikely to be tamed beasts or slaves, they wouldn't be fed so well. Many people are hiding inside, but their purpose is still unclear. So I decided to give you a call," he added. Macintosh spoke quickly, but his meaning was clear enough. The ship had been moored for 4 days, with food and fresh water delivered every day. Based on this alone, it was clear there was something amiss. Nearly 100 people with unknown intentions staying at the port certainly posed a problem. "Who was delivering the food to the ship?" Wu Heng asked. "Servants from an estate on the island. Their identity is still being confirmed, but they seem to be recent arrivals who purchased property on the island," answered Macintosh straightforwardly. Wu Heng fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What number is the ship moored at in the port? What are the ship's distinguishing features?" "Dock number 5, a large commercial cargo ship flying a flag with a red beak on a blue background," Macintosh responded. "I understand. Keep an eye on them from your side too, but don't alert them yet," instructed Wu Heng. "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng leaned against his desk, deep in thought. It was clear the people aboard did not understand the coastal situation well. They did not know that any common dock worker on the island could speculate that there were people hiding on the ship based on the amount of food being delivered. Of course, it's also possible that they thought the port was too chaotic or their stay too brief to be noticed by anyone. In any case, it was certain that nearly 100 people were hidden on board, and their purpose was still unclear. It might be related to some items that had recently been put up for sale on the island. Particularly the elixir, which represented something very important. Wu Heng quickly thought through these points, summarizing them. The newcomers were unfamiliar with coastal characteristics. There were over 100 people, highly disciplined, and they were confident about doing something on Gold and Silver Island. The only missing piece was the clarity of their purpose. "Master, is there some danger?" Minnie asked softly, standing beside him. Gathering his thoughts, Wu Heng replied, "It's not exactly danger, but a ship has stopped at the port. Macintosh suspects there are people hidden on it. He advised that Annette and Roby not go out today if there's no pressing need, just in case there might be danger." "All right, Master. We understand," Minnie said with a nod, smiling. Wu Heng said no more and went directly upstairs to return to his study. In the study, 3 ghosts were still busy with their own tasks. Wu Heng addressed Glenda, "There's something I need you to do." "What's it?" Glenda looked puzzled. "Macintosh just called. He reported a suspicious ship at the port. It's purchasing food and water enough for nearly 100 people daily, yet there's no sign of that many people appearing. He suspects someone is hidden inside," Wu Heng said as he sat down, summarizing what he had heard from Macintosh. Glenda asked, "Do you know which ship it is?" "The ship at dock number 5. It's a large cargo ship flying a flag with a red beak design. Find out the identity and purpose of those inside, and it's best if you're not detected," Wu Heng instructed. Glenda nodded. "Okay, I'll head there now." With that, he left through the wall. Little Zhao, who had been eavesdropping, flew over too. "I'll have a look as well." "Don't go," Wu Heng immediately stopped him. Why not?" "You and Bella check around the island lord's mansion instead, see if there's anyone suspicious," Wu Heng ordered. "Oh, okay." Zhao and Bella also flew out to begin checking around the island lord's mansion. After sitting and waiting in the room for a while, Zhao and Bella returned. "We didn't find anything," Zhao reported. Bella added, "I took a detour to Lady Shainara's residence too, but there was no danger there either." As they were speaking, Glenda also flew back. He reported directly, "Blood Clan, and their levels are not high. From the conversations they've had, it's clear their target is you. They are waiting for an opportunity." "Blood Clan?" Hearing this news wasn't exactly a surprise. Self had helped Lilith kill some members of the Blood Clan, their families seeking revenge was quite normal. Of course, in his own vision, he thought the retaliation from the Blood Clan would be more arrogant, openly coming to kill him. Now, it seemed, they were also cautious, planning to kill him in a more covert manner. What's the highest level among them? Wu Heng asked. Glenda shook her head. There are several level 15 members of the Blood Clan in the cabin, and I didn't see any higher level professionals, so it's very likely they are in a separate cabin. Those who dare to came to Gold and Silver Island to kill you will definitely have someone of level 18 or higher leading them. They really do value me. Rumors say you're level 15, but since you've killed so many of a higher level, they must know something's up. I suspect this time, there's more than one level 18 present, Glenda analyzed. That makes sense. Glenda continued asking, what do you plan to do? Since we know they are prepared, we can't just sit and wait to be killed. It would be best to draw them out and kill them directly. Neither wanted to attract attention during a killing, nor did they want to make a big scene. Both had similar thoughts. What's your plan? Wu Heng stood up, taking out his armor and putting it on as he spoke. Let's go, we're heading to the port. In the dimly lit cabin, a pale man with shoulder-length curly hair was reading a newspaper story. Quite an interesting fellow, Luke losing to him is not unjust. Thud thud. At that moment, the door was lightly knocked on. A figure swiftly dashed into the room. The man spoke displeasingly, what is it? Such rashness. The figure quickly said, Sir, the island master has appeared at the port. The man put down his newspaper, frowned, and looked directly at the other. To what end? He boarded a ship larger than a warship and left towards the east. He went out to sea? The man murmured to himself, then smiled. He dares to go out to sea at this time. Tell the captain to follow him directly. If they lose him, twist his head off. Yes, sir. Just as his subordinate was about to leave, the man continued, wait a moment. Sir, you said? Tell Radwin, we will kill the island master. Tonight, have him take men to assault the island lord's mansion, kill everyone. The wind picked up, whistling and ocean waves sounded in the ears. They had sailed some distance. Skeleton took off the human skin mask and returned it to Wu Heng. The one who had boarded the ship at the port under the guise of the human skin mask was Skeleton, precisely to avoid being directly attacked on the way onto the ship. That way, there would also be time to counterattack. Fortunately, the other side had made no move, which seemed to indicate they yet intended to avoid violence in crowded places. They had their own concerns. Philippa picked up the binoculars and looked towards the back, saying, they haven't followed, have they? These guys didn't lose us, did they? After finishing, she walked into the pilot house and said to Skeleton, slow down a bit, why are you rushing, are you eager for rebirth or something? What's with that tone? Wu Heng retorted. Philippa pouted, explaining quietly, no, I'm concerned that their junk ship is too slow and might lose us. Wu Heng looked at the radar on his watch, indeed not seeing any target catching up. When they left the port, they saw that ship following. Given their current cruising speed, it shouldn't have fallen behind. He pulled out the Jade Sea sand table for a look. Behind their ship, indeed a ship was rapidly approaching. They are following us, waiting for nightfall. The sky darkened, and the entire sea area seemed cloaked under a black curtain. A man from the Blood Clan, dressed in a black suit, stood hands behind back on deck, his blood-red eyes seeming to pierce through the night to discern the distant scene. Behind him, a large group of Blood Clan members emerged. Some were dragging several corpses drained of blood, and they tossed them over the railing into the sea where they vanished. Sir, we can see the other ship now, the lookout shouted from the mast. The man nodded, composedly saying, he's got some skills. Go all out, don't leave anyone alive on the ship, and also, don't damage his face. I want his skull to present to Mofati. Yes, sir, the crowd nodded. Increase speed. The ship moved at full speed, the target in the distance drawing nearer. A cold smile gradually appeared on the man's face, as if he could already see the well-respected island master on the island kneeling miserably before him. And he, by taking off his head, would earn the reward of the clan chief. And in the presence of Mofati, subtly mock their master and disciples' incompetence. Everything was just a matter of drawing a bit closer. Thud. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the distance. A burst of flame flashed momentarily on the opposing ship. Chapter 667, Minced Meat. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the side of the ship on the sea's surface, blowing up waves and splashing water several meters high. The ship rocked violently, tossing the Blood Clan members inside the cabin upside down, while those on deck spread their wings and flew up into the air. Hovering in the sky, they looked down in horror at the violently shaking vessel below and the strange galleon in the distance. What exactly had the enemy fired to cause such huge waves? Thud thud. Two more muffled noises followed. Boom. As everyone looked up, the ship below violently burst apart, the second explosion tearing through the hull. The sturdy and massive cargo ship was as fragile as loose sand bricks. Under their gaze, it disintegrated into dust. Debris scattered in all directions like bullets, and another group of Blood Clan members fell from the sky. When peace returned, looking down, the sea surface was a mess with the slowly sinking ship, strewn with broken wood and fragments. There were also the corpses of dead Blood Clan members and the wounded crying out in pain in the water. And in the sky, only a little over 20 combat-capable Blood Clan members remained. This was because those on the deck had reacted quickly, flying into the air in advance, otherwise, they might have all been wiped out in one fell swoop. "Sir, that ship is coming towards us," someone shouted. The distant ship was rapidly approaching. The leader of the Blood Clan, eyes filled with anger and killing intent, coldly stated, "Beware of that heavy artillery just now. Kill them from the air and avenge our companions." Yes. Everyone drew their weapons. Swiftly gaining altitude, they concealed themselves in the dark night before diving down towards the ship below. They rushed towards their target. "They're coming from the sky," Philippa ran back and warned. Wu Heng promptly directed, "Set close defense guns to automatic mode." Click-clack. Skeletons adjusted the switches. The ship-mounted close defense guns began rapidly rotating their barrels. Whir. A continuous roar erupted, and in a blink of an eye, a barrage exploded in the sky. The Blood Clan diving down were instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Tiny pieces of flesh and blood fell like raindrops from the sky, splattering into the sea around the ship. In just a few seconds, not a single Blood Clan member was left in sight. Philippa's eyes widened, and the parrot on her shoulder shivered. That was terrifying. To be blasted into minced meat, wasn't that a bit too extreme? Philippa turned to the parrot and said, "Don't fly, it's scary." For once, the parrot didn't talk back but nodded vehemently. "Deactivate the close defense guns, launch the speedboats, kill all the enemies," Wu Heng ordered next. The close defense guns shut down, their barrels slowly lowering. Within just those few seconds, a considerable number of shells had been fired. This was the most extravagant use since I can't produce them myself yet. Speedboats were mechanically launched from the side one by one into the sea. Skeletons piloted the speedboats and operated the mounted machine guns, beginning their gunfire on any Blood Clan members in the sea who were not yet dead. The dense hail of bullets whistled out, killing all the targets. Beneath the ship, the leading Blood Clan leader, left with only half his body, sank beneath the sea. As he saw bullet after bullet enter the water, his people were all being killed. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He didn't know what had just happened. He was only aware that in the blink of an eye, all his people had turned into chunks of meat. Had he not reacted quickly, releasing his blood mist ability, he too would have been killed. Bearing the pain, he took out a scroll and slowly tore it open. The teleportation array gradually took shape under his feet. "You think you can escape?" Suddenly, a ghost appeared in front of him and entered his body. In just a moment of confusion, the scroll in his hand was flung away. "Damn it! Damn Necromancer," the man growled, swimming toward the throne scroll. Then, splashing sounds came from above. Skeletons plunged into the sea like dumplings, swarming towards the man to kill him. In an instant, a melee erupted. Soon, a ghost emerged from beneath the sea, trying to flee into the distance. But just as he broke the surface of the sea, his body was frozen midair by Glinda's soul binding. Wu Heng boarded a speedboat and quickly approached. Fear and unwillingness filled the eyes of the Blood Clan ghost as he shouted, Wu Heng, let's talk. I apologize, please let me go this time." Wu Heng looked at him. "Don't rush, you'll have time to atone when we get back." "No, don't do this." Wu Heng took out the demon soul pot, directly captured the ghost, and tucked it into his space ring. "Clean up the battlefield, collect all the bones, and see if there is anything good in the sea," Wu Heng commanded again. The skeletons immediately sprang into action. They swam, collecting corpses and valuable items aboard the speedboat, transferring them to the ship. Philippa rested her chin on her hand and said to the parrot, "Imagine, if we had a ship like this when we were pirates, how awesome that would be, to attack whomever we wanted." The parrot hopped over from a distance and nodded in agreement. Gold and Silver Island. The street lamps were bright. Clad in armor, Xyligui led an association team swiftly through the streets. Some late-night drunkards, seeing the group's intense killing intent, sobered up instantly and carefully retreated back into the taverns. "Steward, what is happening?" a patrol guard cautiously inquired. Xyligui casually tossed the command from the island lord's mansion. "All patrol guards along the road, follow my command." "Yes, sir." The patrol guard immediately nodded and, with the skeletons, followed behind the team. Within a residence. The skeletons in the city are still on patrol. In the courtyard, a ranger monitored the movement of the outside skeletons through his tame beast. "Wait a bit longer, no rush," Radwan said, though he also began to feel uneasy. By this hour, the Blood Clan should have killed the target, Could something have gone wrong? He reviewed the numbers and strengths of both sides in his mind again, and no matter how he thought about it, the Blood Clan shouldn't have lost. Am I overthinking it? It's been so many years since I've done such a thing, and I'm genuinely worried. Bang. Suddenly, a heavy blow sounded at the gate. Radwin, as well as the attendants and mercenaries in the courtyard, were startled. They all drew their weapons, gazing intently at the gate. Bang. Another impact, and the gate swung open in response. Then, they saw a flood of skeletons pouring into the residence, followed by an armor-clad elf deacon with a long sword at his waist. Zai-Ligui. You. No, Steward, what is this? Radwin realized something was amiss and tried to conceal his involvement. Zai-Ligui drew her sword in an instant, white wings sprouting from her back as she transformed into a streak of light, reaching him in a blink. Her sword swept through, and his head fell to the ground. Clatter. The surrounding mercenaries were shocked and immediately drew their swords to confront the Draw Sword Rain Association. Zai-Ligui flicked the blood from her sword and coldly surveyed everyone, declaring, "Come back with us for interrogation. Those who resist will be killed on the spot, and those who flee will have a warrant posted for their arrest." At this, everyone stood still, at a loss. They glanced at the headless corpse on the ground. Then threw their weapons on the floor. By dawn, the ship returned. Wu Heng, accompanied by Philippa, headed straight to the association. In the study, Zai-Ligui was yawning in the chair. Seeing Wu Heng return, she let down her guard a bit. She asked, "Everything okay?" "All good. Has everything on Gold and Silver Island been handled?" Wu Heng inquired. "The man has been killed, and the remaining mercenaries and private attendants are being interrogated," Zai-Ligui said as she got to her feet. Wu Heng nodded. "Let's go to the autopsy room, we have a ghost that we can interrogate." Zai-Ligui rose and followed him out of the study. As they headed towards the autopsy room, she asked, "Who did we kill?" "Someone from the Blood Clan." "The Blood Clan again?" Chapter 668, Special Cargo arrived at the autopsy room. Two coroners immediately saluted. "Lord Island Master, Steward." Zai-Ligui asked, "How's the body from last night?" "The autopsy has been completed." As they spoke, an autopsy report was handed over. Zai-Ligui glanced at it and said to Wu Heng, "The Blood Clan infiltrator I killed last night was human, with no particularly distinctive features. His identity is still under investigation." Wu Heng nodded, then took out the body of the Blood Clan member. "This body should also be autopsied. It will be reported to the headquarters with detailed records." "Yes, my lord." The coroner nodded and placed the body, which was only half intact, onto an iron bed. They began the autopsy using various tools. After handing the body to the coroner, the two also stepped back to the doorway. "What exactly happened yesterday?" Zai-Ligui asked directly, arms crossed. By now, she knew that the Blood Clan wanted to kill Wu Heng, and that agents had been arranged within the city. But as for what actually happened, she was still somewhat confused. Wu Heng organized his thoughts and recounted yesterday's discovery of the suspicious ship and later luring the target out to Gold and Silver Island. He kept it brief, but made the storyline clear. "Why did you go out again?" "It's very dangerous." Zai-Ligui's tone held some reproach. "I had it under control, don't worry," Wu Heng said. Given the current situation, he had an advantage at sea with an escort ship. There was no need to worry about harming others. Several cannon volleys, coupled with close defense guns, made him nearly invincible. The losses from last night were actually caused by the use of close defense guns. Such weapons fired too rapidly, and his ammo was extremely scarce. Zai-Ligui glared at him. "Tell me in advance next time." "Got it," Wu Heng replied with a smile. Zai-Ligui leaned in and asked in a low voice, "Is it still because of the exile of the Blood Clan you killed last time?" Wu Heng mused, "It should be. We'll ask the body during the interrogation later. Blood Clan aren't commonly seen in the Emerald Sea. I don't know what's going on, why they've been appearing here so frequently lately," muttered Zai-Ligui. While they spoke, footsteps echoed from the corridor. Xiaoli, accompanied by two investigators, came over directly. "Lord Island Master, Steward," the investigators saluted. "Let's go. There's a ghost of a criminal that needs interrogating here, and you'll be taking notes," Wu Heng said. The investigators nodded and headed together toward an empty room deeper inside. Inside the empty room, Wu Heng was setting up an array while the others stood at the doorway. Interrogating ghosts wasn't a novelty, having been done during Emilo's time as a steward. Before long, the array was complete. Wu Heng took out the demon soul pot, and the image of a male Blood Clan ghost appeared, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. He attempted to flee in the opposite direction. Realizing he was trapped by the array and couldn't escape, he finally turned his gaze toward the people outside. His eyes settled on Zai-Ligui and he pleaded, You're the steward of Gold and Silver Island. I request to contact the Blood Clan and ask for protection. Zai Ligui glanced at his face and said, this matter will be reported to the association. Answer whatever I ask you. The Blood Clan's eyes shifted, but he didn't speak. Zai Ligui continued, your name? The Blood Clan hesitated, glanced at Wu Hang beside him, and replied, Kirby Badley. Indeed, he was a member of the Blood Clan's Badley family. Also from the same family, one Wu Hang had killed before. When Glinda had absorbed a Blood Clan soul before, she had even received some visions. Apparently, before Lilith became the Blood Clan leader, the Badley family had been in charge of the Blood Clan. Thus, this group harbored significant grievances against Lilith's rule. As the investigators made notes in the background, Zai Ligui continued to inquire, how many days have you been on Gold and Silver Island? Where have you been all this time? The Blood Clan's gaze wandered, and he stuttered, 4 days, 5 days now, always stayed on the ship. I've never been on the island, nor done any harm. Why did you attack the ship Wu Hang was on? No, I didn't attack. I was just passing by. The Blood Clan defended himself loudly. Wu Hang made a slight gesture, and whips formed from necromantic power lashed the ghost, causing its soul to dissipate and reform, accompanied by pitiful wails. I admit it, I meant to attack him, the Blood Clan shouted. The lashing stopped, as the investigator behind continued recording normally. After a brief pause, Zai Ligui pressed, why attack him? He previously killed our people. It's personal vengeance, the Blood Clan spoke, glancing at the recording investigator and hastily adding, also, Mofati from the association contacted me, provided me with some information about you, and persuaded me to kill you. Wu Hang looked up, and Zai Ligui's brow furrowed instantly. Mofati was Luan's master, the prince who openly challenged Wu Hang. Avenging his kin was previously speculated, but now it seemed even his teacher was plotting against him. After all this time, they were still seeking ways to set him up. Make a note of that, Zai Ligui instructed. The Blood Clan then shouted, the association will surely investigate this matter later, and I will testify for you. Zai Ligui glanced at Wu Hang, then turned back to the ghost and said, tell us everything about how Mofati approached you, this is your last chance to contribute. Alright, the Blood Clan proceeded to recount the matter. The crux was that Gold and Silver Island had a certain reputation with the association's headquarters, and Mofati had written him a letter. Chapter 668, Special Cargo. He hoped for the demise of Wu Hang and had provided detailed information about Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang, I was also enchanted to come here, to tell the truth, our grudge isn't that deep. I don't ask for my release, but provide a meeting to capture Mofati and the others as well, the Blood Clan member earnestly said, clinging to the edge of the array. It can't be that only my kin die, while they are fine. Wu Hang looked towards Zai Ligui, who said, I've asked everything I wanted, put him away for now. Involving Luan and his disciple, this ghost couldn't be killed just yet. Wu Hang activated his mana, and the soul of the Blood Clan member was slowly pulled into the demon soul pot. As he gradually vanished, he shouted, Wu Hang, give me a plan. If I die, those disciples will find others. Before his words ended, he had been taken into the demon soul pot. Let's go out together, Zai Ligui said. Wu Hang stored away the demon soul pot and walked outside with several others. Steward's office. Zai Ligui was organizing documents and said, do you think what he said about Mofati's matter is true? It should be true, otherwise, he wouldn't expose the other party at this moment, Wu Hang replied. Zai Ligui nodded, then I will write to the association, whether true or false, Mofati and his group at the association's headquarters can't be let off easily. Write it down, and I will also write a letter to Chief Lilith, explaining the situation here, he stated. Alright. Zai Ligui began writing the report. Shi Yali brought over writing paper and envelopes, and Wu Hang started to write a letter. After finishing, he handed the correspondence to Shi Yali to help mail it at the reception desk. The matter here had concluded. Wu Hang stood up, brewed himself a cup of tea, and sat back down on the sofa, curiously asking, are heroes that powerful? Zai Ligui looked up and inquired, why are you asking about heroes all of a sudden? Just curious, Wu Hang took a sip from his teacup, then continued, after coming to Gold and Silver Island, I've increasingly encountered level 18 professionals, but I've never seen a hero. Heroes are all at the association's headquarters, they wouldn't come here. All at the headquarters, huh? I'm not sure, but tales of heroes are disseminated through promotional materials. I've indeed never seen a hero appear outside. Zai Ligui smiled, we're both young, it's normal not to have seen one. Wu Hang nodded, what about hero advantages? Zai Ligui pondered for a moment, then uncertainly commented, the world's top powerhouses, possessing more resources, more rights? Everyone has to listen to them. No, I mean, just by reaching level 20, Are they that impressive? It seems like everyone holds heroes in high regard and treats that as the ultimate goal, Wu Heng said. That level 20 signified being among the world's top powerhouses was known to everyone. If heroes were merely individuals whose physical attributes had reached a higher level, or simply stronger professionals, then modern weapons would still be effective against them. If a machine cannon didn't work, then missiles, and if missiles failed, then larger tonnage missiles. Of course, heroes are the strongest people in this world, Zai Ligui declared. What makes them strong? Zhu Ligui's tone faltered, and hesitatingly she said, power, I guess. I don't know the specifics, I'll tell you when I become a hero. Wu Heng scratched his face. Can they achieve immortality? Is immortality that important? If you were a human race, you'd understand its importance once your bodily functions start to deteriorate after decades, he replied. Zai Ligui looked at him and remarked, heroes can die too, but they live much longer and have many ways to keep living. They can still die, so they are still humans. They haven't reached the transcendent level of the divine spirits. Wu Heng didn't continue to inquire about heroes. Zai Ligui seemed somewhat at a loss for answers and was showing signs of annoyance. He switched to another question, can other things become heroes? Like skeletons, ghosts, or can wild beasts reach level 20? That. Again, Zai Ligui halted, struggling to respond. Then, which races have produced heroes? Wu Heng changed the question once more. Zai Ligui organized her thoughts and said, put it this way, the main races you see around have heroes or have had heroes, while other intelligent races can be found in the Rare Species Protection Act. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, so that was the origin of the Protection Act. Heroes, much like nuclear weapons in the modern world, granted a certain level of discourse in the world to the nations that possessed them. Countries without them were gradually declining over time. How come the blood clan is also in the Protection Act? As I told you before, the race was already scarce, plus there was the condition that the blood clan couldn't indiscriminately develop blood servants, she elaborated. London City, Central District. A grand stone building stood tall, its giant columns supporting the towering dome, with a 4-meter-high front door and exceptionally large windows. 2 beastmen skeletons clad in iron swords guarded the entrance, emitting a solemn and respectful aura. Inside the building, within a spacious room, beastmen chiefs in various attire and representatives from different tribes already filled the sides of a long wooden table. They gathered here, looking at each other with cold eyes or whispering taunts. Still, they restrained themselves, earnestly sitting in their designated places. After a short wait, rhythmic footsteps were heard from outside. Lady Wenmancha, clad in leather armor, entered flanked by 2 skeletons. All the beastmen immediately rose to their feet. Lady Wenmancha. City Lord. Lord Wenmancha. Wenmancha revealed a smile. Please, have a seat, everyone. No need for formalities. Chapter 668, Special Cargo. The beastmen resumed their seats, simultaneously setting their gazes upon the skeleton to the left of Wenmancha. Clad in a purple long dress, wearing a lady's hat. If not for the terrifying skeleton appearance, one might think she was a noble young lady set to attend a ball. A new skeleton? I remember the previous skeleton was a 2-handed sword wielder. Why this attire? Can it fight? The beastmen wondered to themselves. Wenmancha looked around and then directly said, the Ikar shaman hasn't come, but we still need to proceed with the matter. Yes, we came to listen to you, a beastman spoke up. Wenmancha nodded, then added, I won't say much more, here is the alliance treaty. As long as everyone signs it, from here on London City and the 6 tribes present will affirm their alliance, prohibiting all forms of conflict, maintaining the safety of the allied members, cooperating and uniting with each other, and striving to progress together. This matter had been under discussion since Wu Heng had left. Today, all concerned parties were finally gathered together. One beastman frowned at the treaty and after signing his name awkwardly, he proactively said, Lady Wenmancha, rest assured, if someone foolish attacks London City, our tribe will tear them apart. Wenmancha replied with a smile, thank you, the London City troops will also maintain the security of our allied members. The beastman chuckled and said, by the way, can we get some houses built for our tribe first? We can exchange them for minerals. It's not that simple, we need to arrange for someone to inspect your area first, you wouldn't understand, just listen to me, Wenmancha stated. Yes, we'll listen to you. The other beastmen also proceeded to sign their names. One by one, the treaties were handed back. Wenmancha glanced at them and signed her own name as well. London City and the 6 beastmen tribes officially forged an alliance. All right, the alliance is established, lunch has been prepared outside, let's eat before you leave. I'm already hungry, you've thought of everything, one responded. Lady Wenmancha, we have some young fellows, can we send them to the city to join the patrol guard? Another asked. In the afternoon, on Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng came out of his bedroom, yawning. He had rested for about 2 hours before leaving his bedroom. Given his current constitution, even if he didn't sleep for days, he wouldn't face much trouble. But ultimately, being in a human form, the mental exhaustion would affect his state. Like Zai Ligui said, heroes are not immortal. He still needed to take care of his body. Even when his time came to turn into a corpse ghost, a better physical state would appear more imposing. Wu Heng descended the stairs, and many greeted him, saying, "Master, please wait, I'll have the chef prepare lunch." "Good," Wu Heng nodded with a smile, and took a seat. Soon, lunch was ready. Wu Heng sat at the dining table, pondering while eating his lunch. After lunch, he greeted the maids, donned the train captain's hat, and directly boarded the train. In Lopez City, Snake Badge Consortium. Wu Heng sat in the VIP room waiting, and the door was gently knocked on and swung open. Riti Li, the local head, walked in briskly wearing a red long dress. With a smile, she said, "Good afternoon, guest." "Good afternoon. Any news about my order?" Wu Heng asked directly. Riti Li replied softly, "There is news, but it's somewhat different from usual. I hope you're prepared." Wu Heng raised an eyebrow, curious towards her statement. His orders were always for corpses. What could be different about such things? "No problem, bring them in for me to see," Wu Heng said immediately. Riti Li gestured towards the door. The door opened, and 4 coffins were carried in. Following the coffins, there came an old human man on the verge of death. Chapter 669, Your New Maid? The elderly man followed the coffin and walked directly in. He held a wooden cane in his hand, his figure hunched, and his steps were difficult. Wu Heng watched the man, guessing his identity and the purpose of his entrance. Although the consortium dealt with all sorts of business, it wouldn't casually bring outsiders into matters involving corpses and skeletons. And for Wu Heng, coming from afar to buy corpses was to avoid such troubles. Such matters could not be handled openly, especially bringing in a stranger. Wu Heng needed a reasonable explanation. Riti Li noticed Wu Heng's gaze, first gave a smile, and then softly explained, "Mr. Costas Alvarez, a level 17 mechanist from the Celt Kingdom who will break through to level 18 in a few years. Coincidentally, you needed talent in this area." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and took another look at him. His orders always listed corpses, but never talent. Moreover, talent was unpredictable, nowhere near as safe as skeletons. The old man's somewhat murky eyes looked over, trying hard to perform the nobility's courtesy. "Costas Alvarez, at your service, mage sir. Please excuse my bold intrusion, but as you see, I don't have much time left. I can feel my body reaching its limits, possibly within these few days." "Hello," Wu Heng nodded, then asked, "How is this related to my order?" The old man said directly, "Mage sir, I am willing to offer all my wealth if you can help me survive." Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, just as he had guessed. He was planning to ask Wu Heng to prolong his life. A level 17 mechanist was even rarer than a combat professional of the same level. He must also hold some power, or Riti Li wouldn't personally arrange this meeting. Wu Heng said blandly, "Under the restrictive laws of the association and various countries, forcibly prolonging life in a special manner is illegal, regardless of whether I have the capability. To keep oneself alive, one must pay a corresponding price. For example, the Blood Clan's Blood Cup requires killing to obtain blood and continued consumption for a period before one becomes a pale blood. In essence, if you wish to survive, you effectively need more people to die. Once found out, organizations would be deemed an evil cult, individuals would have warrants posted." The elder continued, "Mage sir, according to the association's laws, undead creatures transformed by the Necromancer, under legitimate reasons and supervision, also possess a legitimate status. This was based on the Necromancy Affiliate Law. Meaning, a Necromancer with a legal identity, his attendant ghosts and skeletons, would also possess legal identities. They would not be regarded as necromancy beings." The person had researched deeply, even considering this aspect. Wu Heng then asked, "What would I get in return?" "I don't lack money." Wu Heng did have several methods to prolong life. Such as transforming into a ghost, the corpse ghost sacrificial ritual, and the sacrificial staff which could possess another person's body. But he couldn't just introduce someone and help him. Otherwise, with so many beings in the world, could he help everyone to survive? The elder then said, "The greatest value is myself. I am a level 17 mechanist. I will pledge loyalty to you, and undertake relevant work." Riti Li also chimed in. Mr. Costas was the vice president in the Celt Kingdom's Mechanist Research Institute, possessing high skills and organizational ability. "It's because you needed such talents that I introduced him to you." Vice president? Wu Heng indeed needed high-ranking professionals, particularly mechanists and alchemists. But he had his concerns. Bringing a living person in, could it bring trouble? Regardless of this matter, Gold and Silver Island would continue its planned development. Handling this matter might lead to some changes. You hold such a position, isn't there any way internally to prolong your life? The other replied, I am too old, and no longer have the time to seek other methods. Any enemies? None, you need not worry about that. Wu Hang then asked, in which way do you plan to continue living? The old man gripped his wooden cane and said, I have prepared the materials for a corpse ghost, but if you have better suggestions, please share them. Wu Hang looked at him thoughtfully. He nodded in agreement. I can agree to help you, but your future will not be as free. You'll work for me. As long as you let me continue work as a mechanist, that is good. I don't have many interests in life. Alright, I agree, Wu Hang stated calmly. A smile spread across the old man's face, then I will wait outside for you. Good, Wu Hang nodded. The old man bowed once again and then exited the room. The room was once again left with the two of them. Ritili sidled up to him pleasingly and said, You've always emphasized wanting a high-level mechanist, and when we received news that he wanted to survive, we brought him to you to see. Wu Hang understood her intentions. Level 17 was hard to come across, and if Wu Hang didn't agree, the other party might seek other necromancers or cooperate with some cults. They might not even obtain the body. Thus, considering the mutual benefits, they had arranged this meeting today. Worry about details and avoid bringing us unnecessary trouble, Wu Hang still reminded. Ritili cooed softly. I understand, next time there's such an issue, I'll kill and bring them to you. Introduce the body in the coffin. Wu Hang's gaze fell on the coffin beside them. Ritili said, there are 4 bodies in total, 2 alchemists, respectively level 15 and level 10, and 2 blacksmiths, each around level 10. The alchemists were fairly valuable, and the main current demand for the blacksmiths was to produce solid iron bullets for the flying dragon bomb. And for the repair of the skeleton army's weapons. The number of the skeleton army was too great, so the personnel needed for repairs were not a small number. So they were considered somewhat useful. Let's settle the payment. Wu Hang said. Ritili calculated the payment due while Wu Hang took out the corresponding gold coins. He also took out the first volume of Great Detective, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards her. Didn't you say last time you wanted this novel? A friend of mine went to Gold and Silver Island and brought back a copy for you. Ritili picked it up and looked at it. When she opened the first page and saw the signature inside, her eyes instantly brightened, and she smiled like a crescent moon. The book even had the Island Master's signature. Some things were considered precious precisely because they were hard to obtain. An autographed copy by the Island Master himself. Your friend really has some ability, Ritili looked at him and praised. Then, she leaned forward again and gently looped her arm through his. I heard there are also pins and watches for sale on the island. Next time, could your friend bring one of each to me? I really admire that Island Master. You shouldn't be too greedy. Not at all, I'm paying, not getting them for free. If I get the chance, I can't guarantee if he can manage to get them. Ritili laughed and said, if you wanted to give them to me, how could you not manage to get them? Without saying much else, Wu Hang stood up and collected the several coffins into his space ring. Then he said, I'll be leaving first, continue collecting the bones for me. Of course, a guest, Ritili nodded. She exited the room. The old man from before came out of another room, bowed, and followed behind, both leaving the consortium's building. Wu Hang hailed a carriage and left the city, heading to a deserted wasteland. He casually activated the mansion skill and said, this is the space I've opened up, you can live here normally. Go inside first, and I'll bring you out when I get back to where I'm staying. Yes, Master Mage, the old mechanist nodded and walked straight in. Wu Hang then gestured, and within the mansion skill appeared tables, chairs, and refreshments. Don't mess with the other components. Yes. The mansion skill closed, the stone door and cracks disappeared. Wu Hang summoned a phantom train and returned to Gold and Silver Island. At the island lord's mansion. When Wu Hang returned, it was already nearing dusk. 3 maids came out to greet him. Master. Everything alright at home? Wu Hang asked with a smile. All is well. Sister Shainala came by earlier, but when she found you weren't here, she went back, Minnie said as she walked beside him, helping him out of his coat. Call her over for dinner later, see if she wants to join us? Will do, the maids nodded. Wu Hang then said, let me introduce a new member. All 3 frowned. Roby couldn't help but ask, Master, do you have a new maid again? Chapter 670, Grasp it. No, you'll find out in a moment, Wu Hang said, casually opening the mansion skill again. The old mechanist, leaning on his wooden cane, slowly walked out. The brows of the 3 maids furrowed in unison as they glanced at the old man, then back at Wu Hang. With his condition, could he still work? After the old mechanist came out, his slightly clouded eyes sized up Wu Heng, as well as the three maids standing beside him. He bowed respectfully, "Island Lord Wu Heng." And turning to Minnie and the other two, he bowed as well, "A pleasure to meet the young ladies." The three maids returned the gesture. In the Snake Badge Consortium, everyone knew Wu Heng's appearance was a disguise. Now, the traits he exhibited were those of the Island Master of Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng introduced them. "These three are my maids, in charge of the entire operation of the Island Lord's mansion. You can find them if I'm not around." Then, introducing the old mechanist, "This mechanist will be joining us, counting as one of us from now on." After getting acquainted with each other, Wu Heng continued, "Prepare dinner, we'll talk after eating." "Yes." Minnie headed to the kitchen, while Roby went out to call Shainala. Soon, when dinner was ready, everyone sat down together at the dining table to eat. After dinner, a storage room in the courtyard. It was already dim outside, but the inside of the warehouse was still brightly lit. The old mechanist was resting in a chair. Wu Heng asked, "Anything else you want to eat or drink?" "Nothing more, my lord, the dinner was very hearty," the old mechanist said with a smile. Wu Heng continued, "Before we start, I need to sign a slavery contract with you, to protect you and to protect me. You've thought things through, I have no objections." Wu Heng took out a slavery contract, and the old mechanist pricked his collapsed fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood that dropped onto the scroll. A ball of energy flew out of the scroll and burrowed into the old mechanist's forehead. Immediately after, the old mechanist's eyes rolled back as he lurched backward. The nearby skeleton attendant swiftly caught his outstretched arm and laid him flat on the ground. Wu Heng was also startled. He checked the situation. The breath was faint, and this body was indeed in a worn-out state. He fed him a spirit potion and a healing potion. The person slowly came to his senses. "Let's not delay any longer, transform into a corpse ghost tonight," Wu Heng said directly. With his body in this condition, it wasn't certain when he would go. Although Wu Heng also knew the revival technique, it would be best to perform it in the original state. Agreed. Wu Heng began to prepare the ceremony, drawing various array patterns on the ground. The old mechanist brought out all the necessary materials he had prepared and arranged them in their proper places within the formation. Wu Heng also had a set of corpse ghost materials in his possession. Previously prepared by the steward of Blackstone Town for himself, they were unused and had been kept in a space ring ever since. "Go ahead and stand in the middle," Wu Heng instructed. The old mechanist took a deep breath, straightened his back, making his body look more upright. Then, Wu Heng unleashed necromantic power, beginning to activate the array. The array patterns gradually lit up, various ceremonial materials turned into a torrent of energy, swirling and winding around the aged body. "Ah!" A painful groan echoed from the array. Flesh began to contract and wither as if drained of moisture and nutrients. Under Wu Heng's watch, a shriveled body gradually took shape. Whoosh! The array suddenly dispersed, and the energy disappeared. After a few seconds of stillness, the shriveled body coiled in the middle of the array slowly unfolded. Then stood up, and walked out. "My lord, it seems to be a success." "It is successful. This body will still need the nourishment of necromantic power, and I will find a way for you," Wu Heng said. "Thank you, my lord. Stay here for tonight, I'll have someone find you a place tomorrow, and from now on, all the mechanists here will be under your charge." "Very well, thank you for your trust." The old mechanist took out a new set of clothes and a hooded cloak from his space ring and put them on. He tossed his previous cane aside and followed Wu Heng out of the warehouse. They walked up to the upper floor together. Night fell. Wu Heng washed up simply and then returned to his bedroom. Shainala sat in front of the dresser, looking at the mirror, and glanced behind her. "Finished the transformation?" "It's done." His body was too weak, couldn't delay any further, Wu Heng said as he sat down beside the bed. Shainala yawned and burrowed into the covers. "Tomorrow, I plan to showcase the bicycle at the exhibition to keep the events buzz. Can you mass-produce it on your end?" Shainala had mentioned the need for new products at the exhibition before. But, since he had been to London City, the matter had been put on hold. Secondly, he was also somewhat unsure about what kind of product to release next, as the pins and watches had generated perhaps too much excitement. "I should be able to mass-produce. I'll think about it when the time comes," Wu Heng said. Shainala nodded. "That's good, just a little promotion, and the effect should be pretty decent." "You're the boss," Wu Heng said with a smile. The night grew deeper. The two of them embraced and fell into slumber. At the exhibition, the news of the new exhibit spread, and people flocked to the exhibition area in groups. Be it the pens, watches, or the 5 bottles of strengthening potion sold, all had delivered a huge shock to everyone. It was the emergence of the Gold and Silver Island products that had overnight replaced the quill. Watches, on the other hand, changed people's timing habits, no longer guesstimating about the time but beginning to grasp it precisely. This time, it was unknown what kind of revolutionary product it would be. Man, Gold and Silver Island sure is magical, producing one thing after another. The crowd squeezed into the first-floor hall. The central display area was already packed with people. On the large screen hanging above, a new film was being played. A handsome elf man, riding a two-wheeled vehicle, a beautiful elf girl sitting in the rear seat. Her long hair blowing in the wind, a happy smile on her face. A bicycle, what a strange name. How do those two wheels stay balanced? It's quite odd. Probably only those with high agility can use it, other professions might fall over. It looks so romantic, really suits the elf race. The onlookers chattered amongst themselves. Curious about this new product, they also wondered how the wheels managed to stay side by side. Was there a requirement for profession? On the other side of the exhibit, a row of mechanists took papers and pens, making sketches based on the promotional film and a sample on the counter. Unlike the pins and watches, this exhibit looked a lot simpler in mechanism, with a frame holding up two wheels. It seemed like it could be replicated. Last time, disassembling the watch had cost various trading houses a lot of money, only to find out in the end that it couldn't be replicated at all. If this time it could be prevented from coming out, maybe they could recuperate some losses. As for copying the Island Lord's mansion products, hey! Business is cruel, it is all about speed and skill. Throughout the area, the sound of sketching filled the air. Elsewhere, Wu Heng, with a newly joined old mechanist, arrived outside the Island Lord's mansion at a 4-story building not far away. After taking a look inside the building, he said, "This place will serve as your office from now on. Those skeleton mechanists will also obey your commands." "Thank you, my lord," the old mechanist bowed. With a casual wave, Wu Heng made boxes of blueprints appear. "Here are some blueprints, take a look." The old mechanist picked up a blueprint and upon first glance, his eyes instantly narrowed in concentration. Such orderly machinery, so special. He had heard that Gold and Silver Island possessed a set of mechanical technology not found elsewhere. Especially relying on these devices, all the pirates in the Emerald Sea were cleared out. It had even been posted in the newspapers of Gold and Silver Island. Now it seemed that these things really existed. And if he could master this technology, could he possibly rise directly to level 18? Reaching a new height. Wu Heng watched as the other party stared at the blueprints. He said, "I need you to master this and apply it to ships." Chapter 671, The Secret Speaker of Death. Wu Heng glanced at the elderly mechanist, who was earnestly examining the blueprints. He said, "Keep these blueprints here, and make sure they don't get out. If there's any danger, burn them immediately, rather than let them fall into someone else's hands." The mechanist nodded solemnly, putting them all into his space ring. "I understand, my lord." Wu Heng continued, "If this place is still suitable, let the skeletons clean up first. This will be your workspace from now on. Let me know if you need anything, and the rest of the skeleton mechanists will also be under your management. This place is quite good, we have enough space for office work for now. For the research and development of large machinery, we might need some more space," said the old mechanist. "I will arrange that for you when the time comes." Wu Heng nodded. Then, he had a large group of skeletons come in to clean the room, and Wu Heng took the elderly mechanist to the courtyard. He mentioned offhandedly, "The blueprints I gave you are all for various devices and machines. Familiarize yourself with them as soon as possible, especially one called power plant. All the electricity for the devices on Gold and Silver Island comes from the power plant. Start with familiarizing yourself with that blueprint." The terms like power plant and electricity were somewhat unfamiliar, but their meaning was understood. Devices for refrigeration at the Island Lord's mansion, streetlights for night illumination, all were powered by the energy supplied by the power plant. "All right, I will keep that in mind." Wu Heng then said, "First understand it, and later, there are some of my plans, roughly about combining magic buildings with machinery to develop a device that can run continuously on energy, to be later installed on ships or vehicles." The old mechanist furrowed his brow and pondered. "I'll take a look at the power plant you mentioned, and then I'll report back to you." "Good." The two stood in the courtyard for a while, talking as the inside of the building was cleaned. Then, the skeleton mechanists from the Island Lord's mansion started to move various equipment and instruments inside. Wu Heng then brought in more skeletons to guard the place. Being right next to the Island Lord's mansion, there shouldn't be any safety problems. Returning to his residence, Minnie asked with a smile, "Master, is Mr. Costas settled in properly yet?" "I've arranged for him in the building next door. If there's a machine that needs fixing, go there and have the skeletons take care of it." Wu Heng indicated the direction on one side. "All right, I'll have the skeletons clear out the mechanist's previous room, Minnie said. Wu Hang nodded. The maids directed the skeletons upstairs to clean. Wu Hang sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun for a while. 3 ghosts also flew back from outside. Uncle, the bicycle doesn't seem to be generating much buzz. There was nobody fighting over it at the scene. Bella said, there's still interest. I saw quite a few people drawing it there. Glenda added, it's not surprising they want to replicate it. It was even more exaggerated when it was about watches. A crowd watched it every day. Wu Hang had sent the 3 ghosts out while he arranged a workplace for the mechanist. Now, it seems the reception of the bicycle was indeed not bad. As for replication, merely drawing wouldn't be easy, they'd at least have to wait for the product to be sold. Also, manufacturing aspects like the tires could be challenging for the people of this world. No matter, don't mind them. Wu Hang stood up. You 3 come back inside, let's go to Zombie World and level up Glenda. The 3 ghosts nodded and dove into his body. Wu Hang went back inside his residence, entrusted the cleaning to the maids, and directly entered his study. He opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. Zombie World. Stepping out of the dormitory, Wu Hang looked around the entire base. It felt quieter today, not as lively as usual. Following the side path, he headed towards the open wilds outside the base. With a wave of his hand, 4 coffins and a pile of corpses wrapped in mats appeared into view. The 4 coffins had bodies bought from the Snake Badge Consortium, the ones in the mats were Blood Clan members killed at sea. The main gun and close defense cannons had turned some of the Blood Clan into a pulp, and they had fallen into the sea and were lost. But many bodies remained and satisfied the conditions for transformation. The only pity was that the body of the 18-level Blood Clan member had also been hit by the close defense cannons, leaving only half a torso. They would have to be returned to the council later, in accordance with the Protection Act. Otherwise, they could have gained another 18-level skeleton. Battleground of Remains was cast, and the flesh of all the corpses in front began to fall away. Skeleton after skeleton stood up from the ground. A rough count revealed that the newly transformed Blood Clan skeletons numbered around 30. The quantity was not bad. Speaking of which, Zai Ligui had always mentioned that the Blood Clan's population was not large, yet hundreds had been killed before and after in this war. At this rate of death delivery, they didn't seem to be a scarce people. Follow me. Wu Hang ordered and walked toward the base. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Blood Clan skeletons flew into the sky, circling above to follow. After returning to the base, Wu Hang pointed towards where the troops were stationed. Go there and stand by. Don't fly around for no reason. You 4, stay in the first floor room and wait for orders. I'll take you out tonight. The Blood Clan skeletons proceeded to their appointed place, and the 4 life profession skeletons entered a room on the first floor. They too entered a standby state. Seeing all the skeletons leave, Wu Hang picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Chi-Hang-K, I'm downstairs at the dorms. Come down for a bit. Silence fell briefly over the walkie-talkie. Chapter 671, The Secret Speaker of Death. Zhao Yanqiu's voice then rang out. Leader, Vice Leader Chi isn't at the base, he's gone out. Gone out? What for? Wu Hang asked. Zhao Yanqiu replied, I heard there was some problem with the expansion team, and Vice Leader Chi left early this morning to lead a team to deal with it. Problem? Normally, Chi-Hang-Kai was responsible for back-end base management and didn't need to go out to handle such matters. Even if he did go, it wouldn't be much help to the skeleton expeditionary team. Come over here. Okay. Soon, Zhao Yanqiu ran down from an office building on the side. It seemed the effect of the professional scroll had improved her complexion quite a bit, and she even carried a certain air of quality. She looked even more beautiful than before. Seeing Wu Hang, her gaze shifted slightly, but she still saluted. Leader. What is Chi-Hang-Kai doing out there? Do you know the details? Wu Hang asked directly. Zhao Yanqiu lowered her head and said, before he left, he did mention something to me. He said that a group of survivors had appeared in the area we cleared of zombies and had cordoned it off as their own territory. They're even deliberately obstructing our convoys from passing through. He went out to negotiate about this matter. You mean to say that a group of survivors has established a base in the location we cleared of zombies, right? Yes. The main issue is they've set up checkpoints, and our transport has been blocked, Zhao Yanqiu emphasized. Wu Hang was somewhat speechless. Such a scenario had actually happened. The transport team was made up of survivors. If it were the skeleton army, they'd dare to intercept, and the news wouldn't have reached this side before they were wiped out. He stood in place, pondering for a moment. His plan for the day was to clear zombies too, to provide upgrades for Glenda. It was a good chance to go take a look at the situation. Prepare a truck, I'll go and check it out, Wu Hang said. Zhao Yanqiu nodded. Okay, I will prepare it right away. Before long, a modified van drove up. Wu Heng summoned a portion of the skeleton army where the military was stationed. Then he sat in the passenger seat of the vehicle. "Leader," the driver greeted. "Let's go to where Chi Hankai is." The vehicle started, taking a large contingent of skeletons, and directly left the base. Stone Beam Bridge. In the middle of the bridge, cluttered with derelict cars on both sides, Chi Hankai and another middle-aged man sat in 2 chairs. Each had several subordinates standing behind them. The middle-aged man, dressed in a camo uniform, glanced at Chi Hankai and said, "Those from big bases really are different, even their complexion is better." On Chi Hankai's side, Sing, who accompanied her, translated softly. Chi Hankai spoke directly, "Tell him to cut the crap. This area was cleared by us. Tell them to evacuate and save us potential casualties." After hearing this, Sing immediately relayed the message in Korean. The man on the other side's eyes sharpened, then he chuckled, "This is our country, why does it become your territory just because you cleared it? And I haven't seen you occupying it. We have hundreds of survivors in our base, their saviors weren't your country or you, but us," Chi Hankai retorted with a cold laugh, then continued, "Considering the hardships survivors face just to live, I'll give you 1 night. If you haven't left by morning, then there will be no need for you to leave." Having said that, Chi Hankai stood up and left. Sing quickly translated again, sneered at the men, and then followed after Chi Hankai. The middle-aged man's smile faded, and he frowned, watching their retreating figures, shouting, "Give us 2 trucks of food, or your convoys won't get through here." Chi Hankai and her group did not respond and simply walked further away. The middle-aged man cursed and also stood to return. At dusk, inside a building. Around a dimly lit round table, several people sat. "They have skeletons with them. If it comes to a real fight, we won't last long. They must be the ones who took over Shanfu Port. It seems they have firearms too. Seriously, only because we are all survivors are we holding back, otherwise, we couldn't stop them." The greedy middle-aged man from the day snuffed out his cigarette butt in his mouth. He stated flat out, "They want us to leave without giving food, we'll starve if we go out, 2 trucks of food are the bare minimum, I'm doing it for everyone's survival." No one spoke, but it was indeed the case. This area had been cleared of zombies, and they could live decently off the scavenged materials. If they were driven away, food would become an issue all over again. Someone sighed, "We shouldn't have stopped their convoy. If we kept to ourselves, they might not have even found us." Who knew it was them? As they talked, hurried footsteps came from outside. Then the door was slammed open, and a figure rushed in. "Their reinforcements have arrived, are they going to kill us?" As the voice dropped, everyone in the room abruptly stood up. "What reinforcements? How many?" "Lots, an endless sight, and there are some flying ones too." The messenger wiped his sweat. "We're done for." "Endless sight? What do you mean?" "Go see for yourself, we're really done for, truly done for." The crowd quickly left the room and looked towards the opposite side of the bridge. There, the straight road was filled with an endless sea of skeletons, and the sky was covered with flying ones. "Shit, we're really finished." On Chi Hankai's side, Wu Heng stepped down from the truck, and Chi Hankai also came over to meet him with her people. "How did the talk go?" Chi Hankai shook her head. "It's hard to say, they're difficult to speak with. I gave them 1 night, if they don't evacuate by morning, I'll have the skeletons attack." "What makes them difficult to talk to?" Chapter 671, Death of the Secret Speaker. "Denying this is our occupied territory, and demanding a truckload of food, otherwise they won't let our convoy pass," Chi Hankai said sternly. Wu Heng was first taken aback, then chuckled. "It's been a while since I've seen someone like this, how are they still around?" The others also showed smiles. These types of people, who just want something and seem almost ready to snatch it, had not been seen for a while. Unexpectedly, in this area swept by the skeleton army, they still encountered such people. "Wait until tomorrow morning?" Chi Hankai asked. "No need." Wu Heng shook his head and then said to the big head skull behind him, "Move the army forward, annihilate anyone who dares to attack." The skeleton army surged into action like boiling water. The army rushed towards the other side of the bridge. The Blood Clan skeletons also circled above the buildings. Soon, the army had surrounded the opposing building by several layers. No sounds of counterattacks or battles arose. Wu Heng, along with Chi Hankai and others, walked over. Across from them, a door opened. A middle-aged man in camouflage, seeing the approaching group, his pupils constricted. He quickly stepped forward and fell to his knees with a thud. "Vice Leader Chi, we are willing to leave. Please don't take us too seriously." Behind him, the rest of his men also fell to their knees. They pleaded loudly. Chi Hankai looked towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng bluntly said, "Disperse all the personnel, take them back to the base, and directly kill anyone who resists." Sing was translating. Chi Hankai then waved to the people behind him, ordering, "Tie them all up, bring them back and we'll assign them work." Their own personnel quickly came forward, took out ropes, and tied the people up tightly. They were all escorted out of the building. Their original supplies were also counted and taken away. After all the people were taken away, Chi Hankai continued to ask, "What are the plans next?" "Tonight, I'm taking the skeletons to clear out the zombies, to find a place that hasn't been swept through yet." "Clearing at night?" "Yes, prepare the vehicles." Chi Hankai didn't ask more and immediately distributed the tasks. Some would follow Wu Heng to clear the zombies, while others would escort the recently apprehended people back to the base. Otherworld, Gold and Silver Island. A dim and damp alleyway, faintly reeking of blood. The patrol guard blocked the entrances to the alley, still drawing a lot of onlookers standing outside. At this moment, the patrol guard cleared the way. Zai Ligui, accompanied by a squad, walked in. She glanced at the body on the ground and asked someone next to her, "What have you found out?" The dwarf deputy deacon stepped forward, his voice low. "Male, over 30, stabbed in the heart and throat. We haven't identified him yet." Zai Ligui raised an eyebrow, curious. If it were just this kind of case, a simple investigation would suffice, no need for a steward like her to step in. The dwarf looked both ways, shielding outside views with his body, then continued, "We found this emblem in his mouth. He hid the emblem there, likely fearing the killer would discover it." Zai Ligui's gaze fell on the sigil in the dwarf's palm, her eyes narrowing slightly. The association, the sigil of the secret speaker. This body belonged to a member of the association, a secret speaker, or possibly someone's spy. Is there anything else on him? Nothing left, only this sigil. That is, he was killed because of his status as a secret speaker. Or perhaps, he had some message he was trying to deliver to the association. Chapter 672, Heroic Spirit. Are there any witnesses nearby? Zai Ligui continued to ask. No results yet, we're still investigating, but haven't found any witnesses, the dwarf deputy deacon answered. Zai Ligui squatted down, checking the body. Just as the dwarf had described, the fatal wounds were on the chest and throat. And the scar on the throat looked more like an attempt to decapitate. The wound was much deeper than a typical throat cutting. He pried open the dead man's mouth and looked inside. The tongue was still there. The emblem had been in the mouth all along and was undamaged, which made sense. He got up, "Go find a mat and wrap up the body." An adjacent member immediately took out the mat. They rolled up the body. Zai Ligui collected both the body and the emblem into the space ring. These had to be preserved well to prevent the killer from acting hastily and just waiting in the crowd for a chance. Destroying the body later would be troublesome. You continue the investigation, give extra care as this involves a secret speaker from the association, inquire with the shops on both sides. It looks like there was a fight, and no one heard anything? Zai Ligui stood in place speaking. The dwarf deputy deacon nodded. "We have arranged for people to speak with the shops. I'll report back to you with the results." "I'll leave this to you," Zai Ligui said, and walked out of the alley. He called for a carriage and slowly left. The carriage stopped outside the island lord's mansion. Zai Ligui got out and knocked on the gate of the island lord's mansion. After just a moment, the rabbit-eared maid Minnie opened the door to look out. "Steward." Minnie gave a slight curtsy. Zai Ligui nodded. "Where is Wu Heng?" "The master is not here. You can tell me what you need, and I will pass it on to the master," Minnie said with a smile. Zai Ligui pondered for a moment, then spoke. "I need to see the skeleton prophet." "Oh, please come in." Minnie opened the gate wide, leading Zai Ligui into the residence. According to Wu Heng, Zai Ligui had the right to see the skeleton prophet at any time. They crossed the courtyard. In the back garden, they saw the skeleton prophet sitting on a stone bench. Minnie stopped, and Zai Ligui approached, saying, "A body was found by the guard team. I need you to help me see if you can find out anything." With that, he made a gesture with his hand. The body and the emblem appeared on the ground in front of him. The skeleton prophet walked over. Crouching, one skeletal hand hovered above the body, while the other grabbed Zai Ligui's arm. Zai Ligui's eyes immediately glazed over, as a torrent of images flashed through his mind. Seconds later, focus returned to his eyes. "Thank you, I understand." He picked up the body again, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and quickly headed outside. Zombie world. In the pitch-black night, darkness enshrouded the land like an ink. Washington skeleton hounds with horns hanging around their ribcages raced through the night. Suddenly, a shrill horn blared, and from the distant darkness, sounds of zombie howls merged into a chorus. In the darkness, countless figures surged like a tidal wave. Click. The crisp sound of a switch being flipped. The strong flashlight, shining through the soul-capturing jade, cast the light-formed array onto the street below. The effect was broader and clearer. Indeed, It worked better in the darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows rained down densely, felling swathes of zombies. The relentless horde continued their charge, trampling over the bodies of fallen comrades. Spirit after spirit floated up to the sky within the soul-capturing array. Glenda darted forward, swallowing them rapidly. Piao lingered on the side. "Auntie Glenda, will you reach level 20 today?" Wu Heng considered. It should be about time. After such a long while, it ought to meet the leveling requirements. "Auntie Glenda is getting stronger," Zhao said. "You make an effort too. I'm counting on Zhao to protect me," Wu Heng replied. Zhao crossed arms. "You collect a few cartoons for me, then I'll protect you." "You're the one offering pie in the sky." "Painting a pie in the sky? Never had one." As they chatted casually, more waves of zombies crashed into the skeleton spear array. Zombies fell in swaths, and remnant souls rose more densely into the sky. Glenda once again sped up the absorption process. She shuttled non-stop among the myriad remnant souls. Wu Heng and two ghosts chatted away, planning future developments and discussing some interesting and fun matters. While talking, the system notification suddenly appeared. Ghost level raised to 20, Constitution +2, Agility +3, Intelligence +5, Perception +3, Charm +2, Trait unlocked, Legendary Heroic Spirit, Traits unlocked, Legendary Invisibility, Legendary Telekinesis Control, Legendary Possession, Ability unlocked, Stealing Body. Listening to the notification, Wu Heng's heart leaped with joy. Finally leveled up. All these days of feeding remnant souls to Gran, if he couldn't level up, Wu Heng would have suspected if there was some kind of restriction. Luckily, this time the level up happened, and all the previous efforts weren't in vain. At that moment, Gran flew back from afar. Outwardly, she still appeared as a soul, seeming even more condensed, without the ghostly lightness. "I think I leveled up," Gran floated over and said. Wu Heng nodded. "You did level up, congratulations." Gran's expression also shone with joy. She seemed to want to say something, but said nothing. Then she quietly said, "Thank you, Wu Heng." "What for?" Wu Heng chuckled and said, then turned to look at Bella on the other side. "Bella, Gran leveled up, go absorb the remnant souls." "Okay." Bella looked at Gran, nodded, and dashed straight into the battlefield above. She began to devour the myriad remnant souls. Zhao flew over. "Andy, how do you feel?" Gran smiled. "Feels pretty good, I'm stronger than before." "You have to keep pushing too, Zhao." Zhao tilted her head, eyeing her. "Can you take on the association's headquarters now?" Gran's smile stiffened. "Seems not." "Then, where's the improvement?" The two ghosts continued to chat on the side as Wu Heng opened Gran's attributes to take a look. Curious to see what changes had occurred after reaching level 20. Heroic Spirit, level 20, Attributes, Agility 42, Constitution 37, Intelligence 50, Perception 45, Charm 40, Traits, Legendary Heroic Spirit, Legendary Invisibility, Legendary Telekinesis Control, Legendary Possession, Illusion, Soul Binding, Paranormal Phenomenon, Skills, Spirit Vision, Psychokinetic Swordplay, Withering Touch, Stealing Body, Legendary Heroic Spirit. The entity has broken free of shackles, achieving miraculous feats, soul cleansed by necromancy, dark power, capable of learning and casting corresponding spells. Legendary Invisibility, your pranks have reached the peak, making it extremely difficult for targets to detect you while you're invisible. Legendary Telekinesis Control, a breakthrough in telekinesis application, even more natural and effortless. Legendary Possession, possession abilities have reached the legendary realm, allowing for possession of humanoid beings, ghosts taking full control. Stealing Body, ability to parasitize a deceased body. Successful parasitism results in control over the body, also accelerates the body's decay. Stolen bodies will no longer be able to perform necromancy such as communicate with the dead, or bone manipulation skill. Reaching level 20 indeed changed the name from Ghost to Heroic Spirit. The name is quite fitting. Aside from the rise in attributes, 4 traits and 1 ability appeared. Legendary Heroic Spirit is actually indicative of the ghost reaching the level 20 achievement. But the last sentence is somewhat special. It mentioned the ability to learn and cast corresponding spells. This makes Wu Heng wonder if Gran might be able to cast spells now. After going back, he should let her give it a try. If she really can achieve this effect, then a level 20 ghost truly becomes a mobile artillery platform. Others can't hit a ghost, yet it can bomb enemies with spells. Oh dear. What about Zhao then? Making her study is like killing her. We'll see. The 3 traits, Legendary Invisibility, Legendary Telekinesis Control, Legendary Possession, clearly enhance the original invisibility, telekinesis, and possession. Just taking their effectiveness to another level. Then, Wu Hang turned his attention to the last skill, stealing body. Chapter 673, The Steward Died to Possess Dead Bodies. This point seems rather useless. After possessing a body, it's not like the preservation is permanent, it actually hastens the decay of the corpse. I'll see when the time comes. You never know when it might come in handy. Before long, Bella flew back. The battle is over, she said. Wu Hang looked up at the battlefield. The zombies had been nearly all killed. Clean up the battlefield, Wu Hang ordered. Skeletons began to clean up the battlefield. Wu Hang also retracted the corpse core and then began to release corpse battlefield, along the way, turning every corpse into skeletons. Once the battlefield was completely cleared, Wu Hang signaled for the carts to come over and, after boarding, returned to base. Back to Gold and Silver Island. The island lord's mansion was just in time for breakfast. After a quick wash, Wu Hang sat down at the dining table. Minnie said, "Master, yesterday Zai Ligui the steward came over. It seems that someone on the island died." She asked the skeleton prophet to help investigate the murder. "Someone died on the island again? Do you know the identity of the deceased?" Wu Hang asked. "I heard her talking to the skeleton prophet. It sounded like some association member, I didn't hear clearly." Minnie added, "The steward also said, if you return, to let you know she is looking for you for a matter." "Okay," Wu Hang nodded. Breakfast soon ended. Andre Willow went out to the city hall, and the three maids began to busy themselves with their own matters. Wu Hang picked up the phone and dialed the landline of the association's steward's office. After ringing twice, Shi Yali's voice came through. "This is the association." "Shi Yali, it's Wu Hang. Zai Ligui said she was looking for me. Is she at the association?" Wu Hang asked. "She is." "Come directly over," Shi Yali said. "I'll come over now." After hanging up the phone, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. He also took his skeletons and left the island lord's mansion to head to the association steward's office. Wu Hang entered the office, with the elf sisters sitting at their respective places. Seeing Wu Hang come in, they both smiled in unison. Wu Hang looked at Zai Ligui. "I heard there was a death on the island. In an alleyway behind the Lighthouse Street Tavern, we found a body." He had the emblem of a secret speaker of the association in his hand. "His identity has not yet been determined. He's probably not a secret speaker from Gold and Silver Island," Zai Ligui spoke directly. Wu Hang frowned and after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Did he come to the island with some important intelligence, only to be killed?" Zai Ligui nodded immediately. "That's what I'm suspecting. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for a foreign secret speaker to die just after arriving on Gold and Silver Island. Has the murderer been caught?" "Based on the intelligence provided by the skeleton prophet, we've determined who the murderer is, but we were a step too late. He has already left the island by boat. A warrant has now been drafted and will be sent to associations everywhere." Wu Hang nodded. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Zai Ligui must have had some arrangement in asking him to come. "Go to the autopsy room and use communicate with the dead. Shi Yali will bring the investigators over to see what business the secret speaker had on the island." Zai Ligui stood up and walked out while speaking. Wu Hang and Shi Yali also got up and followed her outside. Descending the stairs, they reached the autopsy room. Two coroners came out to salute and also handed over the autopsy report. Zai Ligui glanced at it and said to Wu Hang, "No peculiarities. The cause of death was 2 fatal wounds." Wu Hang nodded. Soon, Shi Yali came down with 2 investigators. Zai Ligui said directly, "Let's begin. Don't waste time." Wu Hang walked into the autopsy room and, facing the body on the metal bed, released, "Communicate with the dead." The next second, the body sat up abruptly, its hollow eyes looking towards them. Wu Hang signaled that they could begin questioning. Zai Ligui asked directly, "What did you come to Gold and Silver Island for?" The body replied, "I brought important intelligence to deliver to Gold and Silver Island." Everyone exchanged glances. Just as they suspected, he had brought some intelligence. Except that he was targeted by someone as soon as he arrived on the island and was killed on Lighthouse Street. Zai Ligui continued to ask, "Speak the intelligence you brought." The body replied, "In Natali City, the association's deacon has been assassinated and dead. Members of the association have been dying in succession, and the scene near the city is filled with bodies, the waters stained red with blood. Hueco Kingdom has locked down all surrounding roads, forbidding any information from getting out." The corpse finished speaking, and the entire autopsy room seemed to come to a halt. The death of the association's steward meant its members were like lambs awaiting slaughter, unable to leave the city, nor could they send any messages out. And with a great number of corpses, enough to dye the sea red, it was feared that civilians had already been involved. Such an incident occurring in the Hueco Kingdom was almost beyond belief. But a corpse would not lie, especially not a secret speaker risking their life to deliver the message. Xiligui's brows were deeply furrowed as she turned to look at the investigator, who had become motionless from shock, and reminded, "Record it truthfully, do not change a single word." The investigator immediately snapped back to reality and began to record rapidly. Xiligui also took a deep breath and asked the third question: "Who killed the Netali City steward?" "I don't know." "For what reason has Netali City become as you've described?" "There is a civil war occurring within the city. The military and high-level professionals are all involved." "The final question." Xiligui pondered for a moment before deciding to confirm once more. "What was your identity within the association?" "Netali City, steward's informant." With the 5 questions over, the corpse collapsed back onto the metal bed with a thud. After the last question had been asked, the truthfulness of the message being delivered could be confirmed. A steward's informant was also a secret speaker of the association. Xiligui watched the corpse for a while before speaking. "Corpse preservation, prepare for transportation to the association headquarters. The coroner to compile the autopsy report, and investigator to summarize the records for submission to me before the afternoon." "Yes," several people nodded in unison. "Let's go, back to the office." Xiligui led the way, and the others followed her out. Returning to the office, Xiligui's face was exceedingly grim, and Wu Heng's expression equally serious. The entire room was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. The murder of a station steward, and the death of the secret speaker who had came to report on the island, was no small matter. Plainly speaking, it was a challenge to the association's authority. If the association handled this matter lightly, it would imply that all other stewards around the world would be under threat. Xiligui was of the same mind, unable to let this issue pass easily. And for Wu Heng, Netali City belonged to the Hueco Kingdom, but within the association's division, it fell under the association around the Emerald Sea. As a flag-bearer, it was also his area of responsibility. With a steward killed like this, it was clearly impossible for him to remain uninvolved. His own association had no shortage of enemies either, and it was expected they would use this event to attack him. Of course, there was another layer to it. Wu Heng also didn't wish for his association colleagues to suffer such incidents. "What should we do?" Xiligui suddenly looked up. Wu Heng said, "Report the situation as it is. The Hueco Kingdom claims internal affairs as the reason to blockade the borders, so we have no way to intervene. The fact that an association steward died during this time and was not allowed to send out messages, gives us reason to suspect it's related to Netali City, and to demand an immediate deployment to the island for a thorough investigation." "All right, I'll report it normally," Xiligui stated and then asked, "Shouldn't you also write a report for the association? You're the flag-bearer, with the steward dead, you might be implicated." Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "I will write one, but I need to think it through, not just write anything and send it off." The reports sent by Xiligui could simply state the facts as they were. Wu Heng had to articulate some relevant issues, and it was best to include potential follow-up actions. At the very least, it had to appear that he was taking this matter seriously. Xiligui nodded in agreement. "When will you send out the report?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "Before nightfall, the sooner the better with this matter." "Then my report won't be ready in time, I'll send mine separately." "That works." The two roughly discussed their plans, after which Wu Heng got up and left. As he walked out the door, he saw a team leader opening the door and entering. Then came Xiligui's voice. "Bring that 5th princess of the Hueco Kingdom here." Returning to the island lord's mansion, Wu Heng greeted the maid and went straight upstairs into the study. He had planned to get some sleep after returning from the association. Now, with this matter at hand, sleep had fled, his mind preoccupied with the association's issues. Glenda flew over and asked, "What's wrong? You looked so worried sitting there." "A secret speaker from the association died on the island. During the Communicate with the Dead session, we received news that a Netali City steward was killed. It's within the jurisdiction of my flag-bearer responsibility." Wu Heng roughly relayed the information he had received. Glenda listened intently. After pondering for a moment, she said, "What impact does it have on you?" "It seems more like a good thing." "How is it a good thing?" "Who knows how many people in the association are waiting to catch me out." Glenda chuckled and said, "Are the specifics important?" "This incident happening provides you with an opportunity to intervene in the Hueco Kingdom's council." Chapter 674, another new topic is here. Using the chaos of the Hueco Kingdom to enhance his own reputation had been mentioned before by Glenda. However, in Wu Heng's plans and thoughts, he was quite reluctant to be involved in this matter. He was content to develop Gold and Silver Island, bringing modern products over to sell. Gradually, he was transforming Gold and Silver Island into a region dominated by trade, and associating all these products with himself. His reputation was gradually increasing. If he got involved in this affair with the Hueco Kingdom, many uncontrollable factors could easily arise. Therefore, adhering to his usual principle of lying low and observing, Wu Heng hadn't made any moves. But this time, whether he liked it or not, he was forcefully pulled into involvement. Wu Heng asked, "What do you think we should do?" Glenda floated around in midair for a couple of laps, then after some thought, said, "Actually, it's not too troublesome. The assassination of the steward, that incident alone is enough to generate huge attention. When the time comes, you just need to be a bit more proactive, follow the association's procedures in the investigation, and your reputation will naturally also enhance. I write the report normally, then lead a team to investigate in Netali City," Wu Heng said. "Okay," Glenda nodded in agreement. Wu Heng picked up his teacup and took a sip, then said, "Using the deceased steward to increase my reputation makes me feel somewhat guilty. Finding his killer and avenging him doesn't count as using him," Glenda said with a smile. "Yes, you're right," Wu Heng replied, standing up and sitting down at his desk. He began to write the report. He started by briefly describing the discovery of the body and the intelligence received. Those details would also be included in Zai Ligui's report, so he didn't spend much time on them. Next came the response measures and the next steps. First, establish an investigation team. In order to thoroughly investigate the murderer, it is suggested that the Emerald Sea form an investigation team and go directly to Netali City to investigate this matter. Second, association member protection. Wu Heng quickly finished writing, then carefully checked it over. Such reports were something that Zai Ligui's side was more skilled at. He just wrote down what he thought, about 300 words in total. Mainly it was about establishing the investigation team and the idea of entering Netali City to protect other association members. Of course, these actions still required the support of the association. After reviewing it himself, he handed it over to Glenda for a second look. "You're quite good at writing these reports," Glenda commented with a laugh. "Got used to it before. I don't see any problems, it can be sent to the association." Wu Heng nodded, then said, "Hold on, let me first write a letter to Emilio and Lilith to mention this matter." Glenda nodded. Wu Heng continued and wrote 2 letters, recounting the matter. Then he stepped out of the steward's office, instructing Roby to deliver them to the association, along with Zai Ligui's report. After arranging everything, Wu Heng called Macintosh, who was in charge of the island's intelligence, telling her to pay close attention to the people coming to the island recently. Report any issues to him in a timely manner. Night fell. Shainala, after taking a bath, walked in from outside. She spoke softly, "I heard from many, something else happened on the island?" Wu Heng was lying on the edge of the bed, extending his hand to gently stroke the smooth thigh of the other. "A secret speaker from Netali City just came to the island and died, and the killer has escaped." Shainala raised an eyebrow. "Died on Gold and Silver Island? Earlier today, Zai Ligui had me perform a wenchai. The deceased had come to the island to deliver intelligence. A steward from Netali City was killed, and the Hueco Kingdom is not allowing the local association to send out the news," Wu Heng explained. Shainala's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why would they do that? Has the Hueco Kingdom gone mad? They even said that the coastal bodies have dyed the sea red, and the whole city is in chaos," Wu Heng stated directly. "This." Shainala was at a loss for words. Wu Heng continued, "I have already reported to the headquarters. They will probably handle this matter, don't worry." "Ah. The stability of a region is indeed very important." "Yes, if the old king of Hueco knew about this, he might be revived just from sheer anger," Wu Heng said. Although Wu Heng's impression of the Hueco Kingdom wasn't good, owing to their restrictions on necromancers. But in truth, necromancers were indeed prone to losing control, and the overall direction of the kingdom's development was still progressing towards something better. At this point in time, the whole country was nearly gone. "Be careful yourself then, in one kingdom, there are definitely many high-level professionals," Shainala said as she turned back and touched his cheek. "I'll be fine, just take more guards with you when you go out." Shainala nodded, then added, "The supply of pins and watches on the island is increasing, with nearly 10,000 gold coins coming in daily. When will the bicycles be available for sale?" He hadn't looked for a bicycle manufacturing factory while upgrading Glenda previously. Wu Heng quickly thought it through in his mind and said, "The new ones might not be available yet, but in a few days a batch of old bicycles will be transported here. After reconditioning and refurbishing, they could also be sold." "Old ones? Issues might affect the reputation we've accumulated," Shainala frowned. "When the goods arrive, see if they can be sold. If not, convert those into tricycles. I'll hasten the production chain," Wu Heng said. Shainala nodded, "All right, I'll listen to you." As the light faded, the two lay in bed to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Heng made a call and heard Xiaoli's voice from the other side. "This is the steward's office." Chapter 674, Another new topic is here. I am Wu Heng. Have all the reports and letters been sent out? Shi Yali said, they were sent out this afternoon, don't worry. Have any arrangements been made for Xiligui? Shi Yali's voice came from the other end, inquiring about Xiligui, then she responded, there's nothing at the moment. The fifth princess of Hueco Kingdom has been arranged to stay at the association's residence, and she has also been reminded to pay attention to her safety. If there is anything else, come find me. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng thought the situation. Even if the Hueco Kingdom was in chaos, it would not affect Gold and Silver Island. The rest would depend on how the headquarters of the association made arrangements, and he would participate according to the association's plans. He would also try to use the leverage of Hueco Kingdom's influence to enhance his own reputation. Minnie, I'm going upstairs back to the study. If someone looks for me, tell them I've gone out, Wu Heng called out to Minnie as she passed by. Alright, Master, Minnie nodded with a smile. Wu Heng headed straight upstairs and retracted several ghosts into his body. He opened the boundary door and went to Zombie World. Stepping through the boundary door, Wu Heng called for Chi Heng-kai on the walkie-talkie as he descended the stairs. He waited a while in the office building's meeting room. Chi Heng-kai entered with her little owl. Wu Heng gestured for her to take a seat and asked, are the people brought back the day before yesterday behaving? The day before yesterday, a survivor base had occupied a cleared area and even intercepted convoy vehicles. They were directly captured and brought back. Chi Heng-kai said, they have all been registered, dispersed, and assigned various jobs. Most joined the transportation team to do manual labor. There's a super-powered man among them, and another who consumed a corpse core but didn't awaken any superpowers. No wonder they were so bold, there were 2 experts among them, Wu Heng realized. Besides those 2, there are another 2 from the base's management. They are currently detained. I plan to hold them for a few days before deciding whether to release them, Chi Heng-kai said. You handle it, Wu Heng nodded and then continued, I have a few tasks that I need you to arrange. Chi Heng-kai immediately became serious, alright. Wu Heng instructed, collect some boats at the port. If there are no warships or cargo ships available, anything will do. Second, bicycles. I remember there were places with a lot of shared bicycles when we cleared the zombies before, collect those, and take them to the coastal port. Also, have each base look for bicycle factories and tally them up. After hearing this, Chi Heng-kai nodded seriously, I've got it, I'll pass the instructions down right away. There's nothing else for now, prepare the vehicles, and find a nearby village to clear out the zombies. The 2 of them walked out together, and Chi Heng-kai said, is it possible to build a well like the ones in Zinfu City here? Transporting water sources is quite troublesome. Sure, I'll arrange it when the time comes. List anything else you need and tell me. Will do. They left together. Taking a truck, they led the skeleton army to a nearby village. They killed zombies, and Bella consumed a myriad of remnant souls. Wu Heng also took out the untainted holy radiance he had not used in a long time, summoning the Light Knight to join in killing zombies, gaining experience. SHHH. 2 skeletons carried a human corpse over. The body was found on a building's rooftop, already decomposed, and had been dead for some time. Wu Heng looked up, Glenda, try it out. Glenda floated nearby, frowning at the corpse, isn't it a bit too disgusting? Why not experiment with a normal body? Wu Heng glanced at the corpse and said, then, forget it. Back on Gold and Silver Island, we'll see if there's a better body. Glenda rolled her eyes at him but still circled around and directly entered the corpse on the ground. Crack crack. The sound of bones rubbing together arose, and the corpse began moving its limbs, trying to stand. But each movement was somewhat stiff. Finally, it managed to stand up slowly, its shriveled mouth opening, and a voice like sandpaper rubbing together said, hello, Wu Heng. Eek. How scary. Zhao immediately hid behind Wu Heng. The corpse took 2 more steps forward. Zhao, come watch cartoons with me. Andy, come out, it's too scary, Zhao cried out. Glenda floated out of the body, laughing, you're not afraid of zombies and skeletons, why be scared of a corpse? Zhao shivered, it just feels so creepy, I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Oh. I don't need to sleep. The body once again lost its life and instantly fell to the ground. Wu Heng looked at the corpse again and with a wave of his hand told the skeletons to carry it aside. It was confirmed that Glenda's stealing body could easily take over a dead person's body, capable of movement, eye rotation, facial expressions, and speaking. It was different from the false life in necromancy. It was more like a returning spirit, but she could not occupy the body for a long time. It was much inferior to a normal possession. Standing among the skull team, he waited for a while as the battle on the field gradually came to an end. He continued issuing orders to clean up the battlefield. Conch Tavern. After the bard finished the latest story of the great detective, he had no intention of leaving. He picked up the teacup, took a gentle sip, and exhaled deeply twice. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for silence from everyone. He then said, "City Hall News, the local steward of Natalie City was assassinated. The Hueco Kingdom has prohibited any intelligence from being sent out, and the person who was delivering intelligence to Gold and Silver Island was killed on the way to the island after disembarking, and all his belongings were taken." As the bard's narration proceeded, the audience instantly fell silent. Everyone frowned in unison, their eyes filled with surprise and skepticism. The steward was murdered. Such a rare phrase. The bard continued, "Fortunately, Steward Zai Ligui took custody of the corpse immediately, and Lord Island Master, utilizing the Necromancer's abilities, conducted a Wenshai and got news of the steward's murder and the sea was dyed red with blood, and bodies were piled up like mountains." At this point, everyone in the tavern had their pupils constrict. As if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared before them. Ordinary combat could not achieve such an effect. Either it was the army fighting within the city, or it was a massacre of civilians. "So, you're saying the steward was killed by people from the Hueco Kingdom, otherwise, they wouldn't prevent the association from releasing the news. That's the only explanation. They wouldn't be slaughtering a city, would they? What happens next will depend on how the association deals with this matter. What else can be done but to finish it all in one go? I wonder what Island Lord Wu Heng's stance is. Isn't he the flag bearer of the association?" The crowd discussed among themselves. The news had been released after a discussion between Wu Heng and Zai Ligui. At the time of investigating the body, many people had seen it, and once the headquarters released the news, they would also spread it around. After talking it over, the two decided to release the news early to generate some buzz. So as to avoid the outside world thinking that the association was intervening in other countries' internal affairs when Gold and Silver Island began pressuring Natalie City. Newspapers had this function. They could let everyone know the facts and guide public opinion. Now everyone on the island knew that the association's steward was dead, and Hueco Kingdom was deliberately blocking the news. It was clear they were behind it. If the association didn't retaliate, it would seem too feeble. The news wouldn't stop at Gold and Silver Island, it would follow the merchant caravans to other regions. Another group of people, on the other hand, turned the topic to Wu Heng. Wu Heng had too great a reputation on the island, and given that there had been a death, it seemed only right that he should take the stage to catch the murderer. What's more, the murderer's fate was already sealed. A new subject for the great detective stories, someone suddenly spoke up. The eyes of the others lit up. Indeed, it was a fresh theme. Port. On a large black ship. Wu Heng accompanied by a skeleton attendant and Andre Willow boarded the ship, and a muscular man in leather armor saluted. "Lord Island Master, Miss Andre Willow." "Captain Gregor, you're quite prompt," Wu Heng said with a smile, stepping onto the deck. Gregor was the representative of the dragon trafficking team who had previously gone to the island lord's mansion to discuss selling the flying dragon carcass. Almost 2 weeks had passed in a flash. The ship had arrived at the port today, and upon receiving the news, Wu Heng came in person to inspect. "This is our first cooperation with Gold and Silver Island, it's only proper to offer the utmost sincerity," the man said smilingly, gesturing towards the cabin. "Let me take you to see the flying dragon carcass." After confirming there were no dangers inside with the return of the ghost, Wu Heng nodded and followed him below. Stepping into the cabin, a musty and rotting odor hit them. As their eyes grew accustomed to the dark, they saw the entire cabin filled with mats rolled up like cargo. The edges of the rolled mats even revealed parts of the flying dragon skeleton. Chapter 675, "Let's see how they wrap it up." The dragon trafficking team man, with confidence on his face, said, "A total of 123 flying dragon corpses." "Over 100. Wu Heng showed no change on his face, but he was somewhat surprised inside. The last time he had killed a dragon trafficking team impersonating pirates, he had obtained more than 20 flying dragon bodies. When brought to Zombie World, circling over the airport, they even deterred the central rescue team who came in fighter jets. In terms of the size of the flying dragons, over 100 was already a lot. Flying in the sky, they would block the sun. But in Wu Heng's view, aside from throwing solid iron bullets in Zombie World, other attacks might not need flying dragons. It was more about deterrence. A sky full of skeleton flying dragons was enough to reduce many unnecessary troubles. "Check them," Wu Heng said indifferently. The skeleton attendant behind him immediately stepped forward, casually lifting a few mat-covered bundles to reveal the stark, robust white bones underneath. Each one was like this, the mats wrapped around bones, not complete bodies. Before Wu Heng could ask, the man from the dragon trafficking team explained, "To avoid trouble on your end, we shaved off all the flesh beforehand to reduce the weight, allowing us to bring more." Wu Heng frowned slightly, immediately understanding the other's intention. Reducing weight was one explanation. He guessed that the skin and flesh had been reused, used to make leather goods, or to feed wild beasts. It's difficult for me to accept this. A complete body can confirm if it meets the transformation conditions. How can I verify the integrity of the bones with just these rolls of bones? Wu Hang said. The man from the dragon trafficking team stiffened and suddenly fell silent. It seemed he hadn't considered this problem and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After hesitating for a while, and not coming up with a solution, he scratched his head and said, "We can guarantee the integrity of the bones. I'll give you two solutions," Wu Hang said. "One is to settle the payment now, but with a 20% deduction. We'll settle the remainder the next time you come. The second is for you to stay on the island for 2 days. We'll do the transformation first, then settle the payment." "The second one, we're not in a hurry," the man immediately said. His face turned sour when he heard about the deduction. "All right, arrange for someone to move the bones to my ship," Wu Hang said. The man nodded and immediately went up to the deck to call his people, moving along the connecting plank to a wooden cargo ship of gold and silver island. Wu Hang and his companions stood by, quietly watching. The captain of the dragon trafficking team came over again. "Lord Island Master, we also want to order some goods from the island to take back during these days." "You can, we have everything on the island, you can take anything back with you along the way," Wu Hang said. The other man showed a smile, waiting for the money to settle. They chatted casually. The workers were still moving the goods. By midday, all the flying dragon bodies had been moved to the cargo ship of gold and silver island, finally completing the first step of the transaction. The number was as the dragon trafficking team had said, 123, without any issues. "Once the transformation here is complete, I'll arrange for someone to notify you to collect the money," Wu Hang disembarked. "All right, Lord Island Master," the man said, bowing. At the port, Wu Hang told Andre Willow to go ahead back while he boarded the cargo ship of gold and silver island with the skeleton attendant. The ship's hold was filled with large amounts of bones. He had the skeleton attendant guard at the entrance of the hold. Wu Hang opened the boundary door, summoned skeletons, and began moving the bones of the flying dragons to zombie world. Actually, the arrival of the flying dragon bodies was timely. He estimated that in a few days, the headquarters would send down plans concerning the Hueco kingdom. At that time, these skeleton flying dragons, once transformed, could also provide some help. He stood at the doorway for a while. Once all the bones in the ship's hold were moved, Wu Hang closed the boundary door. He walked out of the ship's hold, heading back to the Island Lord's mansion. Back at the Island Lord's mansion, he had lunch in the dining room with the maids. Minnie said, "Master, Sister Shainla said there is a new play at the Opera House this afternoon, and she's already booked seats. You guys go ahead, I won't be joining you. Take the skeleton attendants with you, just to avoid any danger," Wu Hang said with a smile. He had seen a few plays in this world. Most were melodramatic love stories, but to the people of this world, it was also an activity to pass the time. Roby asked while eating, "Master, didn't you say there's a film that's even better than a play?" Wu Hang thought for a moment. "I'll see how things are and arrange some for you to watch." No matter a home theater or a real cinema, it wasn't difficult to build one. The only challenge was translating the films. Zhao could watch cartoons and translate them for Bella, but Minnie, Roby, and a few others couldn't understand the content. "Oh, okay," Roby nodded. After lunch, the three maids began to dress up and then went out to find Shainla. Wu Hang returned to his study and proceeded to the zombie world. Zombie world, port clearing. Neatly arranged were grass mats rolled up with flying dragon corpses, several skeleton warriors wielding iron swords, sequentially cutting the ropes of the mats. Once all were cut, Wu Hang held his magic wand, releasing corpse battlefield. A gray-white circle of light spread out amid the dense noise of bones rubbing together. Skeleton flying dragons stood up and flew into the sky in tight circles. Wu Hang continued to look at the ground. All the skeletons had completed their transformation, not one was left behind. Some skeleton bones were clearly dug out anew. The positions of the wings had turned to white bones, but during the transformation by necromantic power, a layer of flesh formed, creating wings. It wasn't as harsh as imagined, preserving the flesh of the wings completely wasn't necessary. This scene caught the attention of the base survivors. Crowds of survivors gathered in the distance, their faces filled with terror as they watched the swarms of flying dragons in the sky. Even knowing these were skeleton soldiers transformed by Wu Hang, the sight of a sky obscured by them still sent chills down one's spine. "Disperse, go about your business." Chi Hankai came over and dispersed everyone. Then he walked over, looked up at the sky, so many skeleton flying dragons. "Have the flying dragons come down and await orders on the ground," Wu Hang ordered a nearby big head skeleton. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 100 skeleton flying dragons filled the clearing, shaking their heads and tails, aligning on the ground. Wu Heng said to Chi Hankai, "It's okay, they're all transformed by me." Chi Hankai nodded. It's better not to have so many flying in the sky. Just now, there were people in the crowd making vows. They've seen this before. What's there to vow? There are new survivors. It's normal, Chi Hankai continued. The coastal port area has collected quite a few bicycles. So soon? They're everywhere. Collecting some isn't difficult, and they also found a production factory, Chi Hankai said. Makes sense. With shared bikes being deployed widely, especially in big cities, the deployment was even greater. Having available bicycles and a production factory, selling them in Gold and Silver Island shouldn't be difficult. The efficiency is quite high, Wu Heng further inquired. How's the collection of ships going? We've also collected quite a few, mostly fishing and cargo ships, currently docked at Shanfu Port, Chi Hankai answered. Wu Heng stood still and pondered for a moment. He said, "Arrange for a skeleton who can pilot ships. I'm going to coastal port." Alright, Chi Hankai didn't say much and immediately arranged the matter. Soon after, a ship docked at the port. Wu Heng boarded the ship, heading to coastal port. At the headquarters of the association. Reckless fools, even daring to block the news of the steward's assassination. I suspect this involves the inner affairs of the Hueco kingdom. Maybe they are behind it. They don't have the guts. Blocking the news is probably because they fear the association's interference at this time, wanting to delay. I think the Hueco kingdom's royal family should stop fighting, just replace them. It all depends on what the leader considers. The news wasn't deliberately spread, but it still got out. Reports from all places would be reviewed upward, and such matters couldn't be concealed. When everyone knew that the Hueco kingdom was blocking the local news of the steward's death, they were first angry, then they mocked these foolish guys. This could escalate, even requiring the royal family to change. Let's see how the Hueco kingdom wraps this up. Chapter 676, Let Wu Heng investigate in the Bright Room. Around the heavy oak table sat the 5 leaders of the association. Field Envoy leader of the elf race, Heroic Spirit, Sword of Justice Header Eliatin. Religious leader of the human race, Heroic Spirit, Holy Light Arbitration Say I to Livingston. Leader of the Hongwen Alliance, Heroic Spirit of the elf race, Star Shining Scholar Claudio Abbott. Leader of the Secret Speakers, Heroic Spirit of the Blood Clan, Moonlight Lily Than Bishmite. Leader of the Hunters, Heroic Spirit of the Dwarf Race, Rock Warhammer Bruno Baldock. After the last one finished reading the report from Gold and Silver Island, he casually placed the report aside. Then, the room fell back into silence. The elf race's field envoy leader, Hedera, spoke with a low and solemn voice. Everyone has read the report from Gold and Silver Island, let's share our thoughts. The report obviously contains many suspicious elements. Hueco Kingdom has always supported and trusted the association. They wouldn't do something this foolish. The religious leader spoke indifferently. The dwarf leader stroked his beard. Regarding the local steward's death, let's not deviate from the topic. It is clear that someone did this on purpose to send us a false message. So what are you suggesting? We ignore it. That in the future, anyone can kill an association steward and just find a scapegoat to blame? You're twisting my words. I'm just saying, don't jump to conclusions. Lilith tapped her delicate white fingers on the table and said, what's there to argue about? Wu Heng from Gold and Silver Island is skilled at investigating cases. Let him look into it. Once everything is clear, we'll deal with it as necessary. The elf mage of the Hongwen Alliance, who had his eyes closed the entire time, slowly opened them and said, let's provide him with some support. The association's stance needs to be made clear, and it's not just about the death of a steward. I've read the report. The slaughter of civilians also needs to be thoroughly investigated. The field envoy leader nodded. Then Wu Heng will investigate this matter. Arrange for a few of the association's elders to protect him, to prevent any problems. Agreed. I have no objections. Nor do I. Seaside City. After moving all the collected shared bicycles to Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng went to the bicycle factory they had found and arranged for the mechanists to record and dismantle the equipment, which was also moved to Gold and Silver Island. In a newly constructed factory, they began assembling and preparing for production again. Similarly, he also arranged for a large number of skeletons to repair old shared bicycles. By reassembling usable parts and repainting, they looked into whether they could be sold. Once this side had busied itself with these tasks, Wu Heng returned from coastal port to Shanfu port and delivered the ships prepared by Chi Hankai to Gold and Silver Island. The next day, at the association. In the steward's office. Wu Heng accepted the flower tea Yali brought him. She also gave him a sly wink, her expression playful. An elf trader came to see me yesterday, saying they wanted to order a batch of bicycles from the exhibition. Zai Ligui suddenly spoke. Wu Heng turned to look at her. The new ones haven't been produced yet. Don't rush. It's your fault for showing that attractive hologram. The elves are really looking forward to the bicycles, Xyligui said with a smile. I'll notify you in advance when the finished products are ready. Good, Xyligui nodded. Wu Hang then asked, any news from the association? Not yet, mainly because the journey is quite long. As Xyligui spoke, she glanced at the telephone. She mentioned the long distances and the difficulties with communication, which couldn't help but remind her of the telephone on Gold and Silver Island. Aside from the initial few important departments, it was now connected to Xyligui's residence, allowing her to receive important messages at home in the future. If they could install it at the association headquarters, the message delivery would be incredibly fast. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to speak about it. These were currently exclusive to Gold and Silver Island. Just worried about the other members of the association. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous it gets, Wu Hang said. Let's wait a bit more. The association will surely arrange everything properly, Xyligui said. Wu Hang nodded, took a sip of his tea, then leaned forward, lowering his voice to ask, how many heroes does the association have? Xyligui gave him a look. If you want to ask, just ask. What's with the secrecy? Nothing, he denied. After thinking for a bit, Xyligui said, the association has 12 heroes, 5 of whom manage the association, namely, the several leaders we always mention. Does Lilith count too? Yes, anyone who reaches level 20 is considered a hero, Xyligui replied. Having been with the association for so long, Wu Hang also knew about the 5 leaders. After all, the most stories heralded by the association were about them. The elf race was the most impressive. They occupied 2 of the hero spots. Put simply, living longer, belonging to a powerful race, leveling up was easier. It was almost like cheating. Wu Hang nodded and then asked, the 12 heroes, what are the others up to? Having been with the association for so long, I'm not sure about that. I guess some of the older generation of heroes have retired behind the scenes and would only come forward if a problem arose, Xyligui explained. That meant, including the older generation, there were 12 heroes. But only 5 were in charge. He had some connections with Lilith and was a member of the Hongwen Alliance himself. Out of the 5 heroes, he could relate to 2. On his side, Glenda had reached level 20 and had become a heroic spirit. In the future, if Zhao and Bella also reached heroic spirit status, then they would have 3 level 20s. Once he reached level 20 himself, that would make 4. If those retired behind the scenes stayed out of it, they were only 1 person short of the association. Why ask this? Close to level 20? Xyligui casually said. I have a goal, Wu Hang pursued. Are there any above level 20? Xyligui's brow instantly furrowed, and Shiyali also looked over. I am not quite sure, Xyligui said, then glanced at Shiyali. The latter shook her head. I haven't seen any relevant records either. Oh. Wu Hang responded with a nod, then stood up and said, want to come with me to check out the new ship, our own airship from Gold and Silver Island? Xyligui and Shiyali frowned at him. What airship? The ship. Want to make a bet? Bet on that last one. You wish, wasn't once enough? Xyligui gave him a look and stood up, donning her coat. Shiyali also got up and they both walked outside. They boarded a carriage, heading to the exclusive port. At the port, the eyes of the elf sisters were firmly captivated by the huge and majestic ship at the port. The gigantic and wide hull was like a fortress floating on the sea. Come on, let's go up for a look, Wu Hang led the way aboard, pulling the elf sisters onto the ship. After boarding the deck, the 2 women's eyes widened even more. Deck as vast as land, rows of skeleton flying dragons were neatly arranged. Like soldiers awaiting orders. Ship-borne flying dragons, how about that? Pretty creative, huh? Chapter 677, I guarantee it with its life airborne flying dragons. The sisters stared at the rows of skeleton flying dragons, their expressions slightly stunned. The escort ship introduced last time was already twice as big as a normal ship, and the ship they were standing on now was almost like a small island. It was about 4 to 5 times the size of a standard warship. And with so many skeleton flying dragons, it was indescribably shocking. After a while, Shiyali was the first to regain her composure and asked, so, you mean to rely on these skeleton flying dragons for combat? Yes, smart, Wu Hang praised, then gently patted the body of a nearby skeleton flying dragon and explained, I have divided the flying dragons into 2 types, one capable of aerial combat and the other has projectiles placed in the rib cage for bombing the ground. Apart from serving as a sea platform, this ship's interior space can also carry enough projectile supplies. It was called an aircraft carrier, which was actually named by Wu Hang himself. Its real name was the Chingfen cargo ship, a large ocean-going freighter found at a South Korean port. The entire cargo ship was 400 meters long and 60 meters wide. And the previously acquired escort ship was only 144 meters long and 14 meters wide. The entire cargo ship, large in size, had an exceptionally spacious and wide deck. When Wu Heng saw it, his first thought was to use it as an aircraft carrier for the other world. Although the deck might not meet the requirements for aircraft takeoffs and landings, the skeleton flying dragons did not need such strict conditions. A wide platform was sufficient. Zai Ligui also recovered from her astonishment and said, "We still need to install some equipment in case of emergencies." "There will be some facilities added later," Wu Heng said. The sisters walked around and casually asked, "What about the speed?" "It will definitely be faster than traditional warships." Zai Ligui nodded and said, "I feel good about it. Defending the entire gold and silver island wouldn't be a problem." Wu Heng smiled and added, "As a platform ship used for ocean voyages, it will yield better results in battles beyond the Emerald Sea in the future." The sisters raised their eyebrows and looked up at him. Wu Heng continued, "Right, let's make a bigger association flag. The small ones aren't visible when hung on the ship. We'll make it ourselves back on Gold and Silver Island." Zai Ligui said, "Shiyali, estimate the size, and we'll make one for him when we return." "All right," Shiyali nodded and walked to the side. Wu Heng then said, "Come, let me take you to see the lower cabins." The two headed towards the cabins. Below deck, the cabins were even more spacious. In the corridor leading downstairs, some skeleton warriors were mopping the floor. Wu Heng led them through each cabin for a tour. This area contains rooms for living, and below are the cargo holds, which can transport goods as well as troops. Zai Ligui nodded. It truly is a sea base. The two walked through several cabins but found nothing particularly special. In the dimly lit cabin, Wu Heng glanced at Zai Ligui beside him and whispered softly, "Is there a reward this time?" Zai Ligui rolled her eyes at him. "We didn't make a bet." "What if there is?" Wu Heng looked at her. Zai Ligui's cheeks visibly reddened as she muttered, "Greedy." After hesitating, she whispered, "Close your eyes." Wu Heng smiled, lowered his body slightly, and then closed his eyes. He then felt a cool, moist touch on his cheek. A gentle tap, and they quickly parted. Wu Heng opened his eyes, and Zai Ligui cautiously glanced towards the doorway. All right, let's go." "You think about these things every day," Zai Ligui said with a flushed face as she walked out. Wu Heng grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Their eyes met. Zai Ligui's voice trembled. "What are you doing?" "Shiyali is still outside." Wu Heng leaned forward, one hand around her waist and the other supporting the back of her head. He kissed her directly. Zai Ligui's eyes widened in surprise, staring at the doorway. She clenched her fist, lightly thumping his chest. She dared not use too much force, not wanting to hurt the fragile mage, yet the light force felt almost coquettish. Her teeth parted slightly, tenderly responding to him. Her body softened, arms draped over his shoulders, her eyes still vigilantly watching the door. Afraid someone might come down. After a long time, footsteps were heard from above. Zai Ligui quickly pushed him away and straightened her clothes, wiping away the droplet hanging at the corner of her mouth. She then took out a mirror from her space ring and checked her appearance. The footsteps grew closer. Following that, a skeleton with a bucket walked in. It reached the far end and started to mop the floor. Both of them paused for a moment but then smiled. "We still have some time," Wu Heng said. Zai Ligui frowned. "I don't have time for you." With that, she ran outside and made her way to the deck. Wu Heng followed her out. Shiyali approached. "I've finished recording. I'll have someone customize it, and it should be ready in 2 days. Let's go." "We've finished the tour? Let's return," Wu Heng proposed. The trio disembarked together. Shiyali looked at her sister. "Why are your lips swollen?" "I accidentally bit them just now." "It's nothing." "You bit them?" The three of them left through pier number 2 and hailed a carriage to return to the central district. Along the way, the two others got off at the association's entrance, and Wu Heng returned to the Island Lord's mansion. Back at the Island Lord's mansion. "Master, you're back." Minnie smiled and came over to open the door. What are you doing, all soaking wet?" Wu Heng wrapped an arm around her shoulder as they walked inside together. "Here, bathing the skeleton flying dragons." Minnie smiled and gestured towards a nearby location. By the fountain in the front courtyard. 4 skeleton flying dragons were sitting on the ground waiting. A few regular skeleton warriors, holding buckets and brushes, were cleaning their bones. Roby and Annette were also involved, directing the skeletons at work. "Do they really need another scrubbing since they're all bones?" Wu Heng curiously asked. "Just a rinse. A leather worker will come to make leather armor for the dragons. It helps differentiate the Island Lord's mansion skeleton flying dragons from others," Minnie explained. Some skeleton flying dragons had been stationed at important locations on Gold and Silver Island. Naturally, the island lord's mansion had some too. Minnie's idea to use dragon's armor to distinguish those affiliated with the island lord's mansion seemed feasible. That works, carry on. Entering the living room, Minnie brewed a cup of tea for Wu Hang before running out to continue bathing the skeleton flying dragons. Wu Hang sat on the couch, pondering the association's matters. The association's directives should be arriving soon. I wonder how they will handle it. Several days had passed since the report was sent. The association's decisions were likely to be issued in the next few days. A steward's death was no trivial matter. Even if it had nothing to do with Hueco Kingdom, and the steward truly died from someone else's vendetta, the association would still demand some kind of compensation from Hueco Kingdom. After all, the news was genuinely suppressed. Regardless of the arrangements, I need to follow through and aim to gain renown. If Hueco Kingdom could reach the popularity of Gold and Silver Island, it could definitely boost me to level 20. Just as Wu Hang stood up to head upstairs, the courtyard door knocked again. Minnie went to answer it and saw Captain Philippa, with a parrot on her shoulder, swaggering in. After exchanging a few words with Minnie, she entered the house directly. Smiling, she said, "Everything at the port is arranged. A level 15 skeleton captain and numerous skeleton crew members are set. All equipment and apparatus will be aboard by tomorrow." The dragon cargo ship was something Wu Hang had shown Captain Philippa before, even before Xiligui, but he had her make other arrangements while he, Xiligui, and Xiali boarded to take a look. As long as it's ready. The association's decision regarding Hueco Kingdom should be issued in the next few days, and we'll likely need these ships, Wu Hang stated. "Don't worry, I'll handle it," Captain Philippa assured as she settled into his lap, then praised, "Your idea to use the dragons is good. Did you come up with it yourself?" "Just a normal thought. Haven't there been pirate ships with dragons on board before?" "That's completely different. Pirates' dragons are for scouting and intimidation, and their combat effectiveness is mediocre. Your idea is much better," Captain Philippa continued. Wu Hang lightly patted her on the waist. "Thank you for your approval, Captain Philippa." "You're welcome." Captain Philippa chuckled and then shifted in his lap. "Tonight, could I take that aircraft carrier out for patrol?" "Just following the route." "No, there might be actions in these couple of days. What if we need the ships?" Wu Hang declined. Captain Philippa raised her hand in pledge. "I swear on my life as a tame beast trainer, I'll be back within 2 days." The parrot suddenly turned its head, looking in surprise at the conversation. Chapter 678, Who is attacking? Wu Hang glanced at the parrot. "Don't swear on other people's lives." "I swear on my life, I'll just take a stroll and come right back." "No, your words aren't reliable," Wu Hang said directly. "Please, I'll just go out for a walk, and I promise to come back. As a pirate for so many years, honesty and benevolence have been my synonyms." "Trust me," Philippa pleaded. Wu Hang still said, "No, your mouth isn't trustworthy at all." Philippa's expression froze, and she got up grumpily. After a long look at him, she said, "Humphrey, the air here is bad, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Minnie." With that, she went to the courtyard, where she and a few other maids started bathing the skeleton flying dragon. Wu Hang frowned and sniffed around before looking at the air conditioner. "What's wrong with the air?" Zhao's voice then sounded in his ear. "Uncle, she said you farted." The next day, Central District. The news of the bicycle sale was once again spreading from the island. A long, thin line of customers had formed in front of the sale point, and even more people were gathered around, watching the excitement. This scene had been experienced twice already. And with pens and watches still seeing queues each day for purchases, it was no longer surprising. But one had to marvel at the merchandise sold on Gold and Silver Island. Every item was a hot sell. Truly a money-making machine. Of course, the trading companies that were able to resell these items also made a profit, since only a few could come to Gold and Silver Island. The detailed blueprints of the bicycle have all been taken down, and quite a few trading companies are already working on the frames. I'm aware of that. Nobody would be standing here in line if they had succeeded. After the bicycle, I wonder whether there will be other new products. This island master really is something, one product after another, keeping all these trading companies circling around Gold and Silver Island. Haven't you read the newspaper? He's no ordinary person. In a mansion courtyard. The mechanist took his tools and carefully started to dismantle the parts one by one. A fully intact bicycle turned into a pile of parts scattered on the ground. And an investigator by his side was making records. After the complete disassembly, the mechanist stood up slowly and said, "The structure isn't complicated." The representatives from the trading companies nearby showed delight. "Is it difficult to produce the components? Can the R&D and production costs compete with Gold and Silver Island's market?" Imitating a product also depended on the profits that could be derived from it. If it's a hassle to produce, without a price advantage, and the product has flaws, then it's better to resell from here. The special toughness of the leather on the outside of the wheels needs to be studied further. If we can manufacture this, or find a substitute, we should be able to compete with Gold and Silver Island in the market, said the mechanist. The trading company representatives nodded in satisfaction. Good, proceed with that. Didn't the sale point offer some inflating service? Go there and gather some information. Alright, I got it. At the Island Lord's mansion. Wu Heng returned from outside and took a plastic bag out of the space ring. Inside were 2 yellowish biological eyeballs. Owl Hawk's eyeballs, ritual materials for unlocking the spirit vision ability for ghosts. Over this period, Bella's level had reached level 17. Compared to Zhao and Glinda, it's a bit low. But in the entire system of professionals, it's already a very high level. And Bella, being forcibly transformed by Wu Heng into a ghost, naturally came with fewer characteristics. This must be a downside of forcibly transforming ghosts. He had ordered such materials previously from a material shop, and since they had arrived when he passed by today, he brought them back. He greeted the maids downstairs and went straight upstairs. As soon as he walked into the study, Zhao flew over, as if uncovering a secret, and said, "Uncle, it's bad. Those people dismantled the bicycles and said they could manufacture them. They're planning to compete with you for the market. They're moving so fast, they can even make tires?" Wu Heng wondered curiously. Even the making of the bicycle frame, including the bearings and the chain inside, wouldn't surprise Wu Heng. After all, there were many delicate mechanical devices in this world. But rubber tires, and to make the actual wheels? It would likely require a lot of effort. The tires were said to be replaced with other materials, Zhao said. Bella also added, a mechanist said that the structure of the bicycle is simple and could be attempted to be made. Whether it really can achieve that effect is hard to say. Indeed, the structure of a bicycle was not difficult, but reaching the standards of modern bicycles was not so easy. This would keep them busy for some time. Even if they did manage to create them, on his side, he had a bicycle factory capable of mass production. With quantity and pricing wars, he could crush them. No big problem. It's fine, everything is going according to plan, Wu Heng said with a smile. Oh. Zhao and Bella nodded. Wu Heng then lifted the ritual materials in his hand. Bella, the ritual materials have been bought, let's go downstairs to prepare for the ritual. Okay. Bella nodded and directly burrowed through the floor to descend. Zhao followed, and Wu Heng left the room to go downstairs. In an empty room, Wu Heng drew the array, placing the necessary materials in their positions. Come on in. Bella flew in. Wu Heng activated necromantic power. All the materials turned into an energy torrent, entwining with Bella in the air. London City. Inside a mansion. Thud thud. Heavy blows struck the front gate. The next second, hinges broke off, and with a bang, the gate panel fell inward to the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Numerous arrows whistled towards the main entrance. Clink clang. Sounds of metal clashing rang out. A tall beastman skeleton, holding a heavy shield, charged through the gate amid the hail of arrows. After the first volley of arrows, a pitch-black casket protruded from behind the shield and, the next second, forcibly spewed flames. A hail of bullets swept across the courtyard and the houses inside. Stone exploded, doors and windows shattered. The people inside were riddled with bullets in an instant, and the whole courtyard turned to ruins. Kill your way in, a faint woman's voice commanded. The shield skeleton stepped aside to clear the path, and human race skeletons armed with iron swords poured into the courtyard and rooms, eliminating any remaining foes. Once the inside of the mansion fell completely silent, a woman in leather armor, the housekeeper of the city lord's mansion, slowly walked in. Gather the bodies. The skeletons arranged the corpses neatly in the courtyard. The housekeeper quickly identified one and pointed, interrogate this one. The skeleton mage accompanying her stepped forward and cast communicate with the dead. The corpse on the ground suddenly sat up, gazing over. The housekeeper asked, what was your purpose in bribing the city defense army? The corpse answered, to open the city gates from the inside when the assault on London City begins. The housekeeper's expression turned grave, and she asked, who is attacking the city? The army of Hueco Kingdom. Damn it. Chapter 679, The Earth is Round Island Lord's Mansion. After the last trace of energy had been absorbed by Bella, the energy instantly spread out, kicking up fine dust. Bella reverted to her original form, looking around with a touch of confusion before turning her gaze to Wu Heng and Zhao in front of her. Without waiting for Wu Heng to speak, Zhao quickly flew up, her tone curious. Sister Bella, are you alright? I'm fine, I feel a bit different, but I can't pinpoint exactly how. Bella floated out of the array. Zhao looked at her, continuing to ask, "What's 38 plus 24? Bella was stunned. Zhao turned her head towards Wu Heng. "There's a problem." Bella immediately said, 62, "I know, is there a problem with that?" Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, then told Wu Heng, "Don't worry, it's fine." Wu Heng glanced at the mischievous Zhao, then turned to Bella. "This ritual can grant ghosts the ability to see the levels of others. Try it out and see if it works." Bella looked at one person and one spirit, gazed for a while, and her face showed delight. "I can see, there's a different glow around you too." "Yes, this ability is very useful for scouting and it can help avoid conflicts with higher-level professionals," Wu Heng said. "It seems quite useful," Bella remarked. "Let Zhao explain to you how to use it specifically." Zhao flew next to Bella. "Come on, let's take a spin around the island. You'll be able to see the differences easily, it's actually quite simple." Bella looked toward Wu Heng. Wu Heng said, "Go ahead, there's nothing this afternoon, take a stroll, and see what they've done with the bicycles." The two ghosts nodded and directly drilled through the wall. Disappeared from sight. Wu Heng opened the door, let the skeletons in to clean the room. He then went back upstairs, returning to his study. Back in the study, Glenda, floating midair and reading, turned her head towards him. "Where are they?" "They went outside to test their abilities." Wu Heng walked in and sat down next to her. "Spirit vision?" "Yeah, other abilities can't really be tested casually." "That makes sense," Glenda nodded. Wu Heng used animate object to pour himself a cup of tea, which floated to his hand. After taking a sip, his gaze turned to the book in her hands. "How's it going?" "I haven't seen results yet. Are you sure I can learn these skills?" Glenda asked doubtfully. "It shouldn't be a problem, just a matter of time," said Wu Heng. The certainty that she could learn skills came from the legendary heroic spirit on his panel. The description mentioned the ability to learn and release corresponding skills. Not every skill could be learned, but those from the necromancy sect shouldn't be a problem. Plus, ever since he unlocked his panel, the tips it provided had never been wrong. If it said Glenda could learn skills, there probably wouldn't be a mistake. And indeed, learning skills also takes time. Glenda's intelligence is definitely sufficient, since she's already at level 20, but it would still take some time to understand the knowledge. Being around Wu Heng had instilled in her the illusion that one should learn skills just by reading the skill book once. "I'll take your word for it." Glenda turned her attention back to her book. They sat in the study for a while. Zhao and Bella also flew back from outside. "It's no problem now." Bella also said, "The effect is very good, I can see everyone's levels at a glance. I have some notes on my hand, and a few rituals. When we find the materials we can enhance your abilities," Wu Heng commented. "Didn't you say at level 20, we can learn skills? We don't really need rituals then, do we?" Zhao mentioned. Wu Heng paused. "Having more skills won't hurt." "Yeah, that's also true. Later, Aunt Glenda, Sister Bella, and we three at level 20, having learned amazing skills, will be like three horses pulling the carriage forward with Uncle," stated Zhao. Wu Heng sipped his tea, smiling. "Won't you run in the wrong direction? That's your problem, the earth is round." They chatted with the three ghosts for a while. Zhao and Bella started watching a movie on the tablet, while Glenda continued to study her book. A maid's voice came from outside, calling for lunch. Wu Heng followed her downstairs. In the afternoon, Wu Heng was also looking at blueprints. Roby slid down from sitting on the stairs handrail, landing and saying, "Master, I got a message from Sister Mangekyō. She seems to have some business with you." "I know." Wu Heng closed the blueprints and walked toward the upper floor. Entering the radio room, he picked up the microphone and asked, "Mangekyō, can you hear me?" "I can hear you, Master," Mangekyō's voice came through. "Did you need me for something?" "Today, during Communicate with the Dead, I received another message, saying that Hueco Kingdom has already started mobilizing troops, planning to attack London City." Wu Heng's brow furrowed instantly. When he last visited London City, he had heard news of the Hueco Kingdom planning an attack. But when he checked the past, there was no increase in troops at the border. Now, this issue had arisen again. "Explain in detail." "Okay," Mangekyō assented and recounted the events thoroughly. After London City allied with the Beastmen tribe, there were some reports of merchants making contact with city officials. The city was already on alert, so they initiated an investigation. It was found that some individuals were bribing officials and city defense personnel. After identifying those individuals, they organized an operation to kill them directly. Being London City, detailed procedures were unnecessary as actions tended to be direct. After the individuals were killed, the skeleton mage performed Communicate with the Dead. They obtained information that the Hueco Kingdom's army was preparing to attack and that these people had entered the city early to act as insiders. After listening, Wu Heng fell silent for a moment. Then he asked, Is it possible to determine the number of troops and the timing? When Mangekyō answered, I've dispatched scouts from the city. We should have accurate information in a couple of days. Have arrangements been made in the city? Wu Hang continued. We've begun searching for suspicious individuals in the city. Meanwhile, both the city defense team and patrol guard have increased their number of skeletons. So far, there are no issues. Now the importance of skeletons was evident. Whether it was the city defense or the patrol guards, or even city hall officials. As long as one is alive, not bound by a slavery contract, there's a risk of being bribed and utilized. But skeletons are different. When Mangekyō could fully trust skeletons. Even to say, her secure hold over the entire London city relied on these skeletons. There have been recent issues on Gold and Silver Island. I'm sending Minnie to pick you up, and you can live on the island for a while, leaving your steward to handle matters here. The radio also makes communication easy, Wu Hang thought aloud, when Mangekyō had just given birth and would surely not have the same physical and mental stamina as before. Wu Hang was genuinely concerned that the mother and daughter might face some issues. It seemed when Mangekyō had foreseen Wu Hang would say this, and she quickly replied, Thank you for your concern, Master, but it's too early to leave now. We aren't sure if they're really amassing troops, and it could possibly be a diversion. Besides, with our current military strength and defenses, London City isn't easily bullied. Wu Hang wanted to persuade her further, but he halted his words. What when Mangekyō said was also true, although a corpse doesn't lie, the enemy might use corpses to spread false information. One cannot simply leave the city whenever there's a supposed attack. In that case, it would be better not to have the city at all. Wu Hang took a deep breath. Fine, first confirm the accurate intelligence, and if there's any danger, notify me in advance and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. Alright, Master, when Mangekyō answered with a smile. How's the daughter? Wu Hang continued asking. Everything's fine. She's eating and sleeping well, and she's plump and healthy. Thank you for your hard work, Wu Hang said softly. When Mangekyō's voice grew even more tender, it's not hard at all. She's also my daughter, our daughter. When she grows a bit older, we'll choose a profession for her, something impressive. Let her choose for herself. Whatever she likes is fine, the profession doesn't matter. Okay, as you wish. The two of them chatted for a while. When Mangekyō went off to deal with issues in the city, and Wu Hang disconnected the communication. He left his residence. In the afternoon, he took some skeletons to a factory to reorganize their defenses. He also arranged for skeleton flying dragons to participate in defense. Late at night, Wu Hang returned to his bedroom. Lying back on the bed, he gazed at the ceiling. He began pondering the recent issues in his mind. Gold and Silver Island needed to handle affairs at Natalie City. The report had already been submitted, and they couldn't just ignore it now. There were other unstable factors at London City as well. Although when Mangekyō wasn't sure if the army was being amassed at the border, the constant flow of messages suggested that it very likely was. This Hueco kingdom is courting death, unable to handle its internal affairs but always thinking of waging war outside. What are they thinking? He muttered. Wu Hang opened his panel and glanced at his own renown. Level, 19, 293,741 out of 355,000, renown, 19, 5,972 out of 66,000, the experience needed for leveling up was nearing 300,000, and the skeletons from the expeditionary team could complete it. Most of the experience was also provided by their expansion. Calculating at this pace, he could reach the required experience value within a month. It might even take less than a month. The only issue left was that of renown. Currently, it was only 5,972, barely anything. Damn, why does leveling up need something like renown? Chapter 680, Orders arrive. I really need to rely on the Hueco kingdom, he mused. With his current fame, it was necessary to leverage the population size of the Hueco kingdom to meet the requirements of renown. Otherwise, relying solely on Gold and Silver Island, along with the trading caravans spreading his fame, leveling up would be impossible. Indeed, population size was quite crucial. Upon further consideration, he also had a zombie world. Plus, various modern inventions and equipment could be transported here and passed off as his own products to boost his renown. Those heroes who had reached level 20. They really were quite formidable. They managed to level up under such harsh conditions. No, wait. For some, it doesn't seem hard. Wu Hang viewed the situation from the perspective of an ordinary person advancing in level. But for some, born at the pinnacle of power, as long as they had the talent for leveling, renown was not an issue. As he pondered, the sky gradually darkened. He adjusted his position and fell deeply asleep. The next day, morning. The family was having breakfast when the ringing of the telephone nearby interrupted them. Minnie walked over to answer the call and came back saying, "Master, Steward Xyligui requests your presence," stating that the guild's arrangements had come through. The guild's orders had arrived? The timing was almost exactly as calculated. "Alright, I'll head over after breakfast." After they finished breakfast together, Wu Hang tidied up and left the Island Lord's mansion with Andre Willow. They alighted in the central district, and Wu Hang went straight into the guild. The entire guild hall was still bustling. Or rather, since the island exhibition began and goods were selling well, the guild hall had become quite lively. Guilds and individuals were issuing various commissions here. Mercenaries and freelancers were also becoming more numerous. Covering his hood, Wu Hang hastened to the steward's office. He lightly knocked on the door, received a response, and entered. As Xyligui saw him come in, her cheeks flushed red. She coughed lightly before saying, "The guild's arrangements are set. You're appointed as the chief inspector for the Netali City case. You're to unearth the truth behind the local steward's death and also investigate the evil cult and civilian massacres mentioned in previous reports." Wu Hang was surprised by the headquarters' decision. He knew that the headquarters would definitely assign someone to investigate, and he had prepared to follow along. But he had never thought he would be appointed as chief inspector. "You're putting me in charge? Why, is there no one else at headquarters?" Wu Hang asked after a pause. Xyligui looked at him. "You, a great detective, investigating a case isn't expected? Ask anyone on Gold and Silver Island, and they'd all agree it should be you." Damn. Not only did the islanders take it seriously, but the guild's heroes believed it, too. Following along was his intent, but being wholly responsible for the case, if he couldn't deliver a satisfactory outcome, his persona would crumble. The guild would likely be displeased as well. "Is there no support?" "I remember the last inspector from the guild had a gadget to discern truth from lies," Wu Hang remarked. "Just perform normally, like you did before," Xyligui said flatly. "Damn." She continued, "As for support, several guild members are arranged to accompany you, considered as the personnel assigned to you." "Who are they?" "I'll take you to see them. 3 level 18 professionals, 4 level 15 professionals," explained Xyligui. That was quite a lineup. 3 level 18 professionals for a city case might be overkill, but it also showed the importance placed on this matter. Wu Hang nodded. "With this, I have some peace of mind," Xyligui stated. "Among the level 18 professionals, one is a guild investigator with keen insight. Make sure to follow guild procedures strictly during the operation and don't get caught on any issue. Document everything." She didn't believe Wu Hang would do anything wrong, but his methods were often unconventional. On Gold and Silver Island, as long as the results were satisfactory, no one cared about the means. But this time, he had to follow the guild's procedures to ensure that a good deed didn't end up causing harm. "Aren't you coming with me?" Wu Hang asked. Xyligui looked at him with a gentle gaze. "I'm the steward of Gold and Silver Island, how could I just leave? Besides, if both of us go, what if things here turn chaotic?" Wu Hang also reasoned it was right, not everyone could leave. Even so, he was somewhat worried about Gold and Silver Island. "You're right, you staying here reassures me," Wu Hang stated. "We'll talk later." Xyligui directed her gaze to Xiaoli. "Please bring yesterday's attendees to the meeting room, tell them that Island Lord Wu Hang is also joining." Xiaoli put down what she was holding. "All right." With that, they all left the office together. Inside the meeting room, Wu Hang and Xyligui waited briefly. Footsteps approached, and several people walked in. They then seated themselves across the meeting room. Xyligui stood and announced, "Everyone, this is Wu Hang, Island Lord of Gold and Silver Island and the chief inspector assigned by the headquarters for this case." The several individuals across the room either bowed or nodded slightly in greeting. Xyligui continued to introduce the others: Level 18 Swordsman Mr. Tapani, Level 18 Mage Mr. Gianvito, Level 18 Investigator Mr. Sim, Level 15 Priest. From levels 18 to 15, Xyligui introduced each person's profession and level. It was a bit overwhelming for Wu Hang, even with significant boosts in focus and memory. Hearing so many names all at once, he still struggled to remember. After the introduction, Wu Hang smiled and spoke, "It's an honor to work on this case with you all. I look forward to your support." Everyone nodded, and they all took their seats. Once seated, the individuals opposite looked towards Wu Hang, and he surveyed them in return. Among the level 18 professionals, the swordsman was an elf, displaying the distinct features of the elf race. The mage Wu Hang recognized, a veteran mage in a long robe and white beard, holding a wooden staff, Gianvito. He had led the team during Gold and Silver Island's last emergency response. The nickname Zhao had given him was Gandalf. The third individual was a short-statured dwarf, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat scholarly. Of the 4 level 15 professionals, Two were humans, one was from the Blood Clan, and one was a short person. Lord Wuheng, when do you plan to depart? The situation in Netali City is unclear, and it shouldn't be delayed too long, the leading level 18 swordsman asked directly. Wuheng scanned the group, then responded, indeed, we can't delay for too long. We'll depart directly tomorrow morning. Veteran mage Jian Vito glanced over, asking, shouldn't we communicate with Netali City first? Let's not rule out the possibility that Netali City itself is the culprit. Chapter 681, South Korea National Team. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. Clearly, the great detective Island Lord was more inclined to believe that there was an inherent problem with Netali City itself. And this was the sentiment shared by most present. The representatives from headquarters exchanged glances, and a 15-level priest casually asked, wouldn't this cause a misunderstanding with the Hueco Kingdom? Wu Heng looked at him and replied, we are here to investigate a case, not to foster animosity between nations. Just notify them when we are about to reach the port. Even so, isn't it impolite? After all, we represent the headquarters of the association, the priest continued. Swish swish swish. Just as he was about to retort, the sound of recording notes came from the opposite side. An 18-level investigator had, unbeknownst to them, taken out a steel pen, the mass-produced type commonly used by the public. He had started making records. Wu Heng slightly raised his eyebrows, softening his tone. Courtesy is for friends, not for suspects. When the investigation is clear, we can show politeness at the dance party. I agree with Island Lord Wu Heng's view. Informing them in advance, isn't that tipping them off? The association sent us to investigate, not to make friends. A member of the Blood Clan cloaked in a heavy cape, whose face was obscured, spoke up. The voice was deep and neutral, somewhat indistinguishable between male and female. The priest snorted coldly and said no more. The veteran mage, Jian Vito, also mentioned, I too agree with Island Lord Wu Heng's arrangements. What about you, Elder Topani? Any other objections? An 18-level elven swordsman beside them nodded. Once everything is arranged, we'll take the headquarters ship tomorrow. Gold and Silver Island will be responsible for the escort fleet during the journey. Wu Heng said, there's no issue with that. The escort fleet is ready, and we can depart from Pier 2 tomorrow morning. Okay, the elven swordsman nodded and continued, we've met, so unless there's anything else, we'll head back and make preparations. Alright. Several people stood and walked out. Wu Heng, Zailigui, and Shiali followed them to see the group off. After everyone from headquarters had left the conference room, Wu Heng then asked, that elven swordsman, is he an elder of the headquarters? Based on how Jian Vito addressed him, he must be an elder of the association. It's not strange for this matter to have an elder leading the team, Zailigui replied. That makes sense. Zailigui asked, why the rush? Wu Heng answered, the longer this matter drags, the more difficult it becomes to solve the case. Now that everyone is here, it's crucial to get there as soon as possible. The sisters couldn't verify if this conclusion was correct, but Wu Heng clearly had more authority when it came to solving cases. Shiali also thought for a moment and said, the more rushed it is, there might be some oversight. Wu Heng smiled, it's not a big issue, if there are some oversights, I have ways to handle them. Zailigui glanced at her sister, let Shiali go with you, she's skilled at administrative work and can help you. Shiali's eyes flickered, staying silent but looking towards Wu Heng. The latter shook his head, there could be dangers over there. Zailigui agreed and nodded, yeah, just focus on overseeing Gold and Silver Island, don't let anyone steal our home while I'm gone. What our home? That's so weird, Zailigui commented quietly, murmuring under her breath, then added, not bringing the association's team. Wu Heng fell into thought. He would certainly take some skeletons with him, considering the internal strife within the military there, which posed a risk. As for the association's team, indeed, people who were willing to follow his arrangements were needed to handle matters. Skeletons, while useful, weren't as effective as living beings. Let's take the fifth team, Kavina's team. Alright, I will have her prepare immediately, and she'll leave with you tomorrow. Zailigui nodded in agreement. Thump thump thump. As they were speaking, the door was knocked on. The three immediately paused their discussion, and Shiali got up to open the door. A figure covered in a heavy hooded cloak, with the face and body entirely concealed under the hood, appeared outside the door. It was a member of the Blood Clan within the association. He likely represented Lilith, the secret speaker. Island Lord Wu Heng, Steward Zailigui, the Blood Clan member said flatly to the room. Is there something else? Zailigui asked. I would like to speak to Island Lord Wu Heng in private, the Blood Clan member said. Zailigui frowned slightly and looked at Wu Heng. This was the association's territory. Wu Heng was accompanied by two high-level skeletons, and the other party, A 15-level professional, likely couldn't do anything risky. Seeing Wu Hang had no intention of refusing, she nodded, then we'll head back to the study room. Thank you, Steward Zai Ligui, the Blood Clan member said. Zai Ligui and Shiali exited the room, leaving only Wu Hang and the entering Blood Clan behind. The door closed. The Blood Clan member took a step forward, bowing slightly. Greetings, Punishment Officer. Wu Hang's eyebrows raised. What's going on? Please sit down. The Blood Clan member sat down opposite him, removing the hood and revealing a woman's face. She had short hair, a broad and clean forehead, thick eyebrows close to sword brows, blood-red eyes, a sharp and resolute gaze, and distinct facial lines exhibited both toughness and gentleness. Her features were quite attractive, though she exuded a tomboyish vibe. Once seated, the Blood Clan member directly began. Leader Lilith has sent you a message. Considering your several defenses of the Blood Clan's honor, you have been promoted within the Holy Ash Church to the position of Punishment Officer, authorized to oversee all personnel of the Blood Clan, along with a reward for you. Chapter 681, South Korea National Team. After finishing, he took out a new emblem from his space ring, as well as a troop support jade. The emblem's pattern was a blood-red moon and a long sword whose guard was shaped like bat wings. The materials also seemed to be of a much higher quality. He had been promoted. Then, Wu Hang continued to look at the troop support jade talisman. This kind of jade talisman was a one-time item made by heroes, meant to be crushed in times of danger or crisis to summon a hero's help. According to Zai Ligui's statement, heroes would give these as rewards to their confidants or subordinates. But Wu Hang had never used it up to now. He was unsure of what this assistance meant. It would be better to receive 2 skill books or some special item tools as rewards. Wu Hang glanced at the other party and said, "Thank you, Leader Lilith, for your trust. It's my honor to serve the Blood Clan and the leader." The Blood Clan across from him smiled and nodded. Wu Hang continued, "I'd like to inquire about something." "Please speak." "Do you know about 100 soldiers set? A special item set." "I've heard of it. How many pieces are there, and are they all at the association?" Wu Hang asked curiously. The Blood Clan furrowed their brows and shook their head, seriously responding, "I'm not sure, I've only heard of the set." "Oh, no matter," Wu Hang said with a smile. The Blood Clan then stood up and said, "Then, I'll head back to prepare. If you have any commands on the way, you can arrange for us to handle them." "Thank you. It's what I should do." The other party bowed once more and then left the room directly. Wu Hang watched her leave. He put the items on the table into his space ring. He thought he remembered mentioning inquiring about the 100 soldiers Reborn meant in a letter to Lilith. She shouldn't have failed to grasp his meaning. Or perhaps she thought his troop support jade was more important than the ornament. "Next time, I'll just write a direct request. This beating around the bush is too much trouble." And the other emblem that had been changed was to a punishment officer. It seemed he had leveled up again. Mainly, he was unclear about the hierarchy within the Blood Clan Church. He didn't know to what extent he had reached, but it seemed not low, at least higher than the enforcement team. With rapid thoughts in his mind, he got up and left the meeting room as well. Just as he walked out the door, another warrior clad in iron armor approached. He saluted. "Island Lord Wu Hang, Dean Jian Vita requests your presence." Why not just talk in the meeting room? He had quite a few things to arrange on his side. But he couldn't refuse to see Jian Vito, not only because their relationship was good, but also because this operation needed him to mediate the relationship between the two sides. "Where is the dean?" "In the dormitory." "Lead the way." The warrior walked ahead while Wu Hang, with his skeleton attendant, followed behind. They made their way to the association dormitory. After the warrior said a few words outside the door opened, and Wu Hang went in with the skeleton. "Island Lord Wu Hang." "Dean Jian Vito." Wu Hang revealed a smile. "Please have a seat." Jian Vito picked up a teapot, poured him a cup of tea, and then said, "The changes in Gold and Silver Island are truly great. It's almost unbelievable that it's the same Gold and Silver Island. The association entrusted Gold and Silver Island to me, so naturally I have to try my best to do a good job. Don't give me those formalities." Wu Hang smiled. "What I said came from the heart. This matter is taken quite seriously by the association, so there must be a result," Jian Vito said, his expression becoming serious. Wu Hang frowned. "What kind of result does the association want? Did the Hueco Kingdom commit the murder? What are they trying to do?" Jian Vito said. "What if we can't figure it out? Then those heroes might not be very satisfied, and it could affect your path ahead," Jian Vito remarked while picking up his teacup to take a sip. "And what about you all? We will, of course, fully cooperate with you. Those heroes above have great trust in your abilities as a great detective," Jian Vito casually replied. Wu Hang pondered for a moment. I see some aloofness in the team. Don't worry about the level 15s. As for the elf race elder, just treat him as someone to hold the fort for you. With his level and strength, it's not easy to arrange tasks for him. Wu Heng nodded. Although he didn't mind the other party's level, he still needed to keep it hidden from the outside world. To avoid any danger. The other party was an elder, so it was fine if he wanted to remain aloof. Wu Heng could use him as a shield if necessary. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Perhaps I should build a structure on the island. How about your Mage Research Association moves to the island to live? Wu Heng suggested directly. Dean Jianvito's brow furrowed in an instant, eyeing him suspiciously. Wu Heng's face showed sincerity. Really, the academic atmosphere on the island is quite strong. Let's talk about that later. Dean Jianvito picked up his teacup for another sip. I wanted to buy some of those fountain pens of yours, but with so many people in line, it might be a bit difficult. You didn't mention it, so I almost forgot. The ones outside are just the standard models. I've prepared a collector's edition for you, which you can't buy outside. Wu Heng said as he took out a gift box and pushed it across to the other party. The veteran the mage's eyes flashed with delight. He stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He examined it in his hand, noticing it indeed differed in style and shape from those sold outside. Smooth and round to the touch. Not bad, the veteran mage praised, then looked up. Only to see Wu Heng smiling at him. Dean Jianvito furrowed his brow. What do you need? You mentioned teaching me a skill last time. You haven't forgotten, have you? When did I? Dean Jianvito's tone paused as he glanced at the fountain pen in his hand. What do you want to learn? That move from last time when the witch summoned the beasts from the fog with the sunlight shining down from the sky, and they all died. You're not high enough level, and your profession is different, you won't be able to learn it. Just let me have a look at the skill book. If I can't learn it, I'll accept it. Dean Jianvito sipped his tea and said indifferently, choose another one. How about Blink? That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Dean Jianvito thought for a moment. Shall I teach you, or do you want to read the skill book? The skill book, Wu Heng said. I'm good at self-study. Dean Jianvito took out a yellowed book from his space ring and slid it across. I'll lend it to you for a few days. You can read it on the ship, just don't lose it. Teleportation technique, description. This spell allows you to transport yourself and up to 3 willing creatures within the range you specify to a designated location. Alright. Wu Heng collected the skill book. Dean, did you bring any other skill books? The watches and bicycles we have on the island are not bad either. I didn't bring any. We can talk about it later. Dean Jianvito refused outright. Wu Heng also smiled and said, we'll talk after this matter is settled. Alright, I also need to prepare. You can go back first. Then we'll meet tomorrow. Wu Heng stood up with his skeleton attendant and left directly. Dean Jianvito, back in his dorm, began to carefully examine the fountain pen. On the way back, Zai Ligui was not in the steward's office. She must have gone to arrange a mission. Wu Heng then left the association directly and returned to his own residence. Back at the island lord's mansion, Minnie helped him take off his coat and casually asked, My lord, why were you gone for such a long time? The association's reinforcements have arrived. Tomorrow, we'll go to Netali City together, Wu Heng responded casually. Minnie paused in her movements. Will it be dangerous? Don't worry, there are 3 level 18 professionals accompanying us, and a lot of level 15s. It's just a city, we won't encounter any problems, Wu Heng reassured as he patted her hair. Minnie shrank her shoulders. Then let me accompany you. Solving a case and bringing a maid along would be a joke, right? Besides, we need you to take care of things on Gold and Silver Island, Wu Heng said. Alright then. Wu Heng continued, I'm heading upstairs. At dinner time, let Macintosh and Philippa know to come here for dinner. Of course, my lord, Minnie replied. Wu Heng instructed Minnie to prepare the items he needed for going out, then headed upstairs. Entering the study, he opened the boundary door. Heading to Zombie World. Wu Heng stepped out of the boundary door and heard the continuous pitter-patter of rain. It was gloomy outside, with rain merging into a sheet. It was raining here. He let Zhao out to find her mother, as they might not see each other for a while. Today, he would also pay a visit. Wu Heng picked up the chargeable walkie-talkie next to him and called for Chi Hankai. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Chi Hankai, wearing a coat, came in. Wu Heng gestured for her to sit down next to him and asked, anything happen in the last few days? Chi Hankai replied, something did. We made contact with South Korea's National Rescue Team. They will arrange for someone to come over tomorrow and discuss matters with us. Tomorrow? Chapter 682. Buy her a few books. Tomorrow was the day he and the association team would head to Netali City. These things had all converged together. The Korea rescue team was somewhat different from his own headquarters rescue team. At the beginning, his headquarters had quickly set up a central station. Using radio, they swiftly delineated the frequencies for each region and taught survival knowledge and skills all day. There seemed to be a sense of obscurity here. "What do you want to talk about?" Wu Hang asked. Chi Hankai said, "They probably have heard about some of our matters. I guess it's just about maintaining peace and exchanging resources. Whether there will be other issues, I am not sure." In this case, it wasn't too different from his headquarters. The primary goal was to establish a peaceful relationship. After all, even with advanced weaponry, it was hard to stop the expansion of the skeleton army. Seeking peaceful relations was the right choice. Wu Hang thought for a moment and said, "You take charge of this meeting just like we do at the headquarters, and see what they have to say." Chi Hankai looked at him. "All right, if there's something I can't decide, I'll say we need to hold a meeting to discuss it and inform them afterward." "That works," Wu Hang nodded. With that settled, Chi Hankai took out a notebook and continued, "Several factories for making ballpoint pens and bicycles have been located in different areas, and these have been marked nearby." Wu Hang nodded. "I'll go and take a look when I get a chance." In the modern world, ballpoint pens were the most commonly used for their convenience. Whereas in the other world, having just transitioned from quill pens, people still favored fountain pens. Also, Yaong's sister has taken over a pharmaceutical factory and is organizing personnel to collect information from there. They are looking for related talents to start restoring the production of commonly used medicines. Chi Hankai kept talking. This was a significant issue. Though medicines could be gathered from the outside and most were within the expiration date. Eventually, there would come a time when they would be used up or expire, making it essential to restart the production of medicines. "Let's also ask around here if there are relevant talents to gather," Wu Hang suggested. "Okay," Chi Hankai replied, "that's all for other major matters." "What about Jiaorong?" "No new information from Jiaorong." "Let's go, take me to see the base." "Okay." Chi Hankai took out an umbrella, and the two left the dormitory together. Heading to the office building across the street. At 4 in the afternoon, they returned from outdoors. Chi Hankai went to arrange the meeting with the Korea rescue team for the next day, and Wu Hang went back to his dormitory. He sat at the side, perusing the latest skill book he had acquired. The veteran mage, Jian Vito, definitely possessed many high-level skills but was somewhat reluctant to share them. Of course, this wasn't because he was stingy. Every profession had its succession. Especially among mages, there was particular emphasis on mentorship, sex, and heritage. No one would easily show their underlying capabilities. The skill books Wu Hang had collected were also kept in his study. After flipping through a few pages, Zhao flew back through the wall. "Uncle, are you reading?" "Yes, have you finished talking with your mom?" Wu Hang closed the book he was holding. "I stayed with her for a while, she has to work and didn't talk much," Zhao, half lying in the air, casually said. "That's good too, it seems your mom likes her current job." "Yeah, she does seem to like it a lot." Zhao somersaulted and flew over. "Maybe buy her a few more skill books?" "She wants to continue improving, huh?" "Sure, when we go to Netali City, there should be more skill books from the bards," Wu Hang said. "Alright. Let's head back." Zhao flew back into his body, and Wu Hang opened the boundary door and stepped in. After a simple Washington coming downstairs, halfway down, they could already hear the loud chatter. Walking down the stairs. Besides Minnie, Andre Willow and several maids from the Island Lord's mansion, Philippa and Macintosh, who was in charge of intelligence, were also sitting on the living room sofa. They were discussing recent matters concerning Gold and Silver Island. Minnie and Philippa, who were younger, chattered excitedly. Macintosh sat beside, holding the latest newspaper from the Island Lord's mansion in one hand, and feeding a green parrot and a small white feathered owl with the other. Seeing Wu Hang come down, several people stood up to greet him. "Master, dinner is ready, I'll have the skeleton bring it up," Minnie said as she quickly walked toward the kitchen. Following that, Chef Skeletons brought a lavish dinner to the table. Several people gathered around and started to eat. After feeling somewhat full, Wu Hang said, "The association's reinforcements have arrived, and tomorrow I will accompany the association members to Netali City to investigate the murder of the local steward." No one spoke and just continued to watch him. This matter had already been discussed by many with them when they arrived, so they were prepared in their hearts. Wu Hang continued, "Andre Willow, you will still be in charge of all the administrative affairs on Gold and Silver Island. Watch the timing of the newspaper releases. In my studies drawer, there are serialized story manuscripts, just follow the numbers and sell them accordingly." "Understood, Master," Andre Willow nodded. "Macintosh, you will continue to be in charge of intelligence work on the island. Remember the number to the steward's office at the association. For ordinary cases, contact the patrol guard, And for potentially dangerous matters, contact Xyligui directly, she will arrange to handle them. Yes, Lord Island Master, Macintosh responded as well. Minnie, Roby, Annette, you all continue to stay at the Island Lord's mansion. If you go out, bring more skeletons with you. Okay. That's it, let's eat. Be cautious while I'm not here and remember, nothing is more important than life, Wu Heng added. Yes, Master. Yes, Lord Island Master. Philippa frowned. Damn, why am I not included? Wu Heng glanced at her. You're coming with me to Netherly City, didn't I tell you before? I thought you had changed your mind. Philippa said. Wu Heng looked back at everyone. That's the situation, just be careful. Everyone nodded again. After dinner, the maids helped to clean up. Association, dormitory. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapidly burst into the room. Princess, I've found out, tomorrow Squad 5 will follow to Netherly City, and the main branch of the association has arranged several level 18 professionals, the maid said. Sitting on the bed, the fifth princess looked up and asked, who is leading the team from Gold and Silver Island? Island Lord Wu Heng. It seems the association has no plans to hide it, the announcements have all been posted. Wu Heng. The fifth princess murmured, then said, pack up, I'm going too. We've only just managed to escape, and now you want to go back, isn't that? The maid hesitated before adding, Princess, they didn't say they'd take us. I have a way. Pack up, and do it quickly. The fifth princess urged in a low voice. As night fell, Shayla also returned from outside and chatted briefly with a few maids on the first floor before heading upstairs to the study. Hearing the knocking sound and Shayla's voice, Wu Heng opened the door and stepped out, smiling. What kept you? You didn't come down for dinner. I was discussing some exhibition items with a few people from the trade associations, Shayla explained. Wu Heng wrapped his arm around her as they walked towards the bedroom on the side. I'm going with the association to deal with the local steward's matter in Netherly City. I heard from many, be careful when you go. This is the association's affair. As the island master of Gold and Silver Island, you don't need to stand out too much, Shayla quietly advised. I know. There's an association elder in the team, it won't be my turn to take the lead. That's good to know. Then the business matters of Gold and Silver Island, I'll leave in your hands. Don't worry, Shayla said confidently. I feel relieved handing them over to you, Wu Heng said, pulling her towards the bathroom. Shayla rolled her eyes. You're leaving tomorrow, shouldn't we rest early? Wu Heng helped her take off her long dress and unhooked her bra. Afraid I'll miss you. Stop it, Shayla playfully rolled her eyes and sat in the bathtub. Water splashed as Wu Heng embraced the delicate and voluptuous wood elf in his arms. I'm leaving tomorrow morning, the noose is public. When you go out, bring more guards with you. Shayla squeezed closer. Though you have the association as your support, you still need to be cautious. The great detective stories are also sold outside. The murderer won't want to see you enter the city. I'll be careful, Wu Heng pinched her soft cheeks. Let's go back to bed and rest. The two stepped out of the bathtub, quickly dried their bodies, and Wu Heng lifted her in his arms, walking towards the bedroom bed. Chapter 683, Your Boat? In the early morning, the sunshine sprinkled on the sea surface, scattering shimmering waves. The sailors heading toward the Netherly City Association embarked on the ships early. Newly recruited sailors and accompanying attendants were making final preparations. Meanwhile, several high-level representatives from headquarters gathered on the deck, silently waiting with a hint of impatience in their eyes. Why isn't Wu Heng here? He set the time himself and didn't even stick to it, complained a dwarf among the crew, his rough voice especially clear. He probably forgot the time himself, the priest chuckled. Let's wait a bit more, if he still doesn't show. We'll have someone call him, the veteran mage whispered softly. No need to wait any longer, have someone find him, and Sim, make sure to record this, the level 18 swordsman elder said indifferently. The dwarven investigator beside him took out a pen and paper from his space ring. Ding. Just as he was writing down the record, a near-piercing noise came from the sea. Then, exclamations arose from the other people on the ship. What a huge ship! It's flying the flags of Gold and Silver Island as well as the association's flag. It's a ship from Gold and Silver Island. That is just too exaggerated. The deck railing was instantly crowded with people. The few from the association looked towards the distant sea surface. Far in the distance on the sea level, a giant, never-before-seen bizarre ship appeared, like a small island floating on the sea. The escort ships beside it seemed exceptionally petite. 3 level 18 professionals and 4 level 15 professionals. All stood by the railing, eyes wide with surprise, watching the scene unfold. Not only were they astonished by the giant ship, but they were also filled with confusion. What's going on with Gold and Silver Island? Inventions like pens and watches could be refined, but where did such a colossal object come from? This kind of large machinery couldn't just be made by having a brain. Elder, they are signaling us with flags, asking us to come over, said the sailor at the mast top. The swordsman elder nodded. Move closer. Whoosh. Everyone immediately started moving, and the ship slowly approached the fleet where the giant ship was. And the closer they got, the more they felt the enormity of the giant ship. And how tiny their own ship was. On the dragon-carrying giant ship, the array slowly formed, and the figures of 3 level 18 professionals appeared. They looked around. Their expressions turned sour instantly. On the spacious deck, rows of skeleton flying dragons were shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Tap tap tap. Footsteps sounded. Kavina, the captain of the 5th team from the association, approached with her team members. Elder, Dean, any commands? The 3 exchanged looks, and Jian Vito asked, where is Wu Heng? The Lord isn't on this ship, he's on that one below, Kavina replied directly. Which one? The 3 asked, puzzled. Kavina pointed to the blue and white escort ship below. That one. Alright, got it. On the escort ship. Philippa came running over and said, the main party's ship looks too ordinary, and they've brought quite a few people too. Different from their own ship. The main party ship carried many living creature sailors and logistics personnel, plus several guards and attendants, not a small number of people. If nothing unexpected happens, our ship will be unique for a few years, others probably won't figure it out, Wu Heng spoke. What a pity, if I had this kind of ship when I was a pirate, who knows how imposing I would have been. Could a pirate be more imposing than you are now as the captain of the Gold and Silver Island fleet? Wu Heng retorted. True that. Wu Heng looked at a parrot that ran in next to him. Is your wing hurt? Why do you keep running around? Who? Let me check. Philippa picked up the parrot to inspect it. While they spoke, an array suddenly lit up on the deck of the escort ship, quickly forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! The skeletons on the ship swiftly swarmed forward, surrounding the array with rifles in hand. Then, the figures of the 3 level 18 professionals gradually became clear. Return to your posts, Wu Heng ordered. The skeletons immediately dispersed, each returning to their posts. Jian Vito then stepped forward and asked, why aren't you on that biggest ship? That ship is used for transporting troops, what's the matter? Wu Heng asked. The safest option is still the escort ship. It possesses both main cannons and close defense artillery, in the current world, unless a hero comes along. Otherwise, it's difficult for anyone to board this ship. While aircraft carriers equipped with flying dragons have been outfitted with large numbers of skeleton defenses, they have not yet installed close defense weapons. It still falls short. Just visited that ship, quite shocking, Jian Vito said. Can't compare with headquarters, Wu Heng made a polite remark, then asked, do you 3 have any orders? The swordsman elder said, we came to verify the ships, there are no issues now, let's set out immediately. Wu Heng nodded, glanced at Philippa, and directly ordered, the fleet, set sail. The flag signals were sent down, and the fleet began to advance into the depths of the Emerald Sea, with Gold and Silver Island shrinking in size and gradually disappearing. Are both of these ships yours? Jian Vito asked. The other 2 also looked over, waiting for his answer. Wu Heng smiled and nodded, Gold and Silver Islands. It's our first time seeing such ships, this place really is quite magical, Jian Vito said with a smile. Wu Heng gestured with his hand, let's talk in the cabin, it's windy outside. They followed him into the cabin. Philippa brought in some tea and also sat down at the side. The swordsman elder asked, approximately how many days to reach Natalie City? 4 to 5 days. With your understanding of the entire case, do you have any thoughts? Wu Heng looked at Jian Vito, pondered a moment. It's still too early to start theorizing about a suspect now, it's better to discuss it after we arrive at the island. Jian Vito also smiled and said, Elder Tapani, do you want Wu Heng to predict the suspect in advance? If he truly had that capability, we would just arrest the person directly. That's true, it's indeed too early. Association. Wu Heng's departure had no effect on Gold and Silver Island. Just that his leaving made steward Zai Ligui feel somewhat empty inside, as if she had lost her mainstay. But the problem wasn't significant, it was just a brief departure. Whether or not he could solve the case, he would return. What she needed to do was to keep this place secure. Bang. The door was forcefully pushed open. Shi Yali strode in, her voice grave, the 5th princess is missing. Zai Ligui's brows instantly furrowed, how is she missing? It's time for her performance at the opera house, noticing her delay, I came here to search. I just had someone check, her luggage and belongings are here, but she isn't. Shi Yali spoke quickly. Zai Ligui's eyes narrowed slightly, a guess forming in her mind. but nothing could be confirmed now. Get something from her room. Xyligui put on her armor. Shiali went out again and returned with 2 pieces of clothing. Xyligui took them and headed directly to the island lord's mansion. To see the prophet. Aboard the ship, the kitchen. In the dimly lit room, 2 figures in dirty sailor outfits sat on wooden crates, washing vegetables. Princess, we aren't walking into a trap, are we? The association investigation team, they wouldn't dare make a move in front of the association. If there is danger, you can go to Lord Island Master, he will surely save you. Don't worry, let's follow them and see the situation, then return with the association ships, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Princess, we're almost out of money. Once this matter is over, we can go back to performing dramas, we will earn enough to live on. They chatted softly. The shouting of other sailors came from behind. Are you two embroidering? You move so slow, if you can't handle this, go scrub the deck. Alright, the maid immediately responded. Afternoon. 3 association personnel returned to their own ships, and Philippa rode a flying dragon to a large cargo ship. Wu Heng sat in the cabin, took out the teleportation technique skill book, planning to read it. The book wasn't very thick, he should be able to unlock it in an afternoon. Moreover, such skills were quite useful. At least, they could be helpful in certain special terrains for mobility. Going to read? Glenda's figure appeared beside him. Yes, where are Zhao and the others? Wu Heng asked. They're flying with the ship, Glenda explained, then said, pass me that disease radiation book, I'll continue reading it. Wu Heng took out another skill book from the space ring and handed it to Glenda. Each engrossed in a book, they began their reading in the room. Chapter 684, The Function of Teleportation Technique. Teleportation technique in the Mage faction belongs to the Curse Magic faction. Yet, it also contains knowledge about formation rituals. This point was quite similar to his own awakening souls. It required mana to drive the formation to achieve the ultimate skill effect. Then, Wu Heng steadied himself again and began to focus on the content of the skill book. The destination must be in the same plane. That is to say, one cannot teleport from this world to another, a fact Wu Heng found unsurprising. If one could truly traverse planes, the skill book wouldn't simply be borrowed with a pen. Next, it mentioned several requirements and examples of teleportation destinations. The first type is the location within sight, meeting the teleportation requirements. This type almost never fails. This is the method the veteran mage Jian Vito used to teleport between several ships. Seeing the location and clearly knowing where one wants to go makes direct teleportation possible. The second type is locations one is familiar with and visits often. These teleportations have a higher success rate but may experience deviations or dangers. The last type is even more exaggerated, referring to places heard from others' descriptions or seen in books and patterns. Teleportation is still possible, but the deviations could be greater, perhaps even transporting oneself to a very dangerous location. Though it won't send you out of this world, traps and hazardous terrains are enough to claim a mage's life. The largest documented deviation was 120 kilometers. And that's only what has been recorded, the actual figure might be higher. Darn it. Indeed, high-level skills are never simple. When he first witnessed Jian Vito using this skill, he thought it simply transferred between 2 places. Now, reading the descriptions and examples in the book, the capabilities of teleportation technique cover a broader range. It was even stated that seeing an image could allow one to teleport to the corresponding location. Can I go back to the Island Lord's mansion anytime I want? Teleportation is faster than the Phantom train, and since he was certainly familiar with Island Lord's mansion, according to the skill's description, he seemed to be able to return at any time. No. If it was that easy to teleport, Jian Vito wouldn't be sticking to ships. The last time Gold and Silver Island was besieged by pirates, Jian Vito led a team for support by ship. And when they left, it was also by ship. If this skill was really effective, Jian Vito could have teleported directly to a specific location. Even if he wasn't familiar with Gold and Silver Island, wasn't he familiar with his own home? There must still be some hidden dangers. Next time he saw Jian Vito, he should also inquire about it. He continued to flip through the skill book, with the subsequent content about spell knowledge and application. It was recorded in great detail, with some small annotations left by people who had read the book before. Wu Heng read it page by page, grasping the general idea in his mind. When he finished the last page, a system prompt appeared beside his ear. Unlocked skill, teleportation technique. It was unlocked. He glanced at Glenda, who was still reading nearby. He was glad to have this ability, otherwise, he'd have to spend as much time as Glenda learning the skill. He closed the book and stored it in the space ring, then took out a prepared water bottle and took a sip. His gaze returned to Glenda, who was still intently reading. Feeling his stare, she also looked up. Did you finish? Did you learn it? Glenda knew the secret of learning a skill in one reading. They were together every day, it was no use trying to hide it. I learned it, but there are many limitations in using it. I need to experiment more when I have the chance, Wu Hang said calmly. Glenda hesitated, then looked again at the book floating before her. Are you sure I can learn? Yes, be confident, Wu Hang replied with certainty. Or maybe you could tell me? Glenda said as she placed the book on the table Wu Hang had just used for reading. Wu Hang looked at her. I wouldn't know how to explain this stuff. Alright, I'll take a look myself. While they were talking, Zhao and Bella flew back. Uncle, the fleet is fine, not a single one is missing. How about that ship at headquarters? Wu Hang asked. Me and Sister Bella just looked from a distance. Didn't you say there were some high-level professionals there, and you didn't let us go over? Zhao said. Right, it's better they don't discover you. Wu Hang nodded. Zhao then said, Uncle, give me the tablet, Bella and I want to watch a movie. Wu Hang took out the tablet. Go over there and watch, and don't disturb your Aunt Glenda reading. Okay, no disturbance. Zhao and Bella flew off to the side, and Wu Hang also walked out of the cabin. After stepping out onto the deck, Wu Hang checked around. Standing on the deck and feeling the sea breeze, Philippa rode back on a flying dragon from the cargo ship. She yawned and said, There's nothing urgent over there. Shall we go rest? I got up too early today. Let's go, we'll rest too. Wu Hang led her towards the rest area. Philippa took out the prepared bedding and laid it on the floor. You lie down here. Today, I'll be the knight, Philippa said as she let Wu Hang lie on the floor. Weren't you tired? Wu Hang curiously asked. Philippa, bracing herself against his chest, climbed to his waist. A little exercise before sleep, just tell me if you can't cope. Go ahead. Wu Hang steadied her waist. Philippa began to gently sway her hips. Soon, her breathing became rapid, and she slumped onto his chest. Wu Hang pulled the blanket over them. Philippa whispered, I want to get Millicent a bigger tavern. The current one is too small and a bit out of the way. Indeed, the location of Conquest Tavern was a bit remote. At the time of purchase, Wu Hang was still a vice executive and had bought it through the city hall, also choosing it for gathering information. Now things were different. Wu Hang had become the island master, Philippa was the captain of the island's fleet, and she herself lived in the tavern. It had essentially become branded, exclusively Philippa's property. Naturally, there wasn't much information to gather anymore, it was fully run as one of Millicent's taverns. Let Wire pick a better place for you in the new development area, Wu Hang said with a smile. Philippa pouted and playfully said, You talk to her, Wire always listens to you. Alright, I'll speak for you when we return. Thanks, Daddy. Philippa immediately flashed a smile, sticking out her tongue and lightly licked his chest. As the sky gradually darkened, they had indeed gotten up early today. Soon, both of them fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. Wu Hang woke up early. The ship was swaying, making it hard to sleep soundly. The two got dressed and left the cabin. Philippa issued tasks to the skeletons, and Wu Hang went to the cockpit, taking out some blueprints to look at. 7 o'clock a.m. Right after breakfast, a crackle of static came from the cockpit radio. Then Millicent's voice came through, This is Island Lord's mansion, calling the Gold and Silver Island fleet. Millicent had sent a message. Wu Hang stood up and went to the radio, picking up the handset. Millicent, it's Wu Hang, what's going on? Millicent's voice was cheerful. Master, up so early, huh? The ship's rocking, not sleeping well. It will be better once you're ashore, Millicent said, then continued, Master, I have a message from Steward Zai Ligui to inform you that the 5th princess of Hueco Kingdom and her maid have disappeared, suspected to have mixed into the fleet. Chapter 685, The Rainmaking Formation. The 5th princess boarded the ship. Wu Hang raised his eyebrows, quickly pondering the possibilities in his mind. Most of the ships on his side were manned by skeletons, and they did not recruit outsiders. The only possibility was the ships from the headquarters of the association. They had stopped on the island for a day, recruiting some sailors and logistical staff. Did you only find out today? Asked Wu Hang. Zai Ligui the steward began the investigation yesterday, and only this morning confirmed that the person had left the island. The steward also mentioned that she might have items or special items cloaking her from detection. The skeleton prophet couldn't locate her, Minnie said as she recalled. Cloaking items were not surprising. After all, she was an escapee originally. I understand. Notify me as soon as there's any new information, Wu Hang said. Yes, Master. Take good care of yourself, and come back soon. I'll bring back gifts for you all. Hee, thank you, Master. The communication was disconnected. Wu Hang then made his way to the room where the ghosts were. 2 ghosts were watching a movie, and one continued reading. Glenda, help me find someone, Wu Hang said. Glenda had reached level 20, And her legendary invisibility provided better efficacy, making her even less likely to be detected by others. What's happened? Glenda asked. That fifth princess, do you remember her? Xyligui said she might have infiltrated our fleet, see if she's on the ship at headquarters. Wu Hang said. Hueco Kingdom, playing that role? Yes, she must have disguised herself. Okay. Glenda agreed and flew out. Wu Hang continued to chat with the other two ghosts in the cabin. Glenda flew back directly, in the ship's kitchen. It seems she has encountered some trouble. Association's ship, kitchen. The fifth Princess Brittany and her maid stood to one side, their bodies slightly dusty. Other people in the kitchen and some sailors surrounded them. Directly opposite them, there sat a man with a thick beard. A sailor leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Sir, these two are women, in disguise." The bearded man's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized them. "Speak," he commanded directly. The sailor immediately said, "I saw them holding a watch. I suspect it was stolen from one of the superiors." As he spoke, a watch was presented in the palm of his hand. This attracted the attention of everyone in the cabin. Such a watch was worth several gold coins. No ordinary person could afford it, let alone someone working in a kitchen. "Where did the watch come from?" the bearded man asked. "We bought it ourselves, we just checked the time, and he saw us," the maid retorted immediately. "You dare say that? If you could afford this, would you be working on this ship?" the sailor countered. The crowd around them murmured in agreement. Clearly, they found the maid's words unlikely. The maid wanted to speak further, but the fifth princess stopped her, saying, "If you say I stole it, you can ask the association's elders if anyone has lost anything, right? The association's elders aren't exactly people you just meet. Who knows, maybe you stole it on the island and planned to escape on this ship," the sailor finished, pushing the watch toward the bearded man. "It's safest kept with Sir here." The bearded man grinned approvingly, took it in hand. "Hey! Trying to steal something? On an association's headquarters ship?" the fifth princess said coldly. "Enough, get back to work. If it wasn't stolen, I will give it back to you," the bearded man stated. "Hand it over, I don't want to make a scene here," the fifth princess stepped forward. The bearded man's expression also turned cold. "You dare disobey me? Give it to me. Seize her, today I will teach her a lesson," the bearded man declared. As he spoke, the surrounding sailors and kitchen helpers also gathered around. Only a few auxiliary staffs, recruited from Gold and Silver Island, were restraining themselves, shouting not to be impulsive, as the elders of the association would also be displeased. The fifth princess reached into her bosom and touched the hidden space ring. If it really came down to a fight, she would have to fight. The matter of the watch could wait, but she couldn't let them take it away. Who knows what else they might covet afterward. Just as both parties were about to physically engage, dong! A loud noise resounded as the door was forcefully opened. "What's this meeting about?" Gathering all here, Captain Philippa walked in, a parrot perching on her shoulder, looking around. The fifth princess and her maid promptly lowered their heads, moving slightly to the side. The bearded man immediately stepped forward. "Captain Philippa, are you looking for some of the association's elders?" "No, I came here looking for two people," she spoke, scanning the room. Her gaze finally rested on the two heads barely seen. Philippa stepped forward, grabbed the fifth princess's chin and lifted her head. "Quite the act, come with me, Wu Hang wants to see you." Upon being recognized, the fifth princess had few alternatives. Considering the situation had escalated to this point and would lead to blows if she stayed. "I'll go with you," she said, grabbing her maid and walking towards the exit. Near the door, the maid said, "Captain Philippa, they've stolen our watches." Captain Philippa followed the direction pointed by the other party. The crowd instantly parted to the sides, and a bearded man glanced around and handed over the watch. "Well, someone suspected it belonged to someone else, so I plan to keep it safe for now." Then he looked to one side, "Come and apologize to the two ladies." The sailor who had just come over, smiled awkwardly. "Well, I was wrong, please forgive me, ladies." Captain Philippa snatched the watch and casually tossed it to the maid. She then turned to the bearded man and sailor and said, "If I see you bullying anyone again, I'll flay your skin to make sales." "Yes, yes." Captain Philippa turned and left, taking the two with her to the deck. They boarded the Flying Dragon and returned to the escort ship. In the cabin of the escort ship, Wu Hang looked at the servant dressed as a laborer, her face covered in dust, and frowned. "You really followed me up?" The fifth princess took a deep breath, her head held stubbornly high. "I want to go back and see. The association is handling the case. What are you going back for?" "I'm familiar with Natalicity and can help you investigate the case, then you help me take back the kingdom," fifth princess negotiated. Wu Hang frowned at her. This was clearly an unequal bargain, yet she spoke so confidently. helping him investigate and him helping her reclaim the kingdom. Catching a criminal and confronting a national army, were those the same thing? Wu Hang pondered for a while before saying, I don't need your help, nor will I help you fight for any kingdom. I know it's a stretch, but I saw the message issued by the Island Lord's mansion, and I also want to go back and see. I don't want the kingdom to become like this, she said with some despondency in her voice. It was indeed impossible to send her back to Gold and Silver Island now. He thought for a moment, then said, I can take you with me, but you must agree to my terms. Say it, but don't be unreasonable. For the rest of the journey, you must do whatever I arrange, I mean everything. Wu Hang looked at her. I agree to your terms. Remember your words. Wu Hang looked at Captain Philippa. First, take them to have a bath, then arrange a room. All right. Captain Philippa nodded. Come on, I'll show you how to bathe. How to bathe? The maid and the princess frowned and followed her towards the cabin direction. Inside the bathroom, intense streams of water sprinkled from above like flowers scattered from heaven. The fifth princess, accustomed to royal life, was startled, her eyes wide open, and she instinctively took a step back. Her mouth hung open, her face filled with astonishment. She stretched out her hand to feel the splashing water, the gentle impact on her palm. From next door, the maid's exclamation came, Princess, is it raining from above on your side? It's the same here, don't scream and shout, lest they think we've never seen it. Princess, I truly haven't seen this before, it feels like a rain formation, so comfortable. In a flash, the fleet had been sailing for 4 days. Although there was no need to worry about other matters, the journey was still exhausting. Only Captain Philippa seemed happy at sea, having formed a good relationship with the fifth princess and a young maid over the past few days. They gathered daily, playing Go taught by Wu Hang. Wu Hang stood on the deck, blowing in the sea breeze, pondering where to start the investigation after arriving at Netali City. He was involving himself in the Hueco Kingdom's affairs, but he also wanted to clear up the case. He contemplated in his mind. Ahead in the sea, 3 ships appeared. They flew the flags of the Hueco Kingdom Navy, and the crew could be seen wearing naval uniforms. The men, initially excited, approached head-on. When they saw the giant ship and the flags it flew, they immediately began to slow down, and people on the deck started running back and forth. Hueco Kingdom ships? Weren't the ports supposed to be blocked? Wu Hang slightly tilted his head, speaking to the empty space beside him. Zhao, Bella, go see what those ships are up to. Okay, uncle. All right. 2 voices responded, and the ghosts directly flew out. Before long, Zhao and Bella flew back. Zhao, you speak. Uncle, they are ships of the bad guys, they are holding many people inside, like slaves, slave ships bearing the Hueco Kingdom flag? Let me see. Zhao made a half-turn and directly entered his body. A scene was also shared. In the dim ship cabin, it was divided into individual metal cages. Inside the cages were despondent, disheveled women and children. Chapter 686, rotten to the core. Most of the slaves in the ship's hold were women and children, which led Wu Hang to some unpleasant suspicions. He released Zhao, who floated beside him. Uncle, are they bad people? Wu Hang glanced at the kingdom flag hanging and the slightly panicked kingdom sailors on the deck. We can't be entirely sure yet. They might be the families of pirates from a pirate village, Wu Hang said. Pirate Island, pirate villages. Wu Hang had encountered them before. After the pirates were killed, arrangements had to be made for the women and children. They generally weren't all killed together. I don't think they seem like good people, Zhao muttered on the side. Then let's have them stop the ship for inspection, Wu Hang said, then turned to someone behind him. Bring Philippa and the fifth princess, Brittany, over. The skeleton attendant quickly left and returned with Philippa and Brittany. Following Wu Hang's gaze forward, a ship from the Hueco Kingdom. Wu Hang nodded, his eyes fixed on the flag fluttering in the wind, and continued to ask, could it be returning from a pirate raid? You mean pirates? Philippa rested her hand on Wu Hang's shoulder. We're nearing the kingdom's port. Have you ever seen anyone raiding pirates at the doorstep? Then there's no problem. Wu Hang watched as the other ship intended to leave. He told Philippa, announce for those 3 ships to stop for inspection. Philippa was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Damn, searching official ships, I like that. She then quickly walked into the cockpit, picked up the microphone, and said, ships ahead from the Hueco Kingdom, stop for inspection. I repeat, stop for inspection. The voice echoed across the sea through the ship's loudspeakers. The crew below on their ship were startled by the loud sound. Everyone came out of the cabins, watching the distant ships. The sailors on the ships of the Hueco Kingdom, hearing the loudspeaker, were also startled. Their movements sped up, but they didn't plan to stop, and instead accelerated full speed away as if they hadn't heard. This action made everyone feel uneasy. As normal ships, even those unwilling to interact with the association, wouldn't behave this way. Wu Heng saw that the ships had no intention of stopping and mounted a bone dragon. Let the association's people intercept the ships. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air rose, and several bone dragons with crew flew up into the sky. They forcefully landed on the other ships. Then, an array flashed, and the figures of 3 level 18 professionals appeared. The crew on the deck looked terrible, hands clutching their waist weapons, their eyes flickering momentarily, but still, they did not draw their weapons. Association sirs. A burly man quickly came out from the cabin, wearing a captain's uniform with a standard saber at his waist. He called out, then scanned all the people on the deck, his pupils contracting again, and stepped forward to ask, "May I know what this is about?" Wu Heng looked around, and the team leader behind him, Kavina, asked, "Are you from the Hueco Kingdom Fleet?" "We are the Hueco Kingdom Fleet, currently on a patrolling mission," the burly man replied. The Hueco Kingdom Navy's uniform, marked with wave patterns, also represented their naval identity. "Why didn't you stop just now?" Wu Heng walked over and asked. "That." The burly man licked his dry, cracked lips, then said, "We had never seen such a big ship before and thought it was pirates, so we wanted to leave first." "Didn't you see the association's flag?" The man hesitated, then suddenly realized, "Understood, it was our mistake, please don't take offense, sirs." Saying so, he stuffed a bag full of coins into Wu Heng's hands. It was heavy to the touch, containing at least 50 silver coins. He wanted to bribe him to overlook this ship. Meanwhile, the other association members behind him were also watching this. Especially the level 18 dwarf investigator, staring intently at this as if ready to take notes on the spot. Members of the association were not as clean as one might imagine. The stewards of Blackstone Town, Yazd in London City, all relied on their local steward status, their worth surpassing local merchants. Plainly speaking, they all had their profits. "Wu Heng, what have you found?" Jian Vito directly asked from behind. It was also a reminder to him, as there were many people here. The burly man, seeing no one taking the bag of coins, looked even more troubled, pulling his man back a bit. Both parties stood still, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. "Search the ship," Wu Heng ordered. "Act." The burly man across also burst out shouting instantly. Whoosh! But the man hadn't even drawn his sword when a streak of lightning struck his chest, followed by a skeleton attendant stepping forward, the long sword slashing across his neck. His head fell, blood spreading out. The others, who had just thought of fighting desperately, looked shocked. They froze in place, their faces showing struggle. "Association handles the case, non-leaders may live," Wu Heng said coldly. We surrender," someone said, directly throwing down their weapon. With the first one surrendering, the other uneasy people also threw down their weapons, choosing to surrender. Wu Heng commanded, "Tie them up." Kavina and the others immediately pulled out ropes, binding all the remaining people. On the other 2 ships, the headquarters crew, after receiving the news, killed some who resisted and controlled the rest, tying everyone up. In the end, the dead burly man was just a level 12 professional. The others were level 10 or even lower. Locally, that wasn't considered low, matching even the level of local stewards. But in the eyes of the association's headquarters investigation team, fighting him was no different from fighting a child. Chapter 686, Rotten to the core. Is there a problem with this ship? Elder Tapani of the association asked directly. This ship belonged to an official ship of the Hueco Kingdom, it could be stopped and inspected. Now that people had been killed, things were different. Without a convincing reason, it might become a pretext for the Hueco Kingdom's retaliation. "There is a problem," Wu Heng said. Elder Tapani pressed, "What problem?" The headquarters staff all looked over. Wu Heng stated calmly, "We'll know once we finish searching the ship." During the conversation, the people checking the ship also came up. One of them saluted and said, "Elders, lords, there are a large number of women and children detained in the hold, preliminarily identified as people from nearby villages who have been captured, but it is unclear where they were being transported to." The deck fell silent in an instant. They glanced at Wu Heng with surprise in their eyes. There really was a problem. "Elder, what arrangements do you think we should make?" Wu Heng asked the elf elder. Tapani nodded, "Take control of the ship, let the people from the Holy Court come to treat the people and stabilize their emotions, and as for these soldier bandits, take them into custody and wait for questioning." Understood. The association members immediately began to make arrangements. Wu Heng also said to Philippa, "These 3 ships, integrate them into the fleet, and continue moving forward." There was still about a day's journey, the fleet could not afford to stay too long. "Okay, I got it." Philippa immediately arranged for the ships to join the fleet. Wu Heng rode the flying dragon back to the escort ship he was on. He had just landed on the deck. The magic array lit up again, Jian Vito followed by 2 others, teleported up. How did you discover there was a problem? Elder Tapani asked. The dwarf investigator also took out a notebook, ready to start recording. Facing this investigator, Wu Heng always felt like he was being watched by a camera, ready to be used as evidence at any time. I had a ghost scout the interior and found the detained people, Wu Heng answered. The fact that a necromancer had ghosts did not surprise the three, it was a trait of their profession. Then why bother saying so much when you got on the ship? Just capturing them would have been fine, Tapani said again. Wu Heng continued, I couldn't fully confirm their identities. In the Emerald Sea, there are some small islands and villages controlled by pirates. Sometimes there are family members of pirates being transferred for investigations or resettlement. So, we stop them to check their attitude. Even if they don't dare to offend the association, if they were truly transporting people legitimately, they would have provided an explanation right away. Acting directly indicated a problem. The elder nodded, not bad, you thought it through. The veteran mage then asked, so, are you saying these aren't ships from the Hueco kingdom? We can't be sure yet, let's communicate with the dead later. Wu Heng answered. The dwarf investigator began to record diligently. While they spoke, a skeleton flying dragon descended from the sky. Philip approached and said, those people have been detained, a total of 12 were killed, and they are all here. With a wave of his hand, several bodies wrapped in straw mats were brought out. Included was the muscular man who had been killed. Wu Heng glanced at the people behind him and then released communicate with the dead. The dead bodies abruptly sat up, their murky eyes looking over. Wu Heng asked directly, what is your status or role within your power or organization? We are members of the White Wings gang, we are now part of Natalie City Defense Army, the body answered. The brows of those present furrowed. Gang members that were also part of the Kingdom's City Defense Army? And this name, White Wings Gang, sounded as though the entire membership wasn't very bright. How did your gang members become part of the army? We're not sure, but the army was recruiting, and the gang's power was among those being recruited. That made sense. When London City was in chaos, members of the gangs there were also utilized. Gang leaders were appointed to certain official positions to act as enforcers. Wu Heng continued, where were the people in your ship's hold being taken to? To Bijaya City, others will take over there. What was the purpose of these people? Not sure? For the last question, Wu Heng pondered a moment. Then he asked, were these people captured by you? The body answered gravely, the leader said these arrangements were made by officials of Natalie City, there were clothes prepared on the ship. We just had to put them on to escort these people. After 5 questions, the body collapsed back to the ground. Wu Heng and the others, however, furrowed their brows even more. Although they had not figured out everything, the rough outline of the situation was clear. These individuals were originally members of the White Wings gang. When Natalie City began a large-scale conscription, the gang was also incorporated. They were originally in charge of city defense, but this time, officials from Natalie City arranged for them to transport people out. Elder Tapani of the association, veteran mage Jai and Vito, even Philippa and the dwarf investigators' expressions turned grave. Clearly, this was a case of local officials trafficking people. The Hueco kingdom was rotten to the core. Wu Heng glanced back at the investigator. Mr. Sim, have you recorded all this? The dwarf investigator nodded. It's all recorded. Wu Heng continued to use communicate with the dead, and the second body sat up. Who is the principal official behind your trafficking operations? Not sure? Besides you, are there other ships involved in this matter? Not sure? What is your leader's name? Patrice. What is the root cause of the chaos in the city? The body answered, the stationed army of Natalie City began a battle with an incoming army, many died. The last question. Wu Heng thought for a moment and then asked, do you know about the death of the association's local steward? Chapter 686, Rotten to the Core. I don't know. Following that, Wu Heng continued to question the 3 corpses about the White Wings gang and the internal chaos in the city. Wu Heng stood in place, organizing the intelligence he had gathered. Regarding the transport of women and children, he had not discovered the identity of the official behind it, but after landing on the island, he could start with the leader of the White Wings gang. The second point was about Natalie City. The previous turmoil was due to a battle between the forces of the City Lord's Mansion and the City Defense Army, and an invading army trying to take over the city. In the end, it was hard to tell who was who among the combatants. The one currently in control of the city was still the original City Lord. As for the death of the local steward, these people had no idea, they only knew that the local guild hall had been sealed for a long time. After organizing the intelligence, Wu Heng turned to the 3 level 18 professionals. Elder, Dean, do you have any questions? Currently not. Don't damage the remaining bodies, we might need them later, Elder Tapani said. Wu Heng nodded. Dispose of the bodies we've questioned, and wrap up the rest in mats. The corpses that had been subject to communicate with the dead were thrown into the sea, while the rest were wrapped carefully in mats. Wu Heng put them into his space ring. Elder Tapani asked, "How much longer until we reach Netali City?" "One more day and we'll see it." "Good, we'll head back first." "Notify us when we're close," Tapani said. Veteran Mage Giant Vito cast a teleportation technique and returned to his own ship. Wu Heng, with Philippa, also went back to the pilot house. Fifth Princess asked with a frown from behind the door, "What happened? Why did you kill the Navy?" Philippa put her hands on her hips. "What do you think?" Confronted with Philippa's assertive retort, the Fifth Princess frowned even deeper, her confidence wavering. She said, "I trust Highland Lord Wu Heng. I just want to know the reason." Philippa plopped down nonchalantly to the side and said, "Your officials, in collaboration with gang members, dressed in Navy uniforms, trafficked women and children." The Fifth Princess's frown deepened, her eyes filled with doubt, as she sharply turned to Wu Heng, "Lord Island Master, is that true?" Wu Heng said, "That's what we've learned so far." The Fifth Princess fell silent, sitting down on a nearby chair and bowing her head. Wu Heng also fell into contemplation. They would arrive at Netali City tomorrow, and the purpose of this journey would begin. Would the city pose a danger to them? Would he be able to investigate and find out who killed the local steward? These were problems he had to face. Even if both were resolved, in what way should he intervene in this political struggle to enhance his own reputation? Difficult indeed. The next day, at noon, the fleet arrived in the waters near Netali City. The three level 18 professionals, along with Wu Heng and Philippa, stood on the deck of the escort ship, looking from afar at the orderly, yet oddly deserted, port. The appearance of their fleet immediately drew the attention of the naval forces opposite them. The navy at the port reacted swiftly, a line of ships forming a tight blockade, thoroughly shielding the port. "Send a message first, let's see what they say," Elder Tapani suggested. Wu Heng also said, "Send the message over to them." A team member took a speedboat to deliver the letter. Before long, the team member returned rapidly, looking upset. "They say Netali City is not receiving any ships at the port now, including ours." Tapani's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Did you tell them headquarters has sent us to investigate?" "I did," the member nodded. Chapter 687, No Corpse heard the words brought back by the squad members. The faces all around the association turned grim. They even brought up the name of headquarters, showing no respect at all. Tapani's face instantly darkened, his eyes expressing anger. Arrogant. A level 18 professional in this world is a top powerhouse. Not to mention these people, even the royal family of the Hueco kingdom in past times should have personally received them. Now they were being treated like this by an army confined to one place. The veteran mage Giant Vito, stroking his beard, smiled and said, "They're just soldiers guarding the port, following orders, no need to get upset with them." Tapani continued, "Then what do you suggest we do? With this kind of attitude from them, it's not good for us to force our way through." Giant Vito looked to the side and asked, "Wu Heng, what do you think?" Wu Heng directly said, "Netali City was already within the scope of suspicion, we can't act based on their mood, we're here to handle a case, not to make friends, so naturally our approach needs to be firm." Tapani raised an eyebrow. This implied that they didn't show enough deterrent force. "Then you handle it, if something goes wrong, naturally me and the elder will support you," Giant Vito said directly. Wu Heng nodded, and then said to his side, "Philippa, go and make an announcement, say that the elders from the headquarters are leading the team into the city to investigate, and any action to obstruct our ships from docking will be considered a provocation against the association and will meet with an attack and a warrant for arrest will be issued." "Got it." Philippa quickly moved to the cockpit, picked up the microphone and began to make the announcement. The sound from the megaphone instantly spread over the sea, reaching the opposing ships and the port of Netali City. "Ram them," Wu Heng then said. The fleet began to restart, forcibly moving towards the direction of the port. The large cargo ships advancing at full speed, the waves they brought caused the obstructing fleet to sway violently. Seeing the mountain-like giant ship coming straight at them, the Navy ships couldn't withstand the pressure and quickly escaped to both sides. The association's ships charged straight ahead, and the kingdom's fleet tried to dodge as much as possible. The two sides passed each other, still maintaining restraint, with neither side using machinery to attack. But watching the association's fleet break through the line of defense and eventually dock at the port. The gangway dropped, and a large group of skeletons in armor holding weapons flooded into the port, encircling the entire area. Then, the various squads accompanying the association, level 15 professionals and their followers. On the battleship, Tapani, Wu Heng, and a few others also walked down from the ship. Whoosh! At this time, a large army assembled on one side of the port. No one approached, just warily watching from a distance. Tapani's face darkened and he said, "Go, Bring their commander here. A team of members quickly rushed over. After a quick exchange, a man dressed as a commander was brought over. Tapani, intimidating without anger, stared coldly at the other party, causing the commander to feel nervous, his eyes flickering as he looked down. What's your name? Genius, sir. Tapani's gaze shifted to the side. Note it down for him. If there's a second time, issue a wanted notice from headquarters. In an instant, the comparatively calm commander was covered with cold sweat on his forehead. Sir, we were only following orders. It doesn't involve me much. Blame your superiors for using you as their scapegoat. The port will be taken over by our association. Any slight mistake, and you'd better prepare to take your family and flee, Tapani said, then turned and walked away with his people. On Wu Heng's side, he began to assign tasks to Philippa. Regardless of the situation with the association in the city, the port fleet still needed personnel to guard. If there really was a problem, it would be the association's way out as well. After arranging the fleet, Wu Heng then moved towards the association members, heading together towards the association hall. The entire street was eerily empty. Hardly any residents could be seen, the shops were all closed. Only some soldiers in guard team uniforms were quickly heading towards the port. Seeing the menacing association members along the way, no one approached, just watched from afar. Wu Heng, aren't you from the Hueco Kingdom? Elder Tapani said. Wu Heng shook his head. I was a squad member in the northern part of the Hueco Kingdom for a while. I left after a few months. How do you feel? Tapani asked. The veteran mage Jai and Vito also said, I heard that Wu Heng was quite oppressed here. Wu Heng also smiled. It wasn't really oppression. There were many restrictions on necromancers in the Hueco Kingdom. I wasn't very clear about these laws back then, so some troubles arose. Pausing slightly, Wu Heng added, at that time, the Hueco Kingdom might not have been a good place for necromancers, but it was indeed decent for the residents. Everyone nodded, not saying much more, and continued to hasten their steps. At the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Daxier, in his 40s this year, a level 16 ranger, wore a purple long robe and looked like a harmonious and fair bard. Currently standing in the courtyard, listening to the personnel who came to deliver the news, he was updated that the ships from the headquarters of the association had entered the city. As the narration continued, his originally calm expression gradually became stern. Who are the people on the island? Daxier asked. I saw the elf race, short people and mages, not sure about the specific identities, his subordinate said, then suddenly recalled, right, among the fleet there were a lot of skeletons guarding the port, and a black-haired, black-eyed man, probably Wu Heng from Gold and Silver Island. Daxier's eyes slightly narrowed, he stood there pondering for a while. He said, since they've entered the city let it be, instruct them, do not engage in any conflict with them. Chapter 687, Nobody Yes, the subordinate nodded, quickly leaving. Seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, Daxier suddenly turned his head to the side. After a few seconds, footsteps sounded, and a man dressed in a Hueco Kingdom commander uniform walked in. The man was burly with a square face and a beard, his steps steady as he walked. People from the headquarters have entered the city, they forcefully entered the port, the square-faced man said. Daxier nodded, I've received the message too. There are people from the headquarters inside, and also Island Lord Wu Heng from Gold and Silver Island. I saw their ship, it's extravagant, like a small island, quite impressive. Lucina. Daxier sternly interrupted, don't speak of such things, it could damage our relationship with the headquarters. The man sneered, what do we have to fear from them? But he did not continue further, instead asking more discreetly, what do you plan to do? We have to cooperate now that the headquarters are investigating, said Daxier. The man slightly raised his eyebrows, handle it properly. In the headquarters hall. The people from headquarters were seated on one side, facing the local members standing opposite. Elder Tapani asked, state the situation of the association. A local vice executive stepped forward, speaking softly, Netali City is in chaos, we can't send out any external messages. At present, the deacon and 2 squads have gone missing. Several narrowed their eyes. Gone missing. More likely than not, the information they received meant they were dead. And worse than death, with no bodies, there were no clues for the next steps. Where did they go missing? Was there an investigation? Tapani pressed. The city was too chaotic at the time, many died every day, gang members, outside soldiers, and the evil cult. It was too chaotic to investigate, the vice executive said bitterly. Tapani looked at Wu Heng, seeing he had nothing to add, directly instructed, starting today, I will take charge here at the association. Island Lord Wu Heng from Gold and Silver Island will investigate the disappearance of the deacon and the squads. You all must cooperate fully to swiftly uncover the truth. Yes, several nodded. Return to your respective posts, with us here, you won't be in danger anymore. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Island Lord Wu Heng, ladies and gentlemen. They bowed in succession, then withdrew. After meeting the local members, Tapani took the few members of this visits team to the conference room to revisit the discussion. His gaze lingered on Wu Heng, asking, "Do you have any plans?" The identity of a great detective meant the task of solving the case was handed over to Wu Heng. The others were there merely for his support and to handle any unexpected situations. The difficulty seemed considerable at present. The secret speaker who went to Gold and Silver Island reported that the local deacon had died and that information was being deliberately blocked by Netali City. Upon arriving here, there were no bodies and no suspects. There were no leads to continue the investigation. Wu Heng responded, "I need to first check the archives room." Very well, Tapani looked around. Dean Jian Vito, Mr. Sim, choose some from the level 15 professionals, along with 2 squads, to go with Wu Heng on the investigation. The rest will stay with me at the headquarters. Yes, everyone nodded. Among the level 18 professionals, 2 were assigned to protect himself, while Sim was an investigator with limited combat ability. The main protection came from Jian Vito. Wu Heng selected a short person and a Blood Clan member draped in a heavy cloak from the level 15 professionals, and they all left the meeting room together. After asking for the location of the archives room, the group hastened there. Jian Vito reminded, "The records of the secret speakers are generally not documented, they can only be requested from headquarters." "I know, let's just take a look, try our luck," Wu Heng said. Visiting the archives room wasn't to look up the secret speaker, as such local information was generally not recorded. Instead, it was to check the local deacon's files. Generally, a designated secret speaker would leave a vague record in the files. This was something he had found out after reaching Gold and Silver Island. At that time, Philippa acted as a spy, without her own file, but there was a vague mark under Wu Heng's file. Either party could use this record for initial verification if something happened. Hurrying along, they reached the association's archives room. The administrator in charge immediately came forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, bring me the deacon's file." "Right away, sir." Soon, a thick file was brought out. Opening the file pouch, Wu Heng started to seriously browse through it. The file recorded 3 different names, all released either due to capture mistakes or by earning merits through admitting guilt. It was uncertain whether the informant was among them, but there was still a chance. Wu Heng took out a tablet and photographed each document. Then he wrote down 3 names on paper. Ketan. Island Lord Wu Heng. A short person approached. "Remember these 3 names, take people to the city hall to investigate whether there is property or records, bring more people, they might not cooperate, be forceful," Wu Heng said. "Understood." The short person nodded, selected a few people from the team, and quickly left. Wu Heng also left the archive room, continuing with the rest of the group towards the residence of the steward. The steward needed to stay at the association. Typically, the residence wouldn't be far from the association. The residence of the steward of Gold and Silver Island was connected to the association, constructed as a separate mansion at the back of the association's building. In Natali City, the steward's residence wasn't built like that, but it was also in a residential area at the back. From a distance, they could see several guards on duty. Those weren't association members but guards from Natali City. Seeing the imposing group approaching, the guards instantly became flustered. They shouted loudly, "Who goes there?" "Association headquarters investigating. Who authorized you to guard this place?" Wu Heng asked. "The association headquarters?" These men, clearly not informed of the city's occurrences, appeared a bit confused. "No entry here, good sirs, please talk to our captain," one guard said. Wu Heng didn't bother with more words and simply said, "Arrest them." The people behind him surged forward and quickly subdued the guards. "What's going on, sirs? Can we not talk this out? This is Netali City." The men were somewhat panicky, shouting loudly. Wu Heng said, "Let one go to report, cover the mouths of anyone else who speaks." After letting one of them go to report, Wu Heng led the rest into the steward's residence. The door was easily opened, and footprints moved back and forth on the dusty floor. Wu Heng said, "Someone has been here recently." The footprints are clear, not covered by dust. The investigators behind him began to record. Wu Heng continued to examine the room, its sculptures, calligraphy, some household items, and decorations. The living conditions of Netali City's steward were still quite good. It should also be considered upper class locally. Items are missing, likely taken by someone. Investigators continued to record. Wu Heng went straight into the bedroom, finding a piece of clothing clearly worn often. Then, he took out a tracking pendant from the space ring, squeezed a drop of blood, and dripped it onto the skeleton's head. Next, the skeleton's head came to life. He passed the edge of the garment to it, and the skeleton's head bit down, starting to chew forcefully. under Wu Heng's gaze. The skeleton's head seemed to lose its vigor, hanging limply. This special item could track any living target. Before the existence of the prophet skeleton, finding people or solving cases all depended on this special item. The absence of a trackable target indicated that the person was already dead. If this steward doesn't have any items shielding against special items, then he must be dead, Wu Heng told the others. Investigators continued to record. While they spoke, a middle-aged man dressed as a guard captain came briskly inside. Several patrol guards followed him. The captain quickly scanned everyone, judging their clothes and or they omitted. His eyes narrowed slightly. He stepped forward, saluted, and said, "Captain of Squad 7, honored to meet you, sirs of the association." After speaking, he took a cloth bag from his chest and added, "Here is the retrieved money, all accounted for." Wu Heng looked at the cloth bag handed over. He weighed it in his hand and asked, "How did you know the association steward wouldn't return?" "Ah. What do you mean?" The captain's eyebrows furrowed. Wu Heng looked at him squarely and asked again, "Everyone from the association is only assuming the person is missing. How are you so sure he won't return, daring to take the items inside?" Chapter 688, Not a single trace left. The steward's status in the local area was not low. Before confirming that they couldn't return, would these ordinary guards dare to guard and steal for themselves, putting the room's valuable items into their own pockets? Wu Heng felt this claim didn't hold water. The other association members behind him were also staring straight at the other party, waiting for a reasonable answer. The guard captain's face looked somewhat ugly, having not expected that returning to deliver money would get him targeted. After hesitating for a while, he finally replied, "Your honors, there has been a misunderstanding, a real misunderstanding." "What kind of misunderstanding? Let me hear it." Wu Heng still looked at him. The captain immediately said, "These things weren't taken by us, but rather, when there was chaos in the city, someone took advantage of the situation to enter and take them. Because it involved the local steward, we retrieved some of the items. It's just some of the people below were dishonest and split some off." He cautiously looked up before continuing, learning that the higher-ups from headquarters were coming to investigate. "We feared it would bring about trouble, so we arranged for people to recall these valuables and bring them to you, sirs." The brows of Wu Heng and the others furrowed. They had not expected him to come up with such an excuse. Meaning, the items weren't taken by them, but retrieved loot, a portion of which was held back and split among themselves. With people from the association's headquarters coming to investigate, they felt uneasy, so they took the initiative to give it back. "Once taken, if not returned, we would have had no knowledge," Wu Heng said. "Your honor, the city lord's mansion had issued an order not to stir up conflict with the association. The money, once split, wasn't much for each person, and we feared it would cause trouble," the captain continued, seemingly laying bare all the small team's matters. Distributing spoils of war was a common occurrence across all ages. When an association squad handled an issue, items seized could be split directly within the squad, and only important or special items would be handed over. "Is everything that was distributed here?" Wu Heng asked next. "Some couldn't be found, so we calculated the difference in value for you, and asked for your forgiveness, sirs." Humphrey, the veteran mage, Dean Gianvito, snorted coldly. The other association members also looked displeased. The people before them were either of high level or had substantial backing. None would care about such a small sum of money. Yet, the items that couldn't be retrieved could very well be of great significance to the entire case. Wu Heng also sized up the other party and didn't intend to inquire any more about the matter there. He directly said, "Please accompany us back, Captain, so the situation can be explained clearly." "Ah. Your honor, I'm not clear on the remaining matters and probably won't be of much help,"